Futures back in negative territory here this morning as we look to wait and see, I guess, ahead of the Fed coming up tomorrow. The Federal Reserve kicks off its two-day meeting as of this morning. We'll get the interest rate decision at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Join us for that. We'll have it live for you. It is a wait and see kind of a morning at this point, though, after all three U.S. markets yesterday ended up snapping a multi-session losing streak. At the end of the day, we had a nice move back higher heading into the close. Number of individual stocks moving around here in the pre-market this morning. An additional $1 billion in costs coming for Ford. Unfortunately, looks like they're still struggling with some supply chain issues going forward. We'll talk about Ford here, down about 4 or 5% in the pre-market. PayPal under pressure, down more than 2% as well on a downgrade this morning. Some of the other payment stocks and crypto-related stocks under pressure as well. There was a note on Coinbase, just saw as well. New fee structure coming for Coinbase, so it's moving lower at this point this morning. Also, overall, markets back to the downside, however, as we await the Fed. Big day coming up tomorrow. It's Tuesday, September 20th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Getting a little bit worse here by the moment. NASDAQ 0.8 at this point, leading 0.5% for the Dow, now 0.7 for the S&P. Back below that 3,900 we talked about late in the afternoon yesterday that ended up getting broken and then some as we headed back higher to end the day. But here we go, back below 3,900 already for the S&P. Crude 0.5% higher. You can see that's not the right direction. You can see Bitcoin 2.25 still in negative territory, getting worse by the moment here as well. Ethereum trying to bounce a little bit, but all quiet ahead of what is going to be a big day coming up tomorrow, guys, as we await this Federal Reserve decision. Interest rate increase to come on Wednesday. It is the calm before the storm, I guess, as they say.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I tend to think you might see relative to yesterday anyways, you might see a little bit more calm, but you always got to be prepared for every eventuality. That's what it's going to be all about. I kind of expected that maybe we'd actually be holding that 39 after the way that the market closed yesterday, that you could get above and hold above that 3,900, and likewise in the NASDAQ, it's back below that 12,000. Maybe there's still some significance to that level. I don't know how much weight I want to put on it today after you've been back and forth a couple of times. That's why I kind of feel like you could be just sort of inside, like, a little bit above, a little bit below. But there's plenty that's going to be moving. I'm already sort of noting Alibaba. That was the one that I talked myself out of yesterday when 87 broke, and that could be an interesting one. The auditors are on the ground in China. Some names are worth monitoring. There was a note about Tencent divesting some of their holdings. That could put pressure on like BKE, holdings there already to the downside, but those could be movers. Lucid's back below that 16, and let's not forget how strong Apple was yesterday. I mean, as strong as Apple was yesterday, I don't know that I'm favoring shorts in that stock. It broke that 150, and I'm going to like longs in front of that level, at least for Apple. But yeah, we're going to be buckled up, locked and loaded, and ready to go. There's going to be plenty to watch. We had a good time last night at our office party. Yeah. It was first time since COVID. So, it was actually right before, I think, COVID. Everything got shut down.
Yeah, I think the last time we might have gone was February 2020, but I'm not sure.
It's good times, though.
Unless it was 2019. I'm not sure. But yeah, and the Bills took easy care. I mean, that was
light work.
Yeah, that was light work. I had Josh Allen in my other pool, but he only played 3 quarters, right? They pulled him. They pulled him in the 4th quarter there, so with all the players. But okay, yeah, look, I was actually thinking that it's funny because I was sort of debating whether or not there was going to be a rally or not here today. I mean, I feel like we could have a similar move to what happened yesterday, where the market kind of started to get to the downside and then rallied back up, because I was just sort of thinking to myself, like, everyone's so negative. It's either 75 or 1, right? And then after that, what are we going to go, a quarter, or 50 and a quarter? The preceding rate hikes. I feel like there's not much that Jerome Powell can come out there tomorrow and say that would create people to be more negative. I mean, I just feel like we're already so negative. The stock market is forward looking, and obviously down that 1% here today. If it holds, then it holds, and I just don't know if it's that red of a day today. I don't know what Powell can say where he's going to come out and destroy this market. I mean, I think things are as expected. I don't know. Like, oil's come down a little bit. Gas prices have come down a little bit. You're obviously seeing something with Ford today about higher costs and things like that. So there are some underlying issues, obviously. But I'm sitting here thinking to myself, like, we're at 3,900. We're at 12,000. Like, we're at some key levels here in the futures. And like, when Powell comes out tomorrow, he's going to say, okay, 75 basis points. Okay, we're still data dependent. We're still this, we're still that. But this is all stuff that we already know. And I actually think that if they do 1 point, or even if they do 75, what do they indicate for the next couple rounds? Like I just said, and I mean, he's not going to say 75. Like, where's the negativity going to come from? I just wonder if it's baked in already. My biggest concern is earnings now, because a lot of these companies guiding lower or not guiding at all. I don't see the economy getting super great anymore, but I just feel like the Fed speech is over with now. I don't know. You think, what do you, I just don't think it's going to be.
I'm definitely concerned about earnings.
Yeah, yeah.
You look at, the FedEx, like what FedEx came out and basically was talking about, like a global economic slowdown. You've got China trying to lower rates so that they can spur economic growth. I mean, if things slow down economically in China, like, do we really think that that's going to be good for most of the earnings of the names that we're concerned with here when we're trading on a daily basis? I think that's the bigger concern right now. Like, I get it, everyone, like, there's enough people that are betting that it's going to be a full point, right?
Yeah.
So if anything, it comes 75 tomorrow, and that's going to be a little bit of a sigh of relief. And they'll say, okay, well, now the whole 75, 50, what we're thinking is probably true, and see how long they keep the foot on the pedal. And then it becomes, at what point? Is it 2024 they can start raising rates, or sorry, they can start lowering rates again? Who knows? But like, right in front of us is this potential of economic slowdown. I think that's got to be concerning, because look at what's been happening. Every single time we go through earnings seasons, there's half a dozen companies that are not small that are dropping 15 to 20% and basically telling you that their projections were terrible, and that we're going into slowdown, and they have all kinds of demand concerns. There's some supply chain issues. That's going to be my concern. And then you get Ford again today into what has been a pretty decent week for the EV names, right? Like, Rivian had been strong. Tesla was strong yesterday.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that Tesla's actually holding up pretty well through all of this. But that negative headwind. I mean, Lucid started to break down a little bit. So, yeah, to me, it's more about what we're seeing in terms of just what these companies are telling you with regards to their earnings.
And that's what I was trying to get at. Same thing as that, exactly. And I'm glad we talked about it, because it's the macro situation as far as supply chain is concerned is not great, right? And then obviously you have housing is like in a free fall, at least. I mean, it's not so much around here, but for everywhere else, with mortgage rates going to the high side there and housing prices coming down. Yeah, it's not a great macro environment. I just think that the Fed, as far as the Fed is concerned, I feel like the market's doing a lot of the work for them here, and we're just going to wait to see how much negativity is going to come from tomorrow. I'm not saying that this is a go in there and buy, but I feel like you could get a little bit of a rally. I've already turned him over to a bull. That's why I have to justify it, right? I feel like we could get a little bit of a rally over the next couple of days heading into Fed, and then possibly a little bit after Fed, and then everybody will sort of settle down and maybe guide lower here on some earnings and stuff like that, just like Ford did, just like you mentioned yesterday. What was the one yesterday? You started
last week, FedEx.
FedEx, that's what it was. FedEx, yeah. So that was that was a big one, right? But like, Ford has 40 to 45,000 vehicles in inventory due to lack of parts. Like, that's just money sitting there. And right now, when cash is costing something, that's not a good sign. So, what does that mean for GM? What does that mean for Toyota? What does that mean for all these other sort of?
Well, GM warned of this like last quarter, and they had even more sitting. I think it was like 70 or 80,000 for GM. So the number was even worse for GM, and that's the problem. Like, we're not past any of these concerns, and input costs are still going.
I mean, Microsoft's at 52-week lows, so is Google. So you can't even hide in a lot of these big tech value names. But I mean, I think you should start to buy them. But I mean, down to 240 is Microsoft.
Making a good bull case here.
That's what I'm trying to do. I mean, I have the bull right here.
This is the worst bull case ever made.
I just feel like, no, but I mean, some of these names are already, the point I'm getting at is some of these are already priced in. Like at some point, you're going to say, okay, is there an actual problem with Microsoft or Google or a PayPal, like that's back down to $90 today, or are these decent buys if we're not going to get this crazy run up in the Fed futures, right? I think it's priced in now. We're just going to see what happens tomorrow. I don't think, and the other thing tomorrow that could spark more bullishness, in my opinion, is that after Jackson Hole, we never had a press conference, right? Dude just stood up there, spoke his mind, and jammed out. Went to play some golf or something. And then now, tomorrow, you're going to get those questions. You're going to get stuff about the dot plot, and that's where you're going to start seeing people talking about a quarter point and things like that. So I don't know. I just think there is a possibility here that the market starts to rally. So with that being said, on to the bear case, I guess, as we go through our watch list that has some pretty negative names to start off with.
Yeah, and how much do they lean on that last CPI reading? I think is going to be important as well. That came in higher than expected, obviously. So we'll see. All to come tomorrow. Here's a couple of interesting notes, guys. The 10-year just took out 2011 highs right now, in fact. So 357 was the high there for the 10-year. So here's the 2-year. 396 right now in early trading. So both continuing to move back to the upside. Here's the CME Fed Funds tool, unchanged from late in the day yesterday. Still 82% on the 75, 18 on the 100 basis point increase. A couple other notes to make note of. Coinbase, we mentioned new fee structure coming. That will target, I guess, high net worth or larger accounts. Anyone trading more than $250 million a month will be given access to a lower fee structure for Coinbase. They're simply trying to take advantage of or adjust, I guess, to the lower volumes that we're seeing across the board in crypto trading.
Yeah, I mean, got to make some kind of an adjustment, obviously, for them. Look,
Coinbase
this
is below $70.
Well, I was about to say, like, when I look at the chart of Coinbase, I only think I hate shorting Coinbase on those lows. I feel like a lot of times, like the days that it looks the best for short setup on Coinbase is kind of the days that it tries to rip your face off a little bit there. But it just eked below that 50 period with a couple of days below it. And you sort of look at the afternoon high, which was, what is that, like 71, and then that lower high at about 70. And it's like, okay, that gives you two shots at it maybe. And I'm going to get this one out of the way because you guys are going to see me. I'm not short IPOF. Oh, I got into this before the position board, so me getting out of IPOF is going to cause that to show up. But I'm going to get this one out of the way because it'll probably be, if you see it, you might see it in and out of the position board a few times. So Chamath is winding down his two of his SPACs, his IPOF and I think D. For sure, F, maybe the other one's D. You can double check it. There's a press release out about it. But essentially, everyone just gets their $10, right? So what you're going to see, if you pull up the stock and wonder, okay, well, why would you trade it? As a day trader, we have the ability to sort of sit there and take fills. There's about 2 million shares on the bid at 10, and there's a couple million shares on the bid at 01. So we can basically add liquidity and get paid a rebate to add liquidity. And the off chance it prints too, you can catch some growth. But it's kind of like a low risk, but you try to move some shares. And it's not free. It's not free money because anything can happen. I want to get that out of the way too. But if you're wondering why, just have a look at the bid. And I'll probably be on this bid pretty much all day long as the stock is open, just trying to make spread or catch some rebates. But as far as Coinbase goes, Coinbase is still on the NASDAQ, last I checked. As far as Coinbase goes, yeah, I look at that 70.
It's not delisted yet?
No.
Okay.
The 70 and 71, those are the two levels I'd be looking to fade into. And at the open, I feel like the lesson I've learned, well, hopefully learn. When I like some of these levels, if the market starts going up at the open and we start reclaiming some of those levels like that 3,900, that 12,000 in the NASDAQ, well, if that first level gets challenged, let it break it. Allow it to break. And if it really wants to fail 70, maybe catch it on the way back down in, but don't just jump in for it, because what will happen is it'll hit that first level, and then between 930 and 935, I'm taking some shares and taking that stop out, and then the trade that ends up working is it tests the second level or maybe goes up toward that third. But closing below the 50 makes me want to short this thing, and then if the market right now is starting red and we're below those levels, so I still think those end up being valid until we're broken through relative strength, I want to go to something that was strong yesterday. Like those were your apples. Alibaba was strong. I'd rather be long those names on a day like today.
Yeah, no, I like Alibaba. I mean, I like a lot of these names, but you know what? Like I put it in the chat there, that 10-year breaking 3.5.
Ain't good.
Yeah, that's not good. So, about that bull case, I would hoped that the 10-year wouldn't have broken that. That was going to be one of the next things. I'm glad that Brendan brought that up because that was going to be one of the next things to talk about was going to be the 10-year in breaking that 3.5 because that was something that I had read about yesterday. Yeah, that apparently is not going to be good. Yeah, so I talked about Coinbase a while ago, and that I'm pretty light in this name. I don't own it. I do own it, but not too many shares. But I do own crypto, which is getting smacked around again. So I don't like Coinbase. I mean, I don't think it's a great investment. I just don't. The share structure and some of the stuff that management was doing, it's not really run properly. They've really run this thing into the ground. I mean, this has been pretty decimated here, back down to $50. I think it goes back down here at some point. Sure, I know it got rallied there a little bit with crypto going back up. We went to $80. A lot of this, this bump up, we had BlackRock coming in there. But, I don't know if we'll see $90 again. Honestly, unless something comes out with these guys, I'm not sure about the crypto space. There's so many involvement, different aspects of it, whereby if you don't trust crypto itself, then I'm just not sure that Coinbase is going to be the right play. I don't love the stock. It doesn't perform very well. But the thing is, it's not like it's that negative. I'm talking here about liking Microsoft, which is at its 52-week lows down here, and Coinbase is actually just at its 50 period. So whatever I say obviously doesn't matter. But I want to keep shorting Coinbase. I like to short better in this name. I can't really find a reason to go long unless crypto starts to run. And right now, well, I mean, it looks like Ether is at 13.5? Is that what it's doing right now? So again, that ripped up to 18 or something on? Not the halving, on the merging there. And we'll just see here what's going to happen with it right now. Yeah, so that is right. So it is at 13.5 there for Ethereum. Maybe there is going to be something here for these guys. Yeah, we're up to 1,800 right there. Back down, bouncing off 13. So I could see if we break above 1,400 here on Ethereum that there would be something to go to the upside here. And, so that would be something to look at. Other than that, for me, it would be a pass on Coinbase, and regardless of their structure or anything like that. I'm going to go to a 1-hour trade here on Bitcoin as well. Just go like that to make sure we got the refreshed levels there. 18.5, yeah, wow. So we almost touched that bottom again of what was it, 17.6? Is that the bottom, I believe? Let me just see if I'm correct. Yeah, wow, okay. 17.6 to the penny is the bottom, and we're basically there again. So yeah, this is for me, it's a no-fly zone here. I'd rather have Bitcoin fall down again and then scoop up some Ether, something like that, some Cardano. I'm already in Bitcoins. I'm going to probably hold off on buying more. But I just feel like some of those altcoins or just Ethereum is worth buying rather than Coinbase. I feel like there's more upside in ETH than there even is in coin. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. And I could be completely wrong.
No, that's probably right.
Ethereum could go literally to a couple $100. Like that could happen. But imagine if that does happen, what's going to happen with Coinbase? So that's just one of those things. But yeah, I think that's enough about crypto there. But I like it. I just don't like Coinbase.
All right, shout out to True Trading Group, guys, as always, bringing us the first segment of the show today. Check them out, QR code link at the bottom of the screen there. We thank True Trading Group for coming on board once again this week. Macy's getting a Kardashian bump here. A little one, anyways, 1.6% right now for Macy's. Not a lot of volume, but they're teaming up with Kylie Cosmetics. So heads up on M. There was also another note I wanted to mention. Oh, this Beyond Meat story is, I saw a few people talking about this early on this morning. Very, very strange. The chief operating officer of Beyond Meat getting arrested for biting someone's nose in front of Razorback Stadium last night. It's very strange. BYND not really doing too much this morning, guys.
Okay, somebody's going to say, you got to stay on brand, man. I thought you're not supposed to eat meat. What?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, definitely not plant-based nose there.
People go wild. People love their college sports, and wild things happen. So
I guess he bit the dude on Saturday and then was arrested yesterday. I don't.
Not to even.
Why are you biting somebody? What are you on, like bath salts or something?
They were in a parking lot. Well, this is what I read anyway. So in a parking lot, and somebody drove their car into like his front tire. The dude allegedly punched a windshield or something like that. There was an altercation.
The other guy did. Or the COO did.
The CEO apparently punched the windshield in. I'm like, that's impressive. You can even do that. What do you? Anyways, it doesn't even matter.
Like I said, if you're on bath salts.
Exactly, but it's a bizarre story. I don't really see how this does anything with the stock. And oddly enough, Beyond Meat's up when the market's down today, so it clearly has no bearing at this particular moment. But sometimes it's about where it's come from. We might as well talk about Beyond Meat because it's been in a just downward tailspin. So even with the strength that we saw late in the day yesterday, that didn't really translate at all to Beyond Meat. And if anything, it's probably just up right now because of how badly it got crushed, bouncing off like 17. Like this has gotten back to, when you've already broken out the earlier summer lows, broken down, not broken out, broken down through the earlier summer lows through 1850. And I'm not even going to bother going that far back in my chart. I mean, it's not worth it at this point. It's completely beaten down. There hasn't really been too much of a rally there. You doubled up and then gave it back. It took you from May to August to give a nice double up in the relief rally the market had, and then you gave that back essentially before the end of August. And now you're racing toward those lows. It's just, I believe in the long term. I think Nassim Taleb had a principle called the minority principle, where eventually, if something like this gets figured out in terms of cost, in terms of taste, in terms of health, to where you do have an alternative which meets all those criteria and it's close enough, then widespread adoption makes total sense. But they're just not there yet. And who knows, and nobody knows when you'll get to that point or whether they'll be the company that figures it out. So there's a point at which the thesis, it's just so cheap, it's worth the lottery roll. But this is an unreal downtrend that they're in. And it feels like the stock is headed towards single digits. Like it's hard not to feel about this, like on the way down, it's like, okay, well, even if you like the story, like I like the story of Virgin Galactic, it's like, well, even if you like it, good luck trying to predict where the bottom is going to be, because you can't really, it's hard to project exactly when it's going to be a more viable business. So I'm shocked that it's up to 1% that it is today, but that's probably just because it's so beaten down.
Yeah, or maybe they finally got rid of a COO that doesn't believe in non-meat products. I mean, I don't know where it's going. Look, I'm not even going to call up the chart. I don't have anything to say other than what Neil's already said. I mean, I've been talking about shorting Beyond Meat since $50. We even did a video on, or not 50. I think it was 35 or 40. We even did a video on it, and I was like, this doesn't make any sense. So now that it's down to 17, I think that's like a feather in the cap there. But I don't own any more Beyond Meat, and I don't think I want to purchase any. But I do like the fact that, and Neil's mentioned this before, obviously, is that, at some point alternative meat is going to become even more of a craze, that it is right now. And I think kind of right now it is, I don't want to say it's a fad because there's so many vegans out there, but I just think the burger situation really hasn't been figured out yet. There's a lot of different alternatives. And I mean, Beyond Meat, they still have decent sales, but apparently they're not making any money on what they're selling. So they got to get that figured out. They got to get their costs down. And honestly, until it's really widely accepted, I don't really see Beyond Meat stock as being something overly compelling. It might be primed for a buyout by like a bigger company. Like, I mean, it has to be a foods. Like, I mean, Tyson already has their own burger. I don't think like Pepsi or Coke is going to get into that kind of a food, into that kind of a product. But
Tyson's the one that makes sense. The guy apparently worked.
Well, there has to be a lot. Yeah, there has to be more companies out there that I just have no idea. But yeah, so I just feel like at this kind of valuation, maybe there is something there for an activist or something to step in. But for me right now, Beyond Meat is, no beef for me, I guess.
No nose beef. Some upgrades and downgrades for you this morning. A number of interesting names on this list once again today on this side of the board. We saw these make decent moves yesterday, the travel names, Norwegian and Carnival, getting a bump this morning to the upside. ADP on here, Adapt Health. Here's the two from the watch list, PayPal and Nike. downside this morning. Shopify made a big move yesterday as well. Morgan Stanley with a downgrade today on Shop, guys.
Yeah, there was, well, the strength that happened in CCL and in the cruise lines, like at that open when everything was sort of jumping to the upside, it was pretty strong, 1050 into 1111. But it's just got overhead resistance on her. So 1115, 1120 from last week, that's where the wick top was. I think, at least for CCL, because that's the one I do prefer to trade. Like until you look at something like this, it's just, as a day trader, until it actually breaks out from here and you have an 1150, even if it gets through that 1120 top from last week, it still has to get through 1150. You need to break this out on the daily chart for it to really get going. And until then, I think every time it approaches, it's probably worth a shot to fade it because like it's just pretty appealing. Like you short the top there, you get 15s down into 10s, and the day that down into 11s, and then the day that it really works, like yesterday, I mean, it comes all the way back in. So you can gamble and sort of guess at the long breaking out or something like that, but until we can break some of the resistance on this, it's just going to get pretty interesting. And I say that if it gets down to $10, I did try it 2 days in a row. This was the worst one because I took it at 9:30. Remember I always say, like, if you have a concept or an idea in the pre-market or off a level that you like, just take a little peek back at that same notion at about 10 o'clock after that crazy morning rush, because oftentimes, after things settle down, there'll be a much better structured trade, and it should have been 2 days in a row, the same long off of 10, now that I look back at it last week. So there's a reason I try to say that over and over again, because I still make that mistake of not going back to something that I might have had as an idea and a good price level. But I want to I'd be fading that every time we get to those tops, 11.25 to 11.50 on CCL until it finally breaks.
Was that was an upgrade on CCL? Or
they were on the upgrade side.
They were on. Yeah. I was just gonna say, did we just do the upgrades, downgrades? I missed that. But okay, CCL. So yeah, on the New York, that 11. The reason why I liked it because I was looking at that 1120 area there, and just thinking that hey, yesterday we sort of did resist. There's the 1 day chart. Hold on a second here. Here's the 20-minute chart. We sort of did. All right, come on. Just trying to get this to load up a little bit here. So yesterday is what I was looking at was down here, 1050. 1050's held the last couple of days. We were started below it. Obviously, we came from 9, so it's been a nice move up here in just a couple, I guess, 2 weeks, up to about 10% or a little bit more than that, 15% up to 11. But there's 1120. The problem is, that 1120, boom, you run into this area back. But that's a long time ago, man. Now we're talking about back in August, mid-August, when you get to this 1130 area. So I feel like you could break long here on CCL. So let's just wait to see. I think I like the long through 1120 there. Some of these names have to get going. I don't know who's going on cruises. I don't really know anymore, but people like cruises and they're popular. So I feel like Carnival here, and I don't want to talk too much macro-y about it because this is going to be a momentum play. It's had now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days upside. It looks like it's going to be up again today. So why not? Why not take out this $11 mark, right? And then head to 11.20. So yeah, maybe we do add CCL here to a little bit of our watch list up here at 11.20. 11 doesn't look so great as a breakout level. I'm sure it will be fine. It's just for me, the way I'm trying to plan some of these trades, it does need to get above some of these areas, right? So CCL up 1%. If you give this another 50 cents on this name, that's 11.30. That's up. That might be up too much. Anyway, let's just wait to see what happens at 11.20. But I do like CCL here.
Quick look at European markets at this point this morning. More negativity across the pond once again today. 0.4 for England, back to the downside after it was choppy yesterday as well. Germany 0.9, 1% then for France, Italy, better part of 1% there for Spain, Sweden, and the Swiss market back to the downside. 2.4, Turkey always seems to do its own thing once again today. Here's a look at the social sentiment board. A heck of a lot more green on this board than we saw yesterday, including this one. Huge move, rumble throughout the day. Down here in the pre-market, but trying to hold top end of the range from yesterday. We'll have a look at RUM. Coming up here, SPY back green once again as well. ABCT, MGAM to name a few. AMC back green. It was red yesterday as well. A ton of little ones up here. Even Ford green on this board today. Up in the corner there, despite the negative news. So maybe a buy the dip type of commentary on social media so far for Ford. Let's bring in Arun and get a check of the overall market here to kick things off for A busy Tuesday. I mean, it's, as we said, kind of a wait and see type of look here, Arun, as we head towards the Fed tomorrow. What are you expecting here today?
It gets messy. Yesterday was somewhat easier because the market was basing out around a level that you could work with, so you look for the long. But now that we've gone up as high as we've gone up, the closest level I've got up top is going to be 39.55 all the way up there. So we're ways away from that top end for potential shorts. It's too far away. Can we look for longs? Maybe. There's somewhat of a level here in the 85s. There's also 85 and 65. So depending on how this market wants to play around these 90s, there might be a play. If it sets up, then you can use 85. If the 85 breaks and it goes into the 70s and then sets up there, then you can use the 65. But again, the downside pressure is there. Let's just wait for this market to stabilize a little bit. It has not stabilized. It has not found enough to catch a bid just yet. Doesn't mean it won't, but it's one of those things where you need some more action. And given how the Fed's coming out tomorrow, it might take some time to get the amount of volume that you need to find that kind of stability. So you might be, waiting a little bit longer than you normally would be to get that kind of movement. It's kind of expected too, right? Day two, right before the Fed, people may want to slow down on their positions. Maybe towards the end of the day, towards that 4 o'clock close, you might get some activity as people are trying to clear their boards going into Fed. But for the time being, it does look like it's going to be somewhat quiet. We are looking for some stability for a potential long down here. If we can get it, longs are in play. If not, we're going to have to work the ranges. It's going to be 38.45 on the bottom, 39.55 up top. See if we can get near those, and at that point, maybe there's a trade there as well.
All right, great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Best of luck today. Again, all the action going to come tomorrow, guys. So might be a pick and choose your spots kind of a day coming up today. Let's get into that. Didn't work. Let's get into everything else you need to know heading towards the open here this morning. We'll kick things off with a look at the watch list and a number of, as we said, kind of negative stories this morning for stocks in general to the downside for the most part right across the entire watch list. Can I do that now, Lucas? Let's try. No, still not working. Grab the watch list, guys, if you haven't done so yet. We send it out every single morning before we come on at 8:30. Ford, top of that list today. On this note this morning, $1 billion expected in both inflationary costs and supply chain issues, as the guys were saying there. 40 to 45,000 vehicles in inventory sitting there awaiting parts they are needed to complete.
So look, this is. Thank you, Lucas. My mic was still muted. But look, this is similar to what we're talking about. GM gave a note like this last quarter, and it was maybe a little bit worse. So I don't know that this should be terribly surprising, but Ford has been breaking down since it broke 15 even, and this is a pretty interesting. It's a big level because 14 was big on the way down. 14 was big when it broke out from there. It's also the 50 period getting tested. Needless to say, we know how Ford trades in terms of how liquid it can end up being. We bottomed out at 14 pretty much in the aftermarket. That's going to be that's that line for me. It gets down to 14, and it's probably worth one defense in there. Like, remember Intel 30? It's it's hard not to be on the bid at 1301 and 1302. I mean, it's going to be hard not to look at 14 even and be on the bid at 1401. And it's not dissimilar to so that trade in Intel. But I do remember when it came in, my first thought was, well, if this breaks, it could break almost instantly, and you don't want to be holding on to it. So, yeah, it's down that 5%. I can see some reasons why, if we find some strength and find a rally today, that you say, okay, well, we've already pulled back enough in Ford temporarily, and it could actually hold this line, maybe try to close above the 50 period, get a little bit of a relief rally. Even if it still continues a downward trajectory and goes lower, you can still have a sideways day. But it's just, for me, it's just that 14 level. I don't really have anything I want to do with GM in particular. And the other EVA name I'm going to be looking at, Lucid and Rivian, for sure. Lucid, it broke that 16, well, it was 1590 was actually the support. It broke that 1590 for the short, came all the way back at the close, getting to 16 bucks. And then now we're right back below that same 16. So, if I think that this could possibly show given weakness to the rest of the EV space, then, Lucid beneath that 16 makes sense for me setting up as a short, because I kind of know if it reclaims that level, you can just get out. So I like that one off the open to try and go short on Lucid, but I would not try to hold it much past that 16 even. And Ford, well, I'll be on the bid at 1401. So that might be like the quickest 2-cent loser ever.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm kind of the same way with all of this stuff. I mean, I just feel like right now when you're talking about Ford and all these names that, you know, you're going to have to look at, is it going to go positive today? I mean, I don't think so. Down 1 billion higher than expected. Previous projections, they also see 40 to 45,000 vehicles on lots right now that they can't even get out because they have a lack of parts and whatnot. So yeah, I'm not super excited here about Ford. So I feel like you don't need to be either for the long. I mean, that $14, I don't even want to take the long down there at 14. So I think that there's going to obviously be something there as well when that hits. But for me, I want to be as patient as possible. I'm already offering right now Ford up at, let me just make sure, 1460 like I wrote down. So I think anything down here, up here would be pretty good for a short. And then let's just see what happens. I said 1480. I don't want to hold past that because if this is good news, then I don't know what I'm doing because that doesn't seem like it's a good news there. Inflationary costs, obviously not great. Wells Fargo talking about this could go into the next couple quarters as well. So I'm just going to hold off on going long on Ford, although I think what Neil was talking about there at 14 makes sense as well. That's a decent, where is it on the daily chart? You always got to sort of respect even dollar levels. You're also right back down here into the 50 period. I am a fan of Ford and have been buying it, just not recently. I haven't done anything with this stock in a while. That 16 high obviously would have been good and should have got out, or 17, I guess. But you know, that's hindsight. And here you are right back into 14 right here. So it wouldn't be surprising if 14 held for sure, but I just don't think so today. I mean, I feel like you will probably gravitate back to 14, but when and where, I'm not sure about that. I think for now, you got to let this thing settle down and let the smarter people figure out what this means for Ford. So I'm going to wait, short it if it pops up here today. Other than that, for me, Ford is a no-go on the long. What we haven't done yet is look at the imbalance locator, because I'm sure Ford is on it, and there it is. It is the biggest one on there. Obviously, IPOF is on there as well. There's Ford right there. Yeah, and then other than that, Pfizer, yeah, really, really light today. And I think we both think that could be the case on the volume, and that's exactly what I put on the sticky note this morning on the Twitter machine. Was that, yeah, I was sort of expecting there to be a little bit lighter volume here today. So let's expect that and then see where we go. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be one of those crazy days where it's going to be like a can't miss here on Ford for the long. I'd rather wait for that short.
All right, let's go to PayPal, trying to retake some key levels here back to the upside. In fact, over the past couple of days, we've seen this 92.5, 93 area for PayPal end up holding throughout the midday. Anyways, here, and here. We're back above it once again to 93. Susquehanna downgrading the stock to neutral from buy today, pointing to this Braintree, which is that new offering that combines credit card payments with traditional PayPal transactions on their platform, saying that too much of their revenue is now coming specifically from that and nowhere else, essentially. So PayPal on a bounce here.
Yeah, and look, the thing about it's weird, like the watch list today, and someone was asking like, what's up with that VRAX in the chat. I think it was Naomi in the chat asking what's up with that VRAX stock that's breaking out. It's on our free watch list, so it is on the bottom there. So always just check out the news. But there's an overall negative tinge to a lot of the names on our watch list. And yes, PayPal's down 2%, but the first thing I noticed when I pulled up the chart was double bottom 90, somewhat double bottom 91. I mean, wick bottoms. Really, if you really look at what's been happening the last couple of days, like you have these like low volume sort of tests down lower, but you're holding 92-ish today, so you've got some interesting support levels that have, for the most part, managed to hold up here. And whenever I see that, like my first thought is, okay, if we're going to start respecting levels like this on the way down, no matter how bad a stock is, if it doesn't break the low of the day, and it's under pressure, it's already gapped down. Well, if you don't take this level out from the last week, then what do we expect to happen here? So I don't know that, I don't know how much I love a short, unless it's like right off 93, it gets into that low, you got like 50 cents there, and then it needs to break the bottom. Or if you break this bottom, get through 92, you got $1 to 91, you got $1 into 90 even. So I think this is one where I want to sit PayPal out at the open, because if it breaks higher, it's like I could just see it floating up and people maybe covering some of those shorts. It's also been a little bit range bound in between this 90 to 100 level. It's kind of gone up and down a few days there, kind of missing a date in a few days. And we're still above the 50 period. So it's a relatively speaking strong chart for some of these names. And it needs to break. Like if this was breaking down 90 today on this news, then I'd be shorting it in front of 90. But instead, it's been holding that level every single time it dips down there. And I don't like fighting support. I like to see when I like to participate when support breaks as opposed to fighting it.
Yeah, no, yeah, PayPal. Yeah, so PayPal's on my sticky note, and I wrote the same thing. It's also on the watch list, and I think we've done a great watch list. It goes over to 30,000 people every single day, so make sure. 35,000 now, yeah. Make sure that you are 36, 37, 38, maybe 40 after today. But here's PayPal downgraded, price target lowered from 115 to 100. So look for it to break 92 and then possibly lower at 90. But again, it's like you have to have that sort of opinion on the market as well, right? Like, where is this market going today? That's still forward. Sorry, I have PayPal on my other screen. You know, I just. It's already resisted that 92 break already here today. It's already down 2%. This is part of the stuff that I'm talking about. Like maybe we're already down too far. Like that's already a 3% move to the downside. 92's right there. If you're gonna look at a 20 period chart, there's 92 trying to hold. Held yesterday. Well, I guess yesterday on the open there, 91. I have to double check to make sure that that's true. Let me just check on eSignal right there. That 91 print. Yeah, that did have. Oh, that was yesterday. That is the 16th. Okay. No. Yeah, actually we did. No, that's this morning. No, we didn't. So this little bottom wick didn't happen there. So I feel like 92 is still pretty good level to hold. But again, if you break it on downgrades and price target cuts and things like that, that makes sense to me. But really down here, 90 is what I'm looking at for PayPal. I'd actually rather have 92 break and then go long down here near 90. So that's something that I'm looking at for PayPal. I don't know if I'll take the 92 break. I feel like down $1 right now would be a lot. So I don't know. I'm sort of easing back on this PayPal short idea. I don't love it as much as I did before. I think I'd rather wait for the long back down here through 90. So I think I'm going to put my bid. Actually, I am going to put my bid right now at 90.
All right, Apple hanging out here near yesterday's highs, or where it ended the day. A big reason why we saw so much strength come into the market late in the day yesterday, get everything back to positive territory and then some, is this one. Apple right at 154, 155. There's nothing major on this today. They said they're going to increase App Store costs in Europe and throughout some of the Asian Pacific region going forward. But they do that pretty much every year, so not a huge story. But down 0.6 here, guys. Nice look after yesterday's move higher.
Yeah, yesterday's move higher and the relative strength in Apple, that's going to be the story. So I care, you know, obviously the story is going to be there. Okay, fine, they're going to raise prices, everyone's going to pay for it. But the story was Apple dragging the market with it. And you couldn't, I didn't listen to myself because I had 150, 150, and I said if that breaks, I should be thinking about longs and maybe giving up some of the short thesis, because that would be a strong bottom that Apple will put in, and it's likely to drag the market with it. And then I ended up still, you know, like half and half, like constantly long and short, pretty much until literally the end of the day, when we're finally only looking at the longs, you know, sort of in that last little bit of a breakout. But that's the level I'm going to like back in. If I see 150, 150. That's going to be the first support level. Sorry, that's going to be a support level. 150, 250 in the afternoon was good support before it broke out again. So I do like Apple on dips today. If we get an inside type of a day, then I kind of feel like Apple has a chance to hold some key levels. And you know, I'm not going to go too crazy with it. If it was strong yesterday and show me that sign, and that's what people wanted to do ahead of the Fed, then I would just go right back to that same well tomorrow. So I do favor Apple. I'm not really looking for any shorts. 155, I guess, psychologically could be resistance. But even then, 158 is a bigger level on Apple. So I'll be buying dips on Apple today.
Yeah, I'm going to look at something similar here with AMD. I mean, I know we're talking a little bit about Apple right now. Do we have chips on there? No. So I just think that this 75 level here for AMD, again, probably will be respected today. We'll just see if it is respected. That $75 mark, you're at 76 right now. A little bit of a move down would be nice there for AMD, and then we can go long. So here it is. We've sort of held back on 75. Look, we've broken lower. I mean, that is 74.90. I probably got stopped out on that break. Oh, no, it was at noon, so no. Yeah, anyways, so I look at this. I think if the market pulls down today, like I said, I don't see any major reasons for there to be like a huge sort of tank situation today where the market completely falls down. So let's just wait to see. I'd like to buy it. I'm already bidding just to make sure. Yeah, I'm bidding low 75s here, 75 teens. So if this does fall off the open, I want to be buying some AMD today against that 75. And then I don't know how much lower to let it go. Probably not too much. Like, if it breaks through 75, maybe 74, 70 or something like that as a possible out. I don't think we need to be sitting in this one for too long, but that's AMD. And for the big tech names, I'm going to be looking at that. And then also, just to make sure we have Boeing up next. Okay, Amazon is just another level that, you know, I'll continue to look at. I've been looking at that for a very long time. Obviously, as my charts might change, might not. Right there, it's still that 125 level for an area of concern for me. So we'll watch out for that one and then give it up to that 125.50 where we went to yesterday before stopping. So we're going to watch out for Amazon at that level, and we're going to watch out for AMD. So Amazon short, be patient. AMD long, be patient. That's what I'm looking at.
Let's look for Boeing here. We've been discussing over the past couple of months the importance of China when it comes to Boeing and the possible return to flights for the 737 MAX that has been grounded since multiple fatal crashes that happened in China. Here's the note this morning. They did meet, apparently, with Chinese regulators to discuss the new and improved version of the 737 MAX. There was no outcome from this, but remember last week, guys, we were sitting here talking about some sanctions that were applied to both RTX and Boeing executives from China. So now here a week later we are, and they're talking about flying once again, this 737 MAX. So back and forth we go.
Yeah, back and forth. Now check it. The little Aaliyah. You guys are like, who's Aaliyah? I get it. Nobody knows who that is. Great artist.
Some might.
Yeah, passed away.
Passed away.
So
passed away on a boat or something.
It was oddly, well, this is a weird segue because it was an overweighted plane. It was a plane crash, and they were overweight trying to take off in the Caribbean or something like that. And so it was anyways, that's a terrible joke because it's actually Boeing that we're talking about. But I liked Boeing when I sat down here. I was like, oh, if that's positive news. If the market gets up and 148 tries to break, I kind of like a 148 break. And we've been sliding away and just sort of grinding towards the downside here, unfortunately. It's a bit of I want to say it's a bit of a disappointment that we're not showing more strength, but the market's almost down a full percent. So it is relatively strong, and maybe that profit taking makes some sense to me. I'd look at 45, 44. If the market comes in and we're holding these levels and we do get an inside day, then maybe there's a bid off of there. Otherwise, I want the market strong before I look at a 148 breakout. But that is the level I like. When I pop the 15-minute up, I think there's room if it breaks it. You got 150, probably has some trouble getting to 53. I'm not sure you got that much juice going into the Fed. But the positive catalyst is good. Worth noting, as the market starts to come back in, that Tesla just broke down a little bit here. So yeah, Tesla's starting to come back beneath that 307 level. If we sniff 300 today, that'll be a bid hard not to be on. But Tesla was so strong. It's just that 310 top that's proving to be a formidable high there for Tesla. So it seems like it wants to reject it, which makes favor the dip buys. And then if we have a really strong day, everybody, that's going to be a crowded day trade. 310 break on Tesla is going to be a very crowded trade, but I'll be there.
Yeah, Peloton, Boeing. Okay, we can go. I mean, I haven't traded Boeing in a long time, so I'll probably just ease off of that one. But we talked about this yesterday. It's been on people's watch for a little while here. You still got to get above 150. Once you get above 150, I think that's a key enough level that you can start to go long and then look at 160. So for me, I'm going to stay away from Boeing. I mean, there's 152 as a bottom, but I mean, first you got to get to 150. We were almost there. 148.92. You got to watch out for 150. A quick check back in on the imbalances. Ford still a sell. There's IPOF right there, IPOD. So these are getting wound down. So we've talked about that a little bit already. Every single here, IPOF. Every single. I just got in and out there at 01. I mean, I didn't. I actually basically made a keystroke error there. But this every single. SPAC gets $10 valuation, so they're winding this one down. They don't have a buyer. They don't have a suitable company to take over whatever the value is here on IPOF. So right now, I think it's as of today. I guess it's going to just be returned to shareholders or the next couple of days for them at $10. So there's really, I mean, the risk here is to the short because if something's announced, but I don't. again, I don't know enough about it. It might be too late to announce a deal. So right now, 10:01, 10:02, it's probably just going to sit here all day. So that's what that is. Boeing is right there. And then I'll just throw it back to Brennan, and we can discuss Peloton quickly here before the open.
Yeah, about to go red is Peloton. Move to the downside here with the overall market. Worth noting as well, this is happening right now with crude oil. Big move down here, a decent sized move to the downside from 86 down to 84 and change in a straight line for oil. So just be aware of that. But yeah, Peloton back to the downside. I mean, this was known already, but the rowing machine is finally available to purchase, I guess, on Amazon. I mean, they got the Amazon bump going back to last week or the week before. Here we go with Peloton rowing machines.
Yeah, I want to feel good about this one. I want to be like I want to say, hey, it's got some room. Like it's already made a pretty significant bottom the last couple of weeks, and you got like this 950, which is holding up support. And I was all ready to say, yeah, you know, in front of $10, you hold $10, a good even level, positive news, it's green when the market's red, Peloton's going to go. And then it's just like Boeing, it's just kind of sliding to the downside with the rest of the market. If we trend down, this is not the stock that I want to buck the trend with. So, you know, I need to see us trading back above that 10, reestablish that level. Otherwise, it's going to be a sit it out for me. And if we see $11, I think that's probably going to be a short. There's a lot of questions about VRAX. So this, I think the float on VRAX is it's a 4 million share float, and Virax Biolabs there. They got a monkeypox test approved. Introducing a monkeypox test, and you're going to see it up like this 50% here. But if I can just quickly pop to the daily, maybe the 15 is going to do this a little bit better here. Yeah, the 15 will be a little bit better. If you look at where we're sitting right now, a couple weeks ago, you had a huge breakout, doubled up to $6. And then it broke down at about 380 and then found that as resistance the whole way. So it's having trouble chewing through that level. I think always zoom out, because if you're long this from early, you're going to see why. You'll check up here a little bit. So at the open, this is clearly the level it's got to be able to get through. Otherwise, you're going to get, I think, a decent pullback, maybe into this. The breakout price in the pre-market was about 325, 330. I think that's where the dip would be headed to. If you hold that level, there's a scalp back to the high. If you reject that level twice, then I think I'd be shorting off of this level at the open. But there's going to be a lot to look at. I did just get into Alibaba. I want to be long BABA in front of 87, the level from last night. That's one of the few names that I kind of like, just based on the price action and the way that it traded. When BABA has strength, I just like to be long. And that's a pure day trade, man. Like, this is not, I'm not saying, hey, Alibaba, invest in Alibaba or anything like that. I look at what happened. I talked myself out of the 87 long in the afternoon. And this is what it looks like if I just zoom my 3-minute out. Like, you had the 87 top. We held that high, broke out from there. So if we get back below 87, fine, fair enough. I'd give this one up. But when this starts to go, and it was very, very strong yesterday, a lot of times indicates that program buying has come into Alibaba. So, and sometimes it happens for 2 or 3 days in a row. I know where I'm wrong. I know I'm going to be out there. I'll probably get on the bid in front of 87 again.
Okay, so just quickly about Peloton here. You know, I don't, like, the thing is that all they're doing is adding another product. Like, I feel like the bike is a good product. Like, it's not about that. To me, it's about the fact that there's, you know, the world's open back up again, and people are going back to the gym. They prefer that sort of social gathering there. And if people don't, then maybe they already have a Peloton, right? And I just don't know if I had the bike, would I get the rowing machine? And I mean, I think that if you were hardcore enough, you probably would. And if you really like Peloton and you can roll over your subscription and things like that. So I do see, you know, a runway for this to be successful. But I mean, like, it's also a disaster waiting to happen. And what I mean by that is, like, what if it's not a product that sells for them? Then you're just going to give the bears more case to sell this thing and to short it, right? So for me, I feel like that's something right there on Peloton. So I would watch out for some of these bottoms. I don't know if this is a catalyst to buy it or not, but definitely going to be an interesting name looking forward. Brennan, I got something?
Yeah, market at day lows here, guys. Just going to mention quickly Rumble. A few people still mentioning Rumble starting to tick higher once again. So we didn't have a look at that one, but monster day, obviously, back to or up to 17 for Rumble, trying to hold 15.5 now.
Okay, because for a second there, I thought, did something actually just move the market? Because BABA was bouncing and looking nice, and then it just dropped like 40 cents on me, but it doesn't actually break that 87. Rumble, look, I think for Rum, this is going to be all about, still on the NASDAQ, Neil. This is going to be all about, can it take out that high? Because there's still overhead And my daily chart is not going to show it because obviously it just had the turn. But when Sean showed the daily chart, and you know what? If I can find it, he shared it with me. I don't know. I'll get it to you at some point. But 1850 on the daily is going to be resistance if it breaks out of those highs. First things first, can it hold at 15? That was a fantastic price about midday where it found some support. So yeah, Sean's got the daily chart there. So it rejected 16. Go to Sean's chart, please. Thanks guys. It rejected that 1650 initially, got above it, rejected it again. So we're below that key level on the daily. If we can get through it, obviously first things first, you have to get through it. I'm looking 15s on a dip. If we break that, there's 10% upside on Rumble. So it should be on our radars day two, but needs to chew through that high, and then there's room to run. I would just be covering if it got to 1850.
I'm just going to put this chart in our chat because
I have it open somewhere.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, if I put it in now, at least if it does come up again, both of us or Brendan or everybody can have that, although Brendan will have it on his system, I guess, anyways. Okay, so yeah, that's Rumble. Look, I like CFE. The funny thing is, I forgot that it changed over to Rumble, and then this morning I'm sitting there, I was reading the chat, and someone's like, I like Rum. I was like, a little early in the morning for that, but that makes sense. So now that makes sense. Why? Someone's like, I like Rum here, and I was like, okay. Yeah, that seems like a little interesting, and I know we had a little bit to drink last night. I only had the white wine, which I thought was really great. It's a Portuguese grape there. It was really, really fantastic. So
I forgot to ask about getting
shout out to that. I'll put a picture up. Liz took a picture of a few of us, so I'm going to get that up for you when I get that. That should be a lot of fun. But hey, man, we only do have now
4 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. A few minutes to go. Now that we're starting to head down lower, I don't know, man. Are we going to get this AMD fill done at 75? If we do get it, bring it. I want that fill down there near 75 on AMD. So I don't think there's much to be scared of, guys. If you get the fill and you don't like it, you can either punch out. I mean, don't take 75 flat, take something else. But if you do get that fill, I mean, you could be in for something, right? So that's not a horrible idea there to try that. And if it breaks back down below 75, you could simply just get out. So I don't feel like there's too much problems down there for 75. If 75 does break, we do have these bottoms down here, 74.70, 74.60. How many shares am I taking? Yeah, I'm taking a decent amount. I'll probably hold it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens at 75. I mean, you never want to get stopped out or anything like that, but that could be an interesting spot, especially if this market does come down. And then another bid area that I'm looking for right now, I'm going to check out the NASDAQ imbalances for you in a minute. Why not try out there as we're getting our green screen ready? So maybe another. I think the sanding is done, I think, for now.
Well, I haven't heard any of it.
But yeah, we haven't heard any for a while. But 240 there on Microsoft is another level for me to be concerned with here on a dip buy. And again, I apologize. We have a lot of these dark pool wicks, but 240's held. That 52-week bottom, let me just double check it for you on Microsoft, is 240.85. So the 52-week bottom was put in yesterday for Microsoft when we broke early. Anyways, the charts are going to be a mess, but 240 for Microsoft. I like it. I like Ford on the short side as well. If that can get up to that 1460, I don't think that's going to happen. I like PayPal long near 90, and then just quickly here to look. Yeah, so it doesn't. So there's Ford with the sell. So you're gonna, this stock is gonna get hit down here to the bottom once the market opens. So watch out for Ford. Other than that, I don't see any big NASDAQ names. I wish we would, but they got updated at 925, and I don't see anything. Mullen's always on there, so those of you that know about that, other than that, it's going to be a hard pass. We've already talked about what IPOF means. I'm getting back into this now. Neil's already in this name, and it's really just simple. You buy here and you hope to sell there. That's it.
Yeah, it's not right.
And if you have the fee structure to do that, and you want to tie up, a couple $100,000 or something,
that's the other issue, yeah.
then you might be wanting to make a penny if you can get it, right? And I don't know, again, if your broker will put you in the right lineups or whatever, so I don't know anything about that. That's probably not worth trading, but you will see that in and out, probably more on Neil's screen than mine, but I think we'll both probably have that. And that's what it is. So I'm going to wait for AMD here off the open. And just like that super chat from Playmaker yesterday and Great Guns and Roses, I think patience is going to be very, very important today in this market. You could see sort of a sideways day. We're down 1%, but what I mean is just back and forth through that 1%, maybe up 50, or sorry, back to 0.5%, down to 1.5. I don't know, but I just feel like we have something going on there. I sure hope it's Tony on the bell and I turn over and I see it. So that's a good one. We had a great time with Tony last night as well. You didn't stay too late there, did you, Tony? Good job, good job. So yeah, we're gonna get ready to rock and roll. I had to go home. My mother was watching the kids, so I was home about 9 o'clock, which was pretty early night. So pretty happy with the way it all turned out. But only 30 seconds ago, did you or did you not watch or get some sneaks on the Bills before you saw? Because I was talking to you at the bar. I was like, oh, the Bills.
Dude,
and I know you were waiting for it. But when it was 7-7 when I saw the score.
I had it taped. I was just laughing the whole way because I was down big in my fantasy matchup to go 2-0 on the week. And I have Allen and Diggs. So let's just say I call myself the Monday Night Football assassin because if I'm down on Monday night and my guys are playing, you're in a world of hurt. But Tony's on the bell in 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it.
And we just got the offer from Randy for a coffee, so I was pretty happy for that one. We'll see the coffees hopefully flowing through soon. So
Alibaba. So already, we'll do a bit of a backflip because the dip on Alibaba 87, I'm going to get right back on this bid. If it comes back to the downside, I'm going to want to rinse and repeat this on Baba. But it already jams from 87 all the way back up to this 88 at the open. Apple kind of coming to the downside, but it's also Tesla. So Apple, Tesla, two names that I definitely want to be buying dips on. Oh, no, Tesla not really falling anymore. I kind of thought this was coming down, maybe testing that 305, and we would look for a little something there. But we'll stick with Baba. That VRAX, that opened up immediately falling back in. So that test, 325, 330, that's what I want to be patiently waiting around for. And then Lucid was one of the names I liked from some relative weakness. It's holding beneath that 16 level. So I know where I'm wrong, and it's going to be slightly above that 16. I do want that short in Lucid. Ford, I guess I'd be filled at 01s or 02s if it had already gotten down there. I'm guessing Ford, for now, it's a little bit quiet. It's headed down there, but this is, if I lose more than 3 cents, then I've done something wrong in the trade.
Yeah.
If I even get the long.
Yeah, Ford's going to be a tough one, I feel like, here today. So we're going to watch out for that, of course. If it does come through, then great. If not, yeah, that's going to be Ford for you again here today. So let's just continue to watch out for that one. I'm still trying to be as patient as possible as the NASDAQ is sort of just bouncing around. I don't really want to take 76 here, so I'm going to pass on that. I'm going to go over and look at Amazon quickly. Wow, okay.
That was the fastest, 3 cent loss ever. I was long at 01.5, and then I was out before I could even blink an eye on Ford. That was quick.
Yeah, that was pretty quick, I guess. But yeah, I'm going to sort of try to
short.
What, the short? Did Ford just continue to print there?
Yeah,
I just don't know. Remember, there was that huge imbalance there. Damn it. We talked about that 14 shelf. Yeah, that should have been hit. That should have been.
Oh,
so Ford,
come on.
Yeah, Ford should have been the one trade that we had. It was a pretty easy one, to be honest with you.
I said the same thing with Intel. When it was Intel 30, it's like when you get the 01 long, sometimes it gets you away from the obvious short, and that's exactly what happened here again today. If it pops back up, I'll just short the pop, but there's no guarantee we're going to see that price again.
No, there is not. So yeah, we're gonna wait to see where it goes from here, but that is going to be Ford as it just continues to go down. I was surprised. We were talking a little bit about Amazon there. I was really surprised at Amazon. Amazon just fell down to 123 and change right there. I feel like that's I'm only looking short on Amazon, but I wonder if that's a decent bid right there, especially if I do feel like today is going to be one of those kind of days. So let's wait to see here what does happen with that. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking right now on Ford. But yeah, let's go over to, oh no, we're not ready for Brendan yet. That's Ford, and I'm going to be trying to hit that as we go. So right now, a nice little downside move. We're going to see what happens here for Amazon down near 123. I'm going to look at that trade.
So I did get some shares in at 95. I wanted more like 96, 97, 98, but we'll take whatever we're able to get there. Alibaba is now breaking out at 88. So there hasn't been a dip buy, but if it fails to break, I think I might step the dip buy up a little bit here. And if it holds a bid above that high, I then reestablish higher to buy those dips. Like I said, Ford heading to the downside. I just got Lucid for the first time to the short side of the trade. It's popping into that 16 area. So look, if this breaks out much past 16, I do not want to fight Lucid. You know what this can do when it runs, whether you like it or not. It doesn't matter what you believe in the stock. You can think fundamentally it has some troubles or whatever, but when it gets going, this can be a bit of a runner. So I'm in front of that 16. I'll give it maybe like 3 or 4 cents, maybe 5 tops above that price before I would get out of Dodge. Tesla, it never really dipped down to 305, so I can't say I regret missing out on this. But we're on a big charge to that 310 area. So that top that couldn't be broken, we're going to test it at 935, it looks like. Thank you very much,
Randy. Thank you a lot. Thank you for that, Randy, and thanks for all the work you're doing everywhere around here as well. So thanks to Randy. Big shout out to Randy, the man, the myth, the legend, still is around here. So thanks, Randy, for all that. Okay, Amazon does resist that. Look at this move to the upside right now. That was a good long down there at 123. We didn't do anything about it, though, so not so good yet for me on that one, but we're going to wait to see 123.06 there. Now that we have that move, maybe that AMD bottom is going to be good at 76, up to 76.56 right now, so that could be something. That PYPL, like I'm being patient, like 934, normally I'm in trades by now. That PayPal did resist that 92 break. But again, this is not one of those names that like I'm in love with right now. So I think we can try to hold off a little bit here on PayPal just to see where it goes. I don't want to do anything on that. If there's another name that's running right now, I'd love to look at it.
There's a small cap. There's a few small caps running. That remember BCAN from yesterday? That's running a little bit. Yeah, so that one, it got crushed. Now, I didn't want to look at the long because it was so incredibly weak, but Ford now coming back, and Ford just hit 1381, so that one's heading to the downside. But the real trade should have been slamming at because when it breaks the first time, that's when you're really going to be confident and want to put on a bigger position. And you go long and you end up getting burned, and I went long first, lost a couple of pennies, but it also made me miss that short that you could have had at 99s. I'm short here 95s. I'll definitely be trying to get out in front of 1350. I think Ford does find a bottom today. It makes some sense to me. It's already been beaten up enough. I think it's going to find a solid bottom. Lucid in front of that 16. We did get some in. I'm not sure. It hasn't broken the pre-market lows, even with Ford coming down here. So I probably want to see if I can get some out just to pay myself a little bit and then see if it works lower. The freight train that is Alibaba is showing no signs of slowing down. So as I said, might have to reestablish. If I'm dip buying, it probably is off of 88. You can pretty much kiss those 87s goodbye. But after missing the 87 long yesterday in the afternoon, there was no way I was going to miss that trade at the open. So that one's going to run. If it gets to 90, I'm out. The market's heading to the downside. At some point, Baba's going to I don't want to say it has to, but at some point, if the market continues to head down, I think Baba does follow it. But for now, I think it's on a freight train, a run to the upside, because the quote-unquote algos, or you know who, is buying it up.
Yeah, I'm going to. Okay, so not just to get into something, but I will take a small trade here on AMD. I mean, if it breaks too much below 76, I mean, that bottom was 75.90 right there. Like, I feel like this is okay as far as a risk to reward is concerned. I'll take another fill near that 76, and this is not, like, I know this is going against sort of what I thought, but I'm only going to hold it against that very bottom of 75.90. If it takes that out, then we can get away from this, no problem. So that's why I'm just putting the order in right now to do that, and then to take also another long as we do approach 76, and then give it, like I just said, that 10 cents or so on the downside there for AMD. So that's what I'm going to try to do. It looks like it's going to be strong. I mean, remember what I said about the market? I mean, I think we're all kind of saying this, like that it would just do this, and that's exactly what happened. Made a move down, took down the pre-market low, went to 11,900, then made that move back up and started to look again sort of at these pre-market highs right there, and now we're right in the middle again. So yeah, I'm going to stick with the same kind of theme here and just hope that we can be patient, wait for our stocks to break, and then try to find some good opportunities, as I'm still looking right now as we speak. So if you guys see anything, let me know there in the chat. But maybe Brendan has something. What's up?
A ton of weakness yesterday, guys, in COVID-related names, vaccine-specifically related names. Here's BNTX. You can have a look at Moderna as well. But nice move back higher here for BioNTech so far, off 126.
Yeah, I mean, Moderna was an absolute gong show a little bit. And I think that's when that stock's going, it's just... it'll move. It's up already $7 on that last little breakout. But as strong as it is today, it was even weaker yesterday. If it's going to try and break 135, I just feel like that's got to be faded. Even if it gets to that lower high, like that support at 133, I think there's going to be a little bit of a turn potentially, especially with the market looking weak here. So count me as a little bit skeptical, and by a little bit skeptical, I'm not seeing Moderna getting back to that 135, 137. So I'd want to see it reject that price. You're still falling downside on Ford here. Tesla's also coming back in. Shorting Tesla off 310, it probably made some sense, but Lucid short already, and then short over there on Ford as well. So jumping into Tesla when I think Tesla's relatively strong, so I'd rather be trying to be long Tesla if it gets off that 305 level. Until then, we'll stick with the two that happen to be working to that downside. BOVESPA pull back a little bit into 88. If it can hold there, I do like it, but I don't want us ignoring Apple. Apple's still holding flat. The market down 1%. It's down at 0.3%. So that dip by like 150, 150, it's nowhere close to that. Apple, once again, relatively strong. It's holding the lows. That's going to hold this market up a little bit.
All right, so we took a little bit of a shot here on AMD. As you guys know, we're long at 11. I was just offering 20s. It went to 18s. So let's see if AMD wants to go, if the market does rally back a little bit. I mean, this was not exactly, this is literally what was planned out for me here on this trade, was take the long right down there at 76. I told you that we were getting a little bit, frothy there by taking it at 76.23 or whatever it was, but we waited. Patience again comes into play there, so we will take that at 76 and now take out a quarter now out. About a quarter out of AMD. Hey, look, if it rips up to the high side, great. We'll be here and we'll have that. I was almost looking at a Neo short, but then it started to rip up and I got this long, so I didn't really want to do the Neo short. But 76 here on AMD, 76.40 or so, I think that's going to be a good level. So let's put an offer around there. If it rips up there, we'll take out another piece, 76.40 or so. If the market continues to fall down, we have our outs, and now the damage, I mean, it'll still be damage because we didn't get out of enough, as we still, like I said there, we still have just over a third of this trade, but I like it against that level, so let's see if it wants to hold it out. And I mean, a good call on Ford. I mean, I just wish I would have hit it, obviously once it broke. I mean, you have 95s there, but when it broke O's there, that should have been
you could have had 99s, 98s.
I mean, even the price, it would have been a big time shares. Like that's breaking 14. It's just, wish I would have believed it more. And wow, down to 13.74. Good trade.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, we love those breakouts and breakdowns. It's just when it goes the first time, that's, as a day trader, that's what you want.
All right, here we go.
It was good news it is good news on Boeing on our watch list, but it is coming down now, red on the session. So if it finds a bid here, I'd like it, but I'm not really seeing it. This market does want to come in. Even BAVA, which I just got the reload on, is going to threaten some support down here. If it gets below 87.50, I might have to give that long up and just start looking for only these shorts. I mean, the shorts right now, they are the jam. Lucid is heading to the downside continuously. The next target for me is going to be in front of that 1550. This could not break 1550 when I had it in the afternoon yesterday. So it actually bounced off that and got all the way back up to 16 even. So I'm expecting it to respect that level a heck of a lot. Tesla here, it's getting down into that 305 area. You're catching a little bit of a bid, but the market is churning to the downside. It's hard not to favor those shorts, which leads me to the name that I was short yesterday, NVIDIA. It's still inside on NVIDIA, so I'm not chasing this at the lows. I feel like if you short lows in that first half an hour, you get yourself into trouble. If you short off resistance, at least you know where you're going to be wrong. But I don't love this breakdown. I think if you catch any bid, I'd rather short in front of this top at 133 and be a little bit patient. Like you said, patience pays.
Yes, sir.
Brendo?
Little one moving here, guys. MEDS, not seeing any headlines on it. Decently low float, however. 3.1 million on the float for this one, up 35%, just took out highs.
All right, I was looking here to short Apple, to be honest with you. Apple was really strong yesterday. If the market does give back today, Apple probably falls as well. Obviously, Apple's only down 0.41, but if we can break down below this like 69.70 area, I like that for a short. I almost got short right there when it ripped up, but it missed me on that price. I'm at 15s right now for Apple, but just looking to see, hey, if we want to take out that 30, fine. But for right now, I think I want to be short Apple today, and maybe that's going to be the wrong call there, and I should have just shorted AMD. We got out of our AMD, by the way. It broke, so in there, out there for a third, and then dropped it out. So it will be a losing trade, but that's 75.75 there as the bottom for AMD. Again, one trade in. Nothing, my net is just what it is right now. So I need to put on something. Amazon did break back down below. Yesterday, Google was one of those names. I do want to look at Meta as well. Google down here to 101. That could be something again. But I'm just kind of waiting for something to go. Shorts are banking on Apple.
So PayPal's at 91. And look, I hate catching falling stocks. You saw what happened on Ford, right? Like, it was just as quickly as I was in that long, I was essentially out of it. Even Alibaba, I just got out of Alibaba. I took some back on the way down around 88 to get an average of 87.60, and then I'm out break even. So the breakout at 87 is all you really got, and now you're testing lower levels on a PayPal. 90 is going to be a better psychological if you're even trying to catch a bit of a dip here, but it just feels like it's the shorts. BABA, like I said, BABA back down in red. I forgot to mention BEKE and several other names owned by Tencent. They're going to possibly be divesting. That was a news story this morning. Should have shorted the pop in this. I think if we get back to 18, it's not a lot of volume, but if they start selling off, obviously they're a big holder, and that could be a lot of pressure for them. You need to be adding some shorts in here. This is obviously a weekday in the market. I just got some more lucid out to the downside, so that one's going to end up working. But it's all well and good. I just need to find some more shorts as we are headed now past that 1% mark. We reestablished 3,900 and 12,000 as resistance in the futures, and this is what it looks like when that happens. Moderna, which Brennan brought to our attention, that's already rejected 133. If it gets back to the top, I think it could be worth a shot shorting that one off that high. But for now, I want to be patient with Moderna. Patient trying to catch a pop to short NVIDIA as well, because when the chips go, you don't want to be in too early when you try to short them.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you guys are right, man. Maybe Apple is going to just to be, I'm going to cancel everything on Apple. Maybe Apple is a long, and not maybe, I mean, it is what it is, right? It's either going to be a long or a short. I know that sounds ridiculous to say that, but we're just still on the inside of this trade right now. I don't see much happening here. I wish I did, but for right now, I don't. So Apple just kind of chilling around here. AMD's chilling, and we're going to have to look on something else, man. Yeah, I know Gorno there. I know. Should have done that, man. I should have just done my Amazon trade, and I didn't do that. So, yeah, that's a mistake for me there. But let's go back over to Brendo.
I just saw a note, guys. Kathy Wood and ARK buying GM yesterday on EV hopes. There's also this one, PGY moving Pagaya, a little fintech down huge. They filed for up to 46 million Class A shares and an additional 674 million on a potential offering. So trying to get back to the upside, though. PGY still down huge today.
Okay, that explains why Pagaya was down there. I mean, a lot of times you look at the price action, you just sort of assume offering, but you shouldn't do that. You should always get the news out there. So thank you, Brennan, for that. That B-can from yesterday, which, look, it tried to go a couple of times, and then you can see faded off of that 20 level. It's trying to go again today. I'm zooming out so you can see in perspective that if it breaks this $8, which looks pretty juicy, just watch out for this 10 to about 10.5 area. I'd expect you see resistance. It couldn't get out of the bottom channel and failed it heavily. So watch out for that. It breaks 8 even. It's actually going into a potential halt at that 774. It can't seem to get, like, that's a halt band right here. We're at 75. So it looks like it could halt at 74 if it continues to grind higher. If it does, I'm not taking this halt long because look at the stock. I think if it needs to be breaking out at 8, going into the halt long at 74, when it hasn't broken that little bit of resistance it has, that's not a trade I like. If it was breaking out above 8, I think it would make sense. So it's now halted, indicating an 8 open on BCAN.
Wow, Softy's really taking off. I mean, some of these stocks are starting to take off. I mean, I was talking about this, man, taking off to the upside. Thanks for that, Greg Moore there on the chat for that Softy call out. Yeah, because you're starting to take out some levels here on Softy as well. It already made that bottom at 241, but here goes Microsoft trying to take out that 243. I mean, it's taking it out right now. Yesterday, we got some levels here, 244, 243. What is that? I mean, I hate these stupid wicks here. 243.30. Yeah, I mean, there is going to be some good opportunities, I feel like, here for Microsoft. So, yeah, okay, I don't mind that trade at all. We'll watch out for Softy here. 243 long, 243.20 long on Microsoft is one I'm going to push.
Yeah, I'm kind of kicking myself. Like, I should be still at least looking for BABA longs at this point. It's still relatively strong. It just went back green, but I got to go over to NVIDIA. If I believe in shorting some of these pops and that we're still going to be valid, then we're getting at least a little bit close. Whoops. We're getting at least a little bit close to that 133. And we always talk about, wait for the level to come to you. It's at that 132. It just looked like it was going to give us 133s. And then, of course, like the second I'm like, yeah, it's about to make that push. Here we go. Now it's going to make that push up. But if we break through that pre-market high like we established, then I don't want to be holding through that level. I don't want to be looking at this and saying, okay, let's fight it. Let's get too crazy. No, if it breaks that top, I'm going to be out of it. Peloton, it's trying to hold that $10 level even on that good news. It can't seem to do it. That's the only place I'd like that long. above that 10. If you can hold that, if it can hold that level, you can get me more bullish on the stock. But for now, it also looks weak, even with the market trying to come up here. I think NVIDIA could be the next thing I get in front of that 133 to the upside. Lucid has again, just like yesterday, it has bounced right off of this 1550 area. It cannot seem to get past that. That was the same thing we saw in yesterday's trade. I'll try shorting the pop to continue the trend to the downside, but for now, it's found some good support exactly where it did in yesterday's trade. And Ford at 1350, so that even level, there's not a huge bid at 1350. It's decent, but it's not that big by Ford standards. But if it holds this, then I'm going to respect it. I do think at some point Ford's going to catch a bid today, especially Van Cathy was buying in GM. I think Ford's going to get really interesting longs in front of that 13 if it gets down there. I mean, Ford down almost 10%. It just feels like it's going to find a bid. And I can't. Ford SSR feels like too much to me. So if we bounce off 1350, I am going to probably get out of this short. And then this doesn't mean I have to go long right away, but I'm going to get out of the short if we can't. If we don't break this right away at that 1350, I'm going to want to get out.
Yeah, I was hoping that this would go the other way for me, but Microsoft does fall back down off that 243. We tried to go long there. But again, like this market is just bouncing around here. Like I feel like this is going to be a long for Softy at some point. So, you know, there it goes. I mean, I'm not out of it all. I held a little bit of this, but let's just go to see here if we can get it back into the long side here for Microsoft. But yeah, I mean, maybe we just got to try to respect 242, 250. Yeah, I saw that Netflix is a monster again today, so definitely some missed opportunities there, obviously, in buying some Netflix up to the upside. But here goes. Maybe we can get Softy. I mean, we just got taken out there. We're holding a little bit. Maybe this name does want to go back up to the upside here, but still, I feel like that wick to the bottom of 50, we got to try to hold out for that. So let's just wait to see. The market is still low here now, so yeah, just a little frustrating here as we go, but let's wait to see. Ooh, PayPal, we just got that down low as well, down here near 90. So, oh man, some of these markets really starting to crack right now. What's up, Brendo?
There was a positive note from JP Morgan this morning on some of the LiDAR companies. Luminar is the one I was thinking about. Laser here, downside though. Tons of volume coming in though, even though we are moving back to the downside for Laser, guys.
Yeah,
so I'm going to be on the bid of PayPal at 90. I kind of said I would be there. I did just get out of Lucid, so we'll call that trade pretty much one and done. It was basically the same thing as yesterday, right? Like 16 broke, we took it, it got down to 1550, and I didn't get it all out. Like I actually held some and trailed out at 1570. This time, I'm going to get out in front of that support. Ford first shot, Ford broke through that 1350. And it's just not showing any signs of slowing. So it is down now that 10%. So it's SSR. Short sale restricted on Ford. I'm going to get it. If 13 comes on the bid, I know I was in the bid at 14 and it chewed right through it. I'm not sure the same thing happens at 13 even. So we get anywhere close to that, I will be out of the long and looking, out of the short and looking for a bit of a long. NVIDIA is holding up pretty nicely as the market continues to try to trend to that downside. It's trying to claw back up here. Now it's about to take shares in front of 132.50. And I'm saying to myself, I just talked about like being patient with it, like wait for that higher level. I'm gonna stick to that. Let's wait for that higher level. Go over something that might have been a missed opportunity on Coinbase, but I wanted to short off 70. So I was never gonna have this short because I wanted it between like that, at 69 to 70 area. You never really got any of that at the open, but it's starting to creep back up here. So there might be an opportunity to short it off one of these levels from right at the open, 68 into 69 as it tries to come back up. This NASDAQ going down, to me, that means crypto is going to be in trouble. Coin's already weak. So let's see if we can't get this on the way back up.
Like, why we just didn't wait? PayPal, we get the 90 and it goes. And meanwhile, I'm just like spinning through cash here on Microsoft. Like, I talked about Microsoft down upside $1 ago. I liked it, right? Like, I mean, it's just crazy. This is just absolutely tanking here down to the downside for Softy. So that's a little bit of a frustrating trade here as Microsoft continues its move back down in now. So I'm going to try to wait to see if it just takes out that bottom and then we'll be done. 240, 230, it's so funny because like we talked about wanting to wait and be as patient for some key levels, and then all of a sudden Microsoft just looked like it was going early. We took the risk, and then there it is. Now we get dropped down again on Microsoft as that just continues to bleed down to the downside on that one. So that's nasty. But I mean, look at PayPal. I mean, again, just wait for the right trades. Like we talked about PayPal at 90. It's like literally the second name on here. Wait for 90 floor on our sticky note, but we don't do that. Well, we did it on this one, but then we blew it up on Microsoft. So Microsoft down down here to 242. Maybe there is no bid. That bottom today is 241, so we got to wait for that. We tried to chase it here, just didn't work. It's now bouncing off VWAP a little bit, but not really. So 241, 242, that was the bouncing spot right there. Maybe that was the wick bottom for Softy. We still have a little bit on board, but yeah, not enough.
Here come the chips. So I think patience is the right game here because as the ES continues to head down, you are getting a bounce in the NASDAQ. Like on my 15-minute chart, we're looking at a bounce in the NASDAQ and not one in the ES. So you got to be patient, I think, with some of these tech names there. Coinbase as well, but here comes NVIDIA. I think I'm going to get that fill in front of the high. Coinbase is not off the high. It'll be off this 68.5 to 69 area that I'd be shorting into. So again, it probably has to track at least a buck higher from where it is before I'm going to get an entry. Tesla, yeah, like the EVs. I mean, I got out of Lucid, but Tesla's still holding those lows. It's managed to bounce off 305 pretty successfully, so I think that support can be in play for Tesla here. If we get an inside day, instead of waiting for 300, 305, which might be that level that we look for in Tesla. And Moderna, Moderna not really retesting that top. I thought if there was any chance it could have gotten to 135, that was an obvious sort of short. Unfortunately, it's not going to get to that price. BCAN did open up. And this is why I don't like taking that halt trade because it has overhead resistance at 8. It opens up, rejects 8, and comes back down. So if you took the halt trade, I mean, you could have grabbed 20 cents, I suppose, if you're already out of it. But I'd rather wait to see the next shoe to drop, which at this point seems like it's downside. Brendo?
I just saw some volume coming back into Nike here, guys, if you remember in the pre-market. Nike on the watch list this morning as well. Barclays with a downgrade on NKE. However, trying to bounce down here, down 4% for Nike.
Miss Netflix, man. Like Netflix.
Yeah, Netflix. When we talked about that, and we were just talking about, did that just go to 250? Yes, it did.
No, 40, yeah, 47.
Yeah, almost. But that's a key level, 250 there, so we're going to watch out for Netflix. Okay, so, all right, now, I mean, we've lost enough on Microsoft, but we'll still make a little bit back here, hopefully, as we did punch that long back at 30 after seeing that bottom wick, and it's just sometimes about just waiting for something to happen, right? And I mean, here we go. Now Microsoft starts to rip up to the upside. So yeah, we'll make back a little bit of what we lost. We never ever make back enough. So that's always my problem. But there goes PayPal up to 91.14. I mean, there we go, man. Yo, what's up, man? Hey, finally green in my paper trading. What's up to Slim? Build better consistency. Check out Target. Okay, we'll do that. Thanks for becoming a member, or you've been a member now for 3 months. So what's up to Slim there? Look at PayPal here. This is starting to go as well, back up to the upside. And again, just talked about waiting for your level, and there it is. So we'll take another piece out. I mean, this is right now, it's only 90.40 long. It's not, we didn't wait for that exact bottom of 90, but it did come in. So pretty proud of that trade there, as that's another one that we had, of course, on our sticky note. We will take out a piece, more pieces, hopefully, of Microsoft on the upside. We just got filled at 243, 240.90 there, and 98 or something. So hopefully there it is, another fill right there at 75 as it comes back down as well. So far so good here on the Microsoft train on the long, but it was bad early. So I'm not going to toot my horn on that one. Still okay though. Meta down to 146. I mean, again, look at this market. It opened up down 1% or so, and we're like, wow, this probably just trades inside here like this all day. And that's sort of what it wants to do right now. So Meta also down here near some bottoms. You got to be patient. Like if it comes back down to 145, maybe we buy it. But when your stocks are stuck in the middle like this, the best thing to do is what I'm trying to do now is get out of some of these names, especially if they are near their tops or bottoms of their range. So Microsoft back up here near 243, I think is worth getting another piece out. But yeah, let's buy dips, short rips, and I think that's the potion for today.
Yeah, and speaking of the potion, Nike got a downgrade. That's been one of the catalysts you see often on our watch list this morning. It did break down, didn't get to 100. Nike 100 is going to be pretty interesting, I think, for support. But it is bouncing and failing at about VWAP here on my 3-minute, 103.5 or so. That's beneath that pre-market low. So in the idea of shorting pops, I'm in NVIDIA. I'm still, Ford is trying to make a bit of a bouncer. I might slap a trail on Ford at 1350 and just say, if the bottom was 40s, then that might make some sense to me. But I'm looking for a little curl here on Nike in case it can head back into the downside. But this has got some decent support on it, probably at that psychologically at that 100 level. So you don't want to get trapped too much there at the bottoms. I know Sean's looking at Google. Dell, you're asking about Google. I haven't even looked at that today, but I did want to jump quickly over to Apple because I came in saying I wanted to buy the dip on Apple. Apple's not giving you a dip. The market's bouncing right now and trying to hold lows because Apple's at its high of the day in green. So if I'm going to find a way into this moving freight train, then it's going to have to be a little bit more aggressive than what I was probably thinking about when I sat down this morning. So it's going to have to be maybe this 154 where we broke, VWAP, buying dips in here, maybe some tighter stops to try and play this trend, because we're ways away from the support levels I liked on Apple. So I'm not really getting ideal entry points in Apple. As I said, I was patient with NVIDIA, at least attempted to be patient with NVIDIA. It's pulling back into VWAP as we speak. I did get some 1372. So as it gets to VWAP, if it tries to check up here, as the market's trying to hold, I'll take some out, look to that low of the day. If we get an inside day, rinse and repeat, and sort of take these trades along that inside if you can. Checking back over in on BCAN. So it did eventually give you that $8 break. I didn't take it. It looked to me like I was going to take the 8 break, and then it looked to me like it was about to go into a down halt. And when it gets down around $7, I don't like having a stop order more than 10% from where the stock is, because then you can go long into a potential halt, and I don't really love those. But it did break 8, got to 850. Now it's looking like it's pulling back. I think it might be respecting that halt price at this point. That was about 775, so that could be a nice little area of support if it wants to base, sort of make a base here and then try to run back into the upside. But I'm not going to force it over in BCAN when this market's moving, and I'm trying to short some of these pops here. See if we can continue. If we continue a downward trend, I want to be shorting these pops. I'm going to try getting in some of that Nike I talked about. Already 10 o'clock. Wow. Happening now with Brennan. It's already 10.
That's a big one.
Time flies. Yeah, guys, brought to you by scans.com, the all-in-one stock scanning news and alerts platform built for day traders. Effortlessly identify the best stocks to trade every single day. Check them out, QR code on screen. Yeah, all eyes now shifting to the Fed. We are back to the downside today. 2-day meeting for the Fed kicking off today. We'll get the interest rate, obviously, as we've said, in depth tomorrow afternoon. Here's a look at where we're at right now. 1.2 for the S&P, about the same for the Dow. All three, Russell 1, 2, and 3,000s, about the same, 1.2 to the downside. The NASDAQ 100 faring a little bit better so far this morning, just 0.86 in negative territory. Hey, guess what? 1.2 for the TSX here in Toronto as well. A few things of note. Yeah, Boeing on that potential positive Chinese news still getting sold off at the open there, trying to hold yesterday's levels right now back in positive territory. And yeah, no love, I guess. Peloton still rowing upstream. Guys, back over to you.
I know there was news with some of the casino operators because China was, I think it was, some of the restrictions are being lifted. I forget specifically what it was, but they're easing some restrictions. So up 5% on Win. This just broke out. So always look for those kernels of relative strength. I mean, I was trying to short some pops. I did just get Nike. I will be reloading NVIDIA in front of its pre-market high. Look, if it takes out 133.25, I'm out of that. But look at the daily chart on Win if it gets through this high at 70. That looks a little bit juicy. We talk about breaking down on Ford at 14 and how that should have, like the first time through, just short it the first time through. But that 70 level looks just as juicy on Win. It's trending into it now, so I think you can try to, in market weakness, I'd rather buy dips in a trending stock up than taking breakouts. So as much as that 70 looks juicy, it probably looks a heck of a lot better buying a dip in front of VWAP and then seeing if it can hold that trend. Like, let the price come to you. If this market does want to try to head back into that downside. Got Nike in that 103 in front of VWAP. Tried to get a little more shares here at VWAP on my 3-minute, but didn't quite pop up high enough. Definitely want to be taking some out as it gets back to those lows. I don't need anything making a double bottom on you to that short side, and all of a sudden you're not paying yourself. So Nike short, still in Ford. Got out of Lucid. I think that was probably the right call.
Holy shit.
Didn't get back into it, though, and maybe should have a little more aggressively when it got to 1575, but it's catching a little bit of a bid here. What's that?
No, it's not my day right now. Like I had that, oh my God. Like I had a shit ton of shares on Microsoft there. And then it just broke like 242. And then the same minute ripped up 50 more cents. So it's like, oh man, that was frustrating right there for Microsoft. Maybe, oh come on, maybe we'll leave it alone now. That's ridiculous. I could have made everything back there, and instead we add a little more red to that trade. Oh man, that sucks, Microsoft. We still have a piece on, but again, like it runs that 242, and we get out, and we just went long at 15. So, well, you can see the price I have right now, 16. Sorry. So, oh, that sucks. We would have been really big if that had gone. If we were still able to to hold it, which we did not. So Microsoft, a nice little move to the downside, and then blew right back up there. Because it's breaking all the levels, I just didn't want to hold it too much lower than where I was because of the share size I had and so on and so forth. But there it is right there. Oh, that sucks. Breaking out of that level there from 242. I did want to look at Meta though, so maybe we'll forget about Microsoft. Meta today taking out this 147. Like, this looks like a good trade at least. I mean, is there going to be some more upside? You do have some decent bottoms here of 146 and change. So I think that Meta could be worth it. Oh man, that Microsoft is really a pain in the butt because there it goes. That's PayPal. That's still working out. PayPal's 80 cents in the money. Microsoft right now, though, wow. Now 30 cents in the money, but that was bad as it did take out those levels, and unfortunately, I got stopped out. So we'll just offer some out, take a 32 there. If it goes back up to the upside, great. We'll have a great long, and then I can bitch about this the rest of the day because that was definitely a missed opportunity there on Microsoft. Damn it. Okay, we'll just try to regroup from it. But right now, PayPal is still trying to go back up to the upside, but it's kind of shelving out here as well at 91.30. So time to start taking some of these out. And maybe we just look long. But, like, look at this stupid market. Like, I'm just going to keep saying this over and over again. It's not doing anything. No. So you got to wait for some of those advantages to take advantage of this market. But right now, not seeing too many fills coming through my way. So unfortunately, that did. I mean, at least here goes Microsoft back down. So I don't feel as bad anymore. But that was a nice capitulation back move up to the upside. Let's see if we have a blowout bottom again here on Softy.
And watch out for another strong EV name out there, XPeng, making a test of $16 to the upside, up 2%. Thank you guys in the chat for shouting that one out there. I just got a reload on NVIDIA on the way back up. So it's doing that thing where it's challenging the high. If we get through, it's 13.25. I am not fighting NVIDIA as strong as it's starting to look. But 16 breakout happening on XPeng. This is a pretty juicy level. I want to make sure you guys see this first. It's a pretty juicy level if it can get through it and truth some of this chop. Room to that 1670. There was news on it this morning. I don't know is that where you're going to go to, Brendan?
One of those, Randy's here. He's planning some woodworking for today, so hey, Randy. One of those little low float IPOs, recent additions starting to go here today. Just broke $2 for this Yosh on a big volume spike, guys.
We talked about that, and then we obviously had to talk about Mario Kart shortly after that one, but Yosh trying to break out as well. Yeah, that Netflix really did kind of fail up there, actually. Netflix went up to that 247, I think it was. Yeah, Neil said 247, and then it just came right back in. So Netflix is another name to maybe watch out here for a dip buy right now, as it's just came in. It bounced pretty nicely there off of that 242.50 area. So right into there, good surprise there that it held that. So that's, good trade. If we can come back in maybe, 240, just got to be patient with that to give that level one more time. So I'm going to try to buy some 243 flats and then hold this down for 242.50, but we might have missed that opportunity. Oh, that was a great pullback to get back in there. So yeah, just be careful with that one. It looks like it is trying to pull back to the upside to test that 247. So I still want to do Meta long, but I'm also looking at Netflix. If we come back to 243 flat there, I like that trade.
So now that I've missed out on any dip buy that existed on Apple, so NVIDIA got through. I didn't fight NVIDIA, I didn't reverse it, but I got it at 133.25. So we'll do that one for NVIDIA. It did work initially, maybe shouldn't have reloaded it, but I did. Nike as well, if it takes out 103.5, I'll get out of that. But I obviously missed every single dip buy on Apple, but now it's breaking out that 155, or at least attempting to. And I'll definitely take, I'm already into it here at the evens, and there's room to run to the upside. I want to make sure we're giving this some room to go here because Apple is leading the way. Tesla, which I would have expected with Apple testing that, Apple testing the highs, NVIDIA breaking out. I kind of thought Tesla, XPeng was going as well. We'd be closer to that 310 area. So there is some resistance on this in Tesla, and it's having some trouble up at these tops. It might lead me to at least thinking about shorting that 10 level. But I do like the break, obviously, if it does get there. Brendo.
This note actually doesn't, now that I read it carefully, actually specifically mention XPeng, but the entire Chinese EV market noted in this review today from China's National Development Reform Commission, saying in their September briefing that they're going to seriously implement new energy vehicle industry development going forward. So could explain some strength in some of these so far today, guys. But really, it's just XPeng. NIO actually down still.
Yeah, because I was sort of noting that. So I thought it was specific more to XPeng showing that strength. Because, NEO's still, it just bounced off a 20, but it's really lagging the rest of them here. And so speaking of going back to XPeng, it's really starting to break out from that 16. I got to get back to Alibaba in a second, but first things first. Participating in this, there's also a 16 quarter, which could be a bit of a level. But I want to be in this one to the long side above 15. Alibaba, I let this one get away from me. I should have just stuck with the long, should have just held on to it. But when the market started heading downside, I did that thing where I'm like, yeah, even a market falling is going to bring Alibaba back, right? So now you're going to see Alibaba breaking out again. When the strength comes into Baba and when the buying is in Baba, you just go with it because it's that program buying that is sometimes relentless. I'll be back on the bid in front of that 88 level that we liked before. Just have to jump over to it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If the market wants to continue rallying, never mind. I kind of thought Moderna would be a little bit closer to 135. It's not. So maybe a nothing burger there. I think if Moderna gets to 135, it can be faded up there. That would be too far. And then Peloton, which had the rowing news, well, it's back above 10, but that's about all you can say about this stock right now. Still beneath those. It's not really breaking out. I thought this would be a breakout candidate, but it can hold 10, but it can't seem to break away from it. If Netflix gets to 250, I think that's going to be a short. But first things first, it actually has to get to that 250 level. For now, that trend is pretty strong. If the market's making a bottom, then I like Netflix sort of the same way I like Baba. When it gets going, I tried it on the way back to the downside yesterday, but this is a much stronger looking chart. And I look at this like 43 to 44 is your new base of support there on Netflix. So I want some Apple longs, which I already have, and then look for some Netflix as well. Still looking for some short opportunities out there, but now that NVIDIA is gone, I don't want to be fighting that stock too hard. And Moderna is a little bit away from the levels I would like.
Yeah, we're going to, hit a little bit of a money sign here because finally Meta, we just switched up from trying to buy Microsoft over and over and over again to going over into Meta. So Meta takes that 147. We talked about that break. And then we got some out there. Our best out is 49, I believe. Now it's starting to fade out a little bit, but that's okay. We're going to be here for a little bit of time, hopefully, as Meta. I'm just going to try to hold it back here. I think that's a good risk to reward. We're already sort of taking that profit, so 146.75 or so. For Meta. I would love to see this name start to run, though. Not like our friend Microsoft. That continues to be look at this name. That continues to be a problem. So I don't, I don't want to sit here and lose everything on it. We've taken it out. Like we went long there and got out right here. But look at how much this is tanking down in. Meanwhile, is there much? It feels like there's news or something on Microsoft. Like what a surprise that this is the name that I'm in, and it's doing like the complete opposite here. Look at Meta. That's continuing to go to the upside. So we have a decent win here on Meta. I'm just going to keep getting some out. Like there's another 60 out for us as Meta just continues to go to the upside. But look what Microsoft is doing, man. All the way to the downside now. So Microsoft moving one way.
Apple's pulling back too.
Yeah, but Meta moving the other way. So there's record low for Beyond Meat, by the way, now down that 2.4%. So in a name that I've been touting short forever, Beyond Meat right now at all-time lows. So at least that's something we can hang our hat on. Wow, Microsoft, what a disaster today.
Yeah,
right back down to 241 here. Wow.
I might not wait around for Moderna too much. As the market starts to pull back in here, like Apple's pulling away from that 155, so we got that 50 pennies against us. And Moderna, I'm looking for something on the curl. I do like Moderna off these highs. I prefer it at 135, but if 133 has to be it, then I'll sort of work this. I already saw it reject the lower high as well. That's another reason I wanted to get into it. I still feel like XPeng can be a long, and same thing with Win. So if they can pull back, like 16s on XPeng, on the casino names have been strong. I know CCL's making moves as well, but Win in front of 69. I stepped up instead of in front of 68 there. So I'm going to look for Win if we can catch that on a bit of a dip. And then I was just sort of saying Carnival Cruise Lines, it's got that overhead resistance. I think every time it breaks 11, it does seem to fail. 1125, 1130. This is it on the daily chart. But this is a nice consolidation into that level. I think it's a short in front of these levels until it actually breaks. Although 11 has not a lot of size on it. I don't know if I'd short 11. I think 1120 makes a little bit more sense there. But yeah, Apple starting to come back in. All that strength that Apple had, dragging back to the downside and failing that 155 break. If it can't hold that 54, you're going to have to get out, but looking for some shorts as the market tries to come back in. Brendo?
This Bluebird Bio on a big bounce today was crushed yesterday on some negative data they released back above this 620, which was a bit of a resistance point yesterday. But Blue trying to make a move back higher.
Boy, Blue.
All right, today's ex-dividend for Microsoft, so thanks to Brendan for that one. But again, like I've seen that many times. I'm surprised. It's just the market is down 1% and Microsoft's only down 1.3. It's way more aggressive. That's all. Like it is just taking out levels. So I just bought here ahead of 241, and you know, this is part of that patience game that I'm trying to have right now that doesn't seem to be working out too well. You know, we did get pretty patient with Meta. That was a good trade, man, right up here into day's high. So that's where we got out. So I don't really have any issues with that. We only have a third left on our Meta trade. So, you know, so far so good. If this one wants to, like I said, come back into here, then we'll look at that. But Meta today strong as opposed to the market's weakness. So this is going to be a name that if the market continues to fall back down, Meta would be the name probably to buy rather than a Microsoft. I'm going to try Microsoft one more time at 241. I know it's ridiculous to do that, but I'm going to try it. And I'm also going to try Meta, put some more shares on as we come back to 147. So I'm going to put a bid down here for Meta around this 147 really flat area. And then, you know, look to see if I can pick up some weakness and then use some of these levels here to get out 146.70 or so to get out on Meta.
So Ford is bouncing pretty heavily here. Just bounced off 1335 or so, all the way back up to 60s. I'm sort of sitting here. I had a bit of 20s, which is probably no good. Let's get that one out of the way. If it does make a curl here, reclaiming that 50 area, I kept thinking Ford was going to catch a bid and then never really got out and look for that reverse. I thought it would be a little bit closer to that 13 even. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. You know what? I should be in front of 50s. I just think you're going to catch a bit on Ford. Moderna did make that rollover. Whoops. Moderna did make that rollover just now. Come on, load up. I know I was a little quick on the trigger. Got up to that 133, took some out when it reclaimed 132. I want to hold for 130s, play inside the channel. It's a strong name. I do want to respect that, but as the market came back in, I had to look for something that gave me a short setup and an entry point as I'm sitting here sort of long in Apple, wanting it to hold that 154. If that goes, I do have to give that up. I do have to look back over at NVIDIA because it's reestablished below 133. So wick top, I was short NVIDIA, got some out of for 132, got wicked out. Now you're respecting that 133 again. That does mean I want to jump back into NVIDIA. And it's not to say that this happened to me yesterday, actually, like where I was short NVIDIA, took the stop out, it reestablished it, the short worked again, and I even think I made a second wick top later on in the day. And then when it was a wick top, I jumped back in again. So if the market wants to finally trend in a direction, the benefit of doing that is I should still be in if it wants to hold one of these levels to the downside. However, I'm going to adhere to these stops every single time. So I'm back into NVIDIA there, going to get that short in. Apple looks like it's going to be a bit of a fail. Lucid, which was kind of that easy money short off the open, it's just no bounce in this thing. I keep wanting this to bounce higher so that I can get a short. I'm being a little bit too patient with it because it's just riding these lows. I'm not sure we're going to see 16s again, so it might have to be 15.75 or so for Lucid if I'm going to get back to this party.
Yeah, okay, good. I was just going to say we did do that. We'll spin the money here. I know it gets everyone excited there when this happens, but Meta, at least, we talked about buying the dip. So there it is again at 147.20. Just took a piece out at 48. Holding out, man. Holding out for a move upside now. See if this market wants to go. We did average into Microsoft as finally that name's starting to go. Maybe they're catch a bid somewhere on this name, which would be nice. We do have a decent position, not a huge one, not like we had earlier when it was dropping on us. But right now that it's rising back up, we did take a little bid there on Microsoft as well. So tried to wait, tried to be patient. So now we have that Microsoft bid down here at 30. Let's see if we can get back into the 80s at least for a nice little move back to the upside. Now, whether or not that happens or not, the futures right now ticking around its 50-period moving average, trying to get going here. And again, it's the same story, and I feel like a broken record, and no surprise on that one because it's doing the same shit. If it comes back down to 11,900, I think you buy. Otherwise, you sell when it rips. And then if you feel one way or the other about this market, I think you could just easily get out and then wait for those big levels to hit. it, right? You're either going to hit that 11,900 and break it, or maybe we do try to test 12,000 again. Like, that's possible. Here we go. Now the runs are starting to happen for me. Nice move up for Meta, now back into the 60s. So I say thank you for that one and put an offer out here at 58 before it turns around. But we're there at 58 anyways. Hopefully Meta can get back up to the upside right now. Go, Meta. Let's go. Give me that 58 if we can get it. PayPal's $1 now in the money. We've already taken a piece out on that one. So I'm here for the long. It's just right now it's not here for me. Give me that 58. There it is. Thank you so much for that. So a nice little upside move for Meta. We're still going to get some out if it takes out near this 80 on Meta. So that's going to be a level for me. Let's see if Microsoft continues to make a move to the upside. Not really too many offers. I have one at 90, but I'm thinking now let's just take another piece out. There it is, 64, 65, and then we'll wait for a little bit of a higher bid on that one. But Meta 80 is where I want to try to get out.
Yeah, a couple of things here. One, I got the reload in and Moderna there in front of that 133. It is testing that high right now. Win is making a bit of a power move. Don't forget 70 even on Win. I want that 70 even breakout on Win. But Moderna, if it chews through this current high, which is just above 133.40, then I want to get out and look for that 135 level. But Win, this is now still screaming. I was on the bid in front of 69 and missed it by about 10 cents. Ooh. So it'll happen to you. But Win has a 5 to 6 cent spread. So it probably got down there and there was no realistic chance to be filled because of that spread. But 70, a little bit of resistance on Win over there. Moderna is still holding that high, at least a little bit there. So always want to give that some room, because when I talk about spreads, Moderna anywhere from a 15 to 20, sometimes 20 to 30 cent spread. So it did try to take the high, rejected that 50 cents higher, and I'm now back into this one in front of that 133, just like Nvidia, right about that 133 as well. So not to confuse those two, but they're exactly at the same price. I just noticed that. Tesla's now falling back to the downside. On the lows, Tesla, man, this is going to drag this market to the downside here. And as I say that, right on the lows of Tesla, and I just got XPeng on the long. Now remember, XPeng, Brendan brought you that news for some of the Chinese EV names. For some reason, NIO not really participating, but XPeng holding above that 16, at least for now. Nice little breakout for XPeng, but if it gets back below about 15.85, I want no part of this long. But I'm right now buying it in front of 16. I'll give it 15 pennies if it wants to be the runner of the day. As we go to Brendan with a small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, and even pivot points. Check them out today. Chart Prime, guys, add them to your trading strategy. A number of small caps in play today. Here's the first one I was looking at. BCAN. This thing was absolutely wild yesterday. Teeny tiny little float. Huge move off the open back into this range from yesterday. So pre-market high was 8, then 850 comes into play a number of times yesterday. Immediately fails, gets back below 8. So obviously, if you're starting something down here, this thing was very weak in the pre-market. Starting something down here, you got to be prepared for this to be tested in the pre-market. Just couldn't hold it any higher, but did give you a move then from 8 back to 650 right now, trying to bounce. Any bounce worth a revisit on BCAN. VRAX, go to a daily chart, 375, the last line in the sand for this one before there's a huge move to the upside. So consolidating, not really doing anything for VRAX right now near day highs. RUM, we talked about very briefly in the pre-market. I missed this, but wish I had seen it. 16 held off the open there, goes straight through to 14.5, guys, for Rumble. Back over to you.
Rumble, young man, rumble.
Yes, sir. Market trying to rumble a little bit. It tried to get going there.
It's making some moves, man. But it's, it's like we said. Every time we bounce, I got to show you. I'm going to go to Nvidia in a second, but every time it bounces, this is the range in the market. Respect it. It's about 50 points on the NASDAQ, not 11.9 to 11.95. Like, that's your opening range. The ES is at the bottom of the range, which is, I think, holding some of these up. And I just got some out. Apple came right back up to test 155. I got a piece out. If it holds 154, I might just go inside there. But I think it's tightening some of these ranges up is what I got to be able to do here. Every single time NVIDIA gets to VWAP, I should at least be respecting it because it seems to want to hold up. And as I say, NVIDIA trying to hold VWAP, worth noting over here, if this will load up for a quick second, Intel, come on. Intel challenging that 29. I shouldn't say. It broke 29 in the morning. and then is trying to break that to the low again. And I'm sitting here watching Intel relatively weak. Well, NVIDIA is near the top end of the range, and I just don't wonder if I'm shorting the wrong one of these chip names, right? Like NVIDIA wanting to try to test the highs. This is what I'm looking at on my other chart, holding around those highs, still red on the day, whereas you're on those lows with Intel. So, you know, it might get stopped out of NVIDIA if it breaks that top, and then wonder why I'm not just going Intel, which will probably lead me to shorting that stock instead. So relative weakness in Intel. I'm noticing it a little bit late here, but it's better to notice it at all, I should say. And then Ford, I said I would slap a trailing stop on the last of my shares. I'm going to be mad at myself for this one because I was looking for that out and looking for a long. It felt like it was going to challenge 13 even, but now only 8% to the downside on Ford. It looks like it is catching that bid that we not feared, but thought that it could do.
Yeah, sure. Feared is a good word.
No, not
yeah. All right, so we'll ring the register one more time here as, yeah, man, I mean, it's just so silly. Like, I'm going to be down a lot of money on Microsoft, and I didn't even have it on the sticky note or anything, and yet I go over there and trade it. So that was a little stupid for me because we're positive on everything. Like, PayPal's been an absolute monster. Look where PayPal is right now. Like, this is a one-hit killer. What's up, Justin, my man? Yeah, we had a lot of fun last night for sure. A 90.40 on the bottom there. A nice rip up to 91.70 there on the top side. We just took another piece out at 91.40, but there it is right there. Like, you know, right on this, like I'm saying, like if I just stick with what my stupid notes are saying, I think we would do pretty good, including that short on Amazon, this long on PayPal. And then we don't have Meta on the board, but we know we like that name. That's a great, like it just spiked right up there. I actually opened up the 20 period to see this. We ran right into, because I was like, okay, if Meta, you know, keeps going up, I want to be long for sure. But look where it is right now, 148.20. So some resistance there. So I was like, yeah, you know what? We'll take a piece out on Meta right there at that 148.20 level. So that's what we did there. And now we just wait to see where Meta goes, hopefully to the upside. If you guys get the like button, that'd be fantastic as well right now, as we're sort of just cruising around for you here a little bit, trying to find the best opportunities. You know, we definitely keyed off on Microsoft there. Nice little move back up as we averaged in, but here it comes right back down. This name is weak today, so we know that. So just be careful with any longs if you are favoring Microsoft. I'd wait for a pullback into 241. And then the missed trade. Well, I mean, there's always missed trades, but Netflix, I feel like when it pulled back into some of that support, and I talked about that 240, 250, I feel like that was a buying zone right there on Netflix as well.
So speaking about buying zones, watch for some bounces happening in the market right now. It's like every time we get to the low, we're going to bounce off of it. Win is approaching 70 even. This is a break that I do not want to miss. Its relative strength is through the roof. I took some Moderna out because you got to be able to trim some of your shorts. But look at up 6%. We got the positive news out of some of the out of China for some of these gaming companies, and I said I'd wait around for Coinbase. So I'm going to get the 70 break when it happens, but I said I'd wait around for Coinbase to retrace back up to 69. Well, it's getting there. So had to hold off on this because I didn't want to chase this one. I only wanted to be short Coinbase today, but I didn't want to chase it. If we take out this 69, I think it's worth revisiting that 70 area as well. So it's looking at a couple of levels here. I might even just say, forget it. I'll go every 50 cents on this now that I think about it because the market is bouncing up, and I do feel like I'm about to get a few longs in this, breaking out some of these highs. So XPeng, we just grabbed that long in front of 16 even. Again, that's another one. File this in that category of XPeng, Win. These are all relatively strong names here. Bouncing off 16, I'm going to try to ring the register on the way to 16.25. I think that's going to be a bit of resistance. And then from there, 16.50s. XPeng, like some of these Chinese names, very strong today. Brendo?
Guys, back to the upside today. MGAM and MGAM, Mobile Global Esports, 25% here. This was 2 days ago. We get a move to 3, and then yesterday kind of chopped around this area. But big volume alert there for MGAM.
MGAM, okay.
That's a mouthful, that stock.
Yeah, that's a decent stock right there to trade. Some of our stocks starting to go back to the north side as finally, man, Microsoft breaks back large there through 242. So, but look where we are, man. We're right back. I got to put an offer out here as I look to see where we are. I'm at 03 there. Give me that. If I'm probably not going to get 03s. That's a shame. Or did I get them? No, I did not. We're going to sit there for 03 though, in case that does come back up to the upside. So that's going to be Microsoft. I'm going to just, you know what? Let's just get out right now. There it is. Of course, we get out 96, or maybe I did 98. What was that? Yeah, 96, and then it rips up another 10 cents, but that's okay. Out for Microsoft, so that was a good little one there. Be patient again. You know, try to just to wait for levels that have already showed its face. This is why I'm just so upset again today, because you get caught up in the moment when you're trading, and it's like, why am I buying Microsoft at these levels? I mean, I see that there was a bottom of 242 there, but honestly, like 242, 243, like there's nothing here, and I'm buying it thinking that there's going to be a breakout. If you just stay patient with your trades, I think you can win. And there it is, 148.20 came again, and this time it stopped. So just like we said, man, the market's just bouncing around right now. So, you know, hold on to the names that you think are longs and look for opportunities to short on pops when these names do come the other side. So, you know, lots of opportunity in the market every single day. Just be patient with it. Shopify was another name. I believe Brendan mentioned that caught a downgrade today. So was it a downgrade or an upgrade? Downgrade, right. So thanks, Brendan. A downgrade for Shopify. So that's why they're down again. That 4%, 3.5% was down 4% down here at 31.40. But again, another name that's taken off. Just look, boom, to the downside. Where is it stopping? Right here at 31.50, right where we've seen, or 31.40, right in yesterday's support. So, you know, another opportunity if that comes back in, but that's Shopify, not really at those levels yet, but watch out for maybe a 31 bid on Shopify if it does come back down.
So a couple of things. I did get Coinbase. I talked about that one sort of trying to roll over into a strong market. That one's still pending. I want to play it back into VWAP at least. But NVIDIA took out that lower high, and I keep saying I'll go tighter stops because this is relatively strong. And I was showing you the upward trend in Coinbase and the downward trend in Intel. So, you know, that's why the tight stops for NVIDIA, and now looking for shorts in Intel. It's just the relatively weak name. I might have noticed it late, but I can definitely jump ship and go over to the weaker name here. Below that 29, if it comes and tries to retest some of these lower highs, I will be shorting pops in this one because Intel is the weak name in the chip space today, down 1.5%. Brendo.
All right, quick update for you guys on crypto markets and action happening in them so far today. We are trying to hold some key levels here. I mean, it's wait and see, same as equities, going into tomorrow, the big day. Tomorrow afternoon, obviously, we get the Fed and the interest rate decision. So here's a couple of headlines for you going through today. Anyways, yeah, we're off the lows from Monday, but all eyes on the Fed coming up tomorrow. MSTR, I saw this in the pre-market, wasn't really doing anything, but they bought 301 additional Bitcoins for about $6 million in cash, improving their average price now to $19,851 for MicroStrategy. Here's a look at the big board from Binance as things sit currently. BTC 1.5%, ETH down 1.15, 1342 today. We were talking about 1,500, 1,600 going into the weekend, I feel. Down at the bottom here, Polkadot, worth a mention, 2.5, 3.5 for Polygon as well. More negative numbers overall. Ripple standing out though, 7.6. Back to the upside today for Ripple, guys.
Speaking of back to the upside, well, okay, I'm going to start with Alibaba. I just reloaded Alibaba at VWAP. It's not back to the upside. It actually pulled back into 88, which I want to try supporting. We had the 87 long early, should have held on to some of that, and even had a bit of a dip buy, but I dip bought too early. On the way back down, I don't think I was patient enough here, and now I want to hold this general area between 87 and 80. But going to the upside, and one of the reasons I kind of like BABA is what I'm sort of seeing happening in XPeng. Still continuing its trend. It just broke high of the day, so this is clearly where the attention might be, the EV names to the upside. So this has been good. If you had this one off the open, congrats. I only bought the dip in front of 16s here. And then watching NEO, a little bit surprising. Like NEO's still down 2%. So if I was leaning to say, okay, well, we're gonna stall out at some point on XPeng and reverse it, you might just want to be jumping over to NIO for the short because this can't even get off. It can't get going at all on NIO. A little bit of relative weakness there. Coinbase started going back into that downside. We just jumped into that short. Stalled out there at 68, and now there's a refresher at 68. So you'll see me get some shares out at that 68 even, because if there's an iceberg order there off a level like this, that could definitely run. And guess what just broke the high of the day? Moderna took out the top. So the short, I was able to get some out in front of that 131. Well, I don't want to be long, you and Moderna.
You don't want that long?
No, I don't want. See, so I got some shares out and didn't adjust my stop. So that basically meant that I ended up reversing long because my my stop orders for more shares than I had short, but I don't want the long. So I'm just going to get out of it right away. I didn't mean to be long. I'm just going to get right out of that one. But I did mean to go long on Win. So we just picked up those Win shares on the way back in. No 70 break in Win. It actually dips back down into 69. Brendo?
Just seeing some pricing information here from Meta, guys. The new and latest Quest Pro headset, VR headset, a cool $1,500 for the new one. So that's just coming across a few people circulating that for Meta.
But I don't know. Like, I don't have a frame of reference for.
No. What was that? The new Oculus? Is that what it was? Like the one I have, I think is the most recent one, despite this one, the Oculus 2, and it was only like, I think it was like $400 or $500 maybe.
Yeah, but these are supposed to be like
that's a surprise. I just sold some there. To me, that seems high.
You think so? I mean, I don't know. So you know
I don't know. Like, I don't know what's involved with it. Maybe it's a great price, but let's just get out here and then just wait to see what the market does. Obviously, Brendan's sort of breaking that news, but the thing about it is that it's not really doing anything to Meta. Sure, Meta just fell, but so did the market a little bit. So I don't think that has anything to do with it. I'm still trying to go long Meta against 147. If it breaks 147, I'm out. I'm trying to buy it around 147.20 or so. Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to do. If it does fall back in, I'm going to be here for that long. But Meta's supporting today. It's relatively strong. The bids have worked great on Meta. I mean, I've got some great trades today. I mean, if it was without stupid Microsoft, we'd be cash today. Meta's huge today. PayPal, I mean, I can't honestly, despite, I guess the only thing I could have done was hold more, but we ripped up here to view up at 91.30, gave us that dollar in the money, and now PayPal's off to the races to the upside as well. So I don't have too much to complain about here today. I mean, it's been great. I just really want to beat myself up a little bit over this Microsoft trade because that was bad. We should have been a little more patient than we were, obviously, on this trade. Buying, see if I can zoom in again. Buying up here was just ridiculous. And then, we got stopped out. So we averaged in and got stopped out when it broke through 242, which was a great stop out because it went all the way to 241 right there. And we don't have any stop outs down here, thank God. And then we were able to buy it back. And now we're sitting in a 60-cent winner, but I mean that could fall apart pretty quickly as well if that does come through. The one trade for a new trade idea I'm looking at here, and it's not coming in. I wanted to short Roku again, just because Roku's down 2.3%. You're trying to break down through some bottoms. It doesn't look like that's going to happen right now, so I'm actually going to cancel that Roku right here. But that was a name that I was looking to get short around 71.50. If it does pop, or sorry, 71.80. If it does pop back up there, then that's a short that I'll be in against some of these highs right there. But for right now, it's not printing. So I say stay away from Roku until it gets back up near that 7 deuce. What's up, Brendo?
Not a huge move yet, but noteworthy. AMTD, when it wants to go, everyone knows where it can go. Up 9%. Some volume coming in here to AMTD.
Oh, not that thing. We know what it can do. Like that's paid some people in the past. Every time I hear that name or, like your HKDs of the world, the first thing that pops in my mind without even looking at the chart is, hey, make sure you pay yourself on the way up, because on the way down, it's not always so easy to do it. So on the way back down, and we did pick up some, I did pick up some win here in front of 69. If it gets to that 69.5, like I said, I want a little bit out there and then hold for that high of the day at 70. I think 70 is going to be a breakout trade. So this dip buy, I want to be out in front of 70 and then looking for a long break at that 70 price. Coinbase is the only short as the market's now rolling back over.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, still have the Apple long. I still have the XPeng long. Still have Win. And the only short I got left on is Coinbase here. So, I'm going to kick myself that I'm not a little bit more aggressive into the short side in something, because I gave up on maybe a little bit too early on NVIDIA to not get Intel, and Intel's now breaking the lows. So if I'm going to get into this party, it's now going to have to be underneath 29 even for me to get shorts on Intel. This is just... It took me a little while to realize how weak Intel was today. I was in the wrong name there. I'll still buy the dips on Apple as long as we're above that 154. But at some point, got to work back into some of these shorts.
Yeah, we just, I gotta move my coffee here. I can't even see my screen. We just got into Meta right there. So, you know, we talked about where we wanted to buy this. We did exactly what we said we'd do. So there it is. Hopefully Meta will go back up. But like, I've already talked about being in scalp mode. Whether or not that's gonna be wrong or right, I don't know. You know, we definitely want to try to get some out here as it starts to rip up and down. And again, nothing to do with that news. I mean, I respect the news, and I just don't know anything about pricing and what that means for Meta. So I'm going to try to hold out here, see if we can get back up into this 80 area, especially if the market does bounce. But at the same time, I feel like scalping is going to be a good method here. We're in the money now for 30, it's at 39. We're in the money 23 cents on Meta, so a little bit of a bump up would be great. It's 1038.27, 28.29 right now if you are following us for your home gamers outside there. If you are looking at the time and wondering what we're dealing with here, we do have a little bit of a delay because of YouTube, but it should be definitely handleable on your side. So watch out there. We are starting to scalp out a little bit here of Meta. I do have higher hopes though, hopefully into the 40s for a little bit, and then we'll try to wait for some 80s here on Meta. So far so good on a dip buy here on the stronger names. I still want to wait. I mean, here comes Microsoft right back in. I do have a 241 flat bid again down here, kind of where we were before. So if that can come in, great. But that's what I'm holding out for now on Meta. On Microsoft is 241, and on Meta we've got it. PayPal did pull back. I have 5% left of this trade. You know, when we ripped up here, I was pretty happy getting that out. So good trades. Most of them out for 80 cents, some out for $1 there, and then we rip up to that high side. So yeah, I'll throw it back to you. Meta 147, just trying to get going there.
Yeah, before we go to Brendan here, just an up halt on NRBO. This is it's not the first time this one has ran, so I want to put it into perspective. The stock went like $60-something last week, so it just halted up at 20.53, indicating a 21 open. If it does break out from here, I'm going to look to see what locates are, but 30, a pretty big level from late last week. I think if it's reasonable pay for shorts, I'm going to want to be shorting that one up at that price. It is 10.40. Let's get the sector watch from Brendo.
Red board, ugly red board to show you here, guys, for the S&P 500 at this point today. I mean, it's not a huge move, 1.3% right now, but downside we go. Here we go. A couple of notes to the upside. Win and LVS here in the consumer discretionary group, both standing at 4% and 5% higher. Offsetting that and then some, however, right beside them, Ford and GM, 9.5% for Ford. GM being dragged along to the downside, 5.5%. Kathy Wood bought yesterday. Maybe she's in there buying up more today. Moderna down here, nicely strong, 3.3%. Huge move down yesterday. Sunday, if you remember, President Biden on 60 Minutes said COVID's over, if you hadn't got that memo yet. Information technology stocks also in the red up here, led by software names today. PayPal on the downgrade, top of the list, 3.5%. There's HPQ in the hardware group leading the way, 3%. I saw WDC on a downgrade as well, negative note on Western Digital there, down 2.7 today. Material stocks, real estate, the entire thing here. Energy group as well, downside along with crude oil. Worth noting, oil, that slide continuing as well today. So 1.27 right now for the S&P, guys.
And look, I'd ring the register for Brennan if I'd gotten out on this wick high on XPeng, but XPEV has a wick top here through 16.30. It's trying to hold out at this 16.25, but I have to respect the fact that the market just tested lower. The good news, we've just bounced upside. Apple's back to 155, so I think we challenge this high of the day now. That can be a good look for us, but 16.50 is going to be that target for me on XPeng. Gets up that 5%, it'll look pretty good. And then coming back over to Win. Win was just dipping down, so a couple of things were challenging these lows. It just bounced off that 69 one more time. The market's trying to head to the upside, so I want to make sure I'm hanging on to this one as another long. Like I said, the only short I had left was Coinbase. That looks like it bounced off VWAP. I did try to hold it as the market looked like it'd roll over just to continue to hold that exposure. But if we break out 68.5, I got to get out of this, except the fact that the longs are coming into play here and we're screaming to the upside. So hold on to the longs that are working and then get out of that short game. And that will lead me to, at least temporarily, for now, I'm canceling my offers on Intel. But I'm not done with Intel. Like, I do plan on shorting this, but as the market challenges the high, I want to be patient and wait for the opportunity to get short in Intel. It'll happen at some point, trust me. I'll be short Intel before the day is done. But just want to bide my time. If the market wants to rally, then I can get a better price than where we are right now.
Ay, ay, ay. I mean, we'll spin it again. I mean, what a big trade for Meta one more time. I mean, like, wow, we reloaded it back up, and we're just really banking, man. Meta and PayPal is huge today. AMD, we've left alone. I don't know why. I mean, we just, oh, wow, down here respecting that 75 level. Another level that we wrote down on our sticky note, which we completely ignore, and we go over to Microsoft again. That was ridiculous doing that. But 75.50 holding here for AMD. The only difference about AMD is I like Meta so much more, not just because I'm destroying Meta right now, but because you see Meta's well above these levels right here, above the 50 period, the 200 period VWAP. We're well above on Meta, so scalping longs I think is right until we get below. And then if you looked at AMD, you're still below, so it's almost like the other way around. You want to scalp shorts, but I feel like we're not at the right levels yet. Like you got to get up at least to 76 here because the market is now above the 50 period, which is why I'm not necessarily looking for that trade right now on this name. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a different one here for AMD. I'm going to leave that alone and just keep on looking at Meta as Meta. My next offer on this name, actually I don't even have any offers out, would be around 148. So I got to get that. We did bust higher there when the NASDAQ moved. What time was this? This was 10:30. So let's go have a quick look here. So that was right here, and the futures just ran up there, and Meta didn't get to 148. So let's put some offers at 148. I think Meta's going to get, well, it's right here right now. So good offer. Let's just put an offer now. There's no difference between 85 and 95. So we'll put an offer there, then we'll put one at 98 and see if it continues to run up. But so far, so good here on META, man. Trade the strength and don't do stupid stuff on Microsoft.
I know what you wanted to say. I think you can say that. I thought we established we could say. Anyway, so I won't get into it. But yeah, just take the money and run. Congratulations if you found the relative strength, because here's the truth about what we're still in the same range in the NASDAQ. I showed you this at 10 o'clock or so, and it'll be the same thing here, 11.95, and then maybe 11.9, a little bit lower than that on the NASDAQ. So you're in the bottom of the channel, but not everything is weak. Like up 6% win, it just retested the high, so grab the dip 69, got some out in front of 50, got some out in front of 80s. I think that 70 break is going to be a trade on its own, so I want to continue to play this off VWAP, maybe a little closer to VWAP next time instead of paying 69.10s. Might get some at 69 even or 68.90 even as we dip back down here, but strong name win. That's why I want to favor those longs. Brendo?
We have a date, it looks like, for Elon Musk to appear in Delaware court for this Twitter trial. September 26th and 27th, he will be deposed in that Delaware court. So that, for some reason, caused Tesla to pop up there, trying to go green, guys, on the day for Tesla.
Yeah, it's that 310 on Tesla. Tesla is green. It's going back and forth at this price, but that 310 on Tesla it's coming in here. I feel like it's going to be a bit of a crowded trade, but I'm going to have that breakout when it comes in.
Oh, no.
I shouldn't say when, if it comes in. Like if it breaks 310, then I'm going long at 310. I really don't feel like shorting the stock, so I'm going to stay away from shorting on Tesla. As you're getting the coffee look there.
No, so remember we were talking about chai tea and Sharif mentioned. Yeah, so Sharif mentioned, he said next time he gets it, do I want me to get it? But the thing is that I feel bad. This is the coffee from Randy. I haven't even touched it.
What's going on, bro?
No, because I put it up here.
And you didn't stay up to watch the game, did you?
That's why.
I need this because I stayed up to watch.
I fell asleep at midnight. So that's how much I stayed up for. So I stayed up for all the games. But yeah, I didn't have too much interest in the Minnesota game versus.
I didn't watch that game.
That was a blowout. Yeah, that was a blowout. I like the Eagles this year, though, man. I mean, Jalen Hurts seems to be the real deal for now, anyways. So we'll wait to see what happens with the Eagles. So congratulations. I know there's probably a lot of Eagle fans out there. Fly, Eagles, fly. Big Monday night win for you guys, as I believe.
Jalen Hurts put up some numbers,
it's 2-0.
The guy that I whooped his butt on in the Monday night comeback, he had Hurts, but he also had Captain Kirk, who
right.
Like to say that Captain Kirk didn't have a good game. I'm a Michigan State guy. I love Kirk Cousins, but he stunk last night.
Yeah, and that's the guy that Jay was trying to give me. Remember, to solve all my problems.
Have a good game,
I should have just stuck with Flacco instead of trying to solve them with Trey Lance. Flacco, yeah, what the hell? Okay.
Joe Flacco had a good game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Joe Flacco, like, how do you expect some of these guys to have crazy great games? But
just very quickly here, Tesla broke, and I actually got 21s on that break, so I got not a great price on Tesla. Now. And then when I immediately was just throwing offers out in front of that 50, looks like it's going to hit that. Yeah, it just ticked up to 30. 310.50 it just ticked up to. But, I'm thinking, okay, I'm probably long at like 11s because I'm immediately getting that breakout order out there. But I'm long 21s here. So, like 20 cents, 15, 20 cents worse than maybe you could have gotten. I want to make sure. I always scalp some out right away on that first initial move. But now I want to hold the second half of the trade. See where Tesla can go. The market hasn't broken out, so there is some risk you can pull back in. So you do want to make sure you have a relatively tight stop. It gets back below like 309.75 or so, and I'll get out. But that second half for the trade, it is to let it try to run here. So let's see if Tesla can continue its run. It is relatively strong on the session. I'll look for like 311 change for the next out. And in terms of upward resistance, it's not split adjusted, these charts. So it's going to be, like, you almost have to go back, look at these split prices, right, and say, okay, well, this is essentially 315. Like this triple top that you have up here on the daily, that'd be effectively 313 to 315 is where that resistance comes in there on the daily chart. So ours aren't split adjusted, but the math isn't that hard when you go 3 to 1. So I'm looking to get out in front of that 315 area. That gives you like $5 worth of room. I'll take some out on an 11 break and then continue to run it to the upside. As Tesla broke the high of the day, XPeng here starting to roll back over, so a little bit of weakness coming into XPeng. NIO never really got off the schneid. I think NIO of the group, this is probably going to be something that I should be shorting. On the way back in, if we fail this break in Tesla, then I got to be thinking about a NIO short, as the market cannot take out these tops, even with Tesla's strength.
Yeah, I'm gonna just be like, finally, man, because again, patience pays on both sides of this trade for Microsoft. We finally got out. Like, we let it rip all the way up. It went right to this 200 period again, and we got out. The only mistake was not shorting, but the 200 period's at 50, so I was waiting for a little bit higher. I want to kind of like break above. Like, Microsoft was really weak today, but now look, man, now it's like right back to where the market is. So Microsoft took off here pretty nicely off that 241 bottom. So good trade there for Softy, man, if you guys were able to hold that. I mean, I was, but we didn't make back as much, obviously, as we lost. And so there it is, a nice out on Microsoft. I was pretty happy with it. We just got out at 40 right there off of that bottom, 240. So basically a $1.05 or so on the trade. Now I'm going to wait for this 243. I want to go short. Like, I want to go short right now. Wait for 243 to get burned out on that. If Microsoft goes up and takes out 243 right now, then I mean, I'll be upset, to say the least, but nothing you can do about that. We're just going to wait. I mean, this is what trading's all about. I mean, we took that 243 early. Well, we tried to on the 20-minute. Again, we have these stupid wicks. Like, I really apologize for all that, but there's 243 back and forth there. That high is really 243.50, so I'm pretty confident in it. I don't want to give it too much room, though, above 243. Here it comes. Wow, holy shit. Okay, Microsoft really taking off right now.
Yeah, we're breaking. So remember I kept showing you that channel in the NASDAQ futures? We're starting to break out of that channel. That's why you got to be favoring the long. So long Tesla, long XPeng, long some Apple still, and of course, look, you guys can see that we're both in that IPOF, but understand that they're winding down that SPAC, so it's unlikely to move very much. So you'll probably see me in that throughout the day. But I want to get back to CCL for a second, because CCL almost turned red just there with the market bouncing. So it keeps rejecting. I thought it would reject 11.20. It's rejecting the $11. It's got there's a lot of overhead resistance on the daily in CCL. And the day that this finally breaks out of here, this is going to be a great long. But I think it has to get above 1140, 1150 before you can get excited about this one. And again, it's green on the day, but the market's breaking out in CCL. Nowhere to be found at that high of the day. You will see Apple reclaiming these highs. I just think there's room on Apple. 158 is going to be the 200 period. It's 50. Oh, it's a 50-period moving average. It's going to be that 158. And then you have some resistance at 57 on my 15-minute chart. So that's where I think I get this out on Apple. Tesla continues to churn higher. It's now broken that 310. I'm going to be on the offer in front of 315. But when you go back, I'm just looking at the daily. This is at 945. That corresponds with a 315 area on Tesla. That's where I want to terminate this trade. And XPeng, unfortunately for the XPeng trade, as strong as it was, as the market's breaking the highs, it's only retesting that high. So if we turn down from here and fail this breakout, XPeng might just be a little bit done. I wanted to see it breaking out when the market finally started going and breaking levels, and that's not really what I'm seeing happening on XPeng. So I'm not saying I want to give up. I'm not giving up on the trade, But if we get back below that 119.5 on the NASDAQ, then I will trail out of XPeng, understanding that it might be done at least for lunchtime. It is past 10:50, which means we need to talk a little bit about some coinage
that went
and
fast.
what's going on in the world of currencies. Money
Yeah,
Thomas.
buddy.
Hey guys, yeah, wait and see approach for currency markets once again today as well, ahead of the Fed coming up tomorrow. Again, the two-day meeting for the Federal Reserve kicking off today will wrap up at 2 p.m. tomorrow, followed by the 2:30 presser. So here we go. Back to the upside for the dollar index today. Very slightly, though, just 0.3 in positive territory. It's been hanging out near this recent high for the past few days. So we are higher on the day, which means a lot of these going to be lower. There was some data in Canada this morning that came in a little light. So below 75 cents right now. Again, multi-year lows for the CAD, 74.9. Currently, the British pound, 114, down about 0.1%. Swiss franc is higher on the day. Japanese yen has since turned red and then some, down about 0.4. Bottom end of the board mentioned Ripple was positive. Here's Ethereum now positive on the day as well, trying to bounce a little bit, guys. So all to come tomorrow for currencies as well.
I'm starting. Tomorrow, I mean, Bitcoin, so that's the other thing too. I'm glad Brendan just brought that up there because, crypto moves, man, on Fed, that's for sure. Like we've seen that over and over and over again. So please be very, very careful if you are excited about that move on currencies. Watch out. I'm pretty excited here. We have Microsoft short. The only problem is it's kind of still peeing me off a little bit as what else is new. This name just continues to make a move to the downside. I'm hoping for that kind of a play, but it's not going. I mean, I can't even get these bids that I thought I'd be able to. So for right now, I'm kind of just sitting here hoping and praying that we can get a downside move and then trying to hold out for that 243 break. So right now I'm bidding 60s and I'm bidding in the 50s as well. So hopefully we can get a little bit of a downside play here on Microsoft as we've been very, very patient waiting. So there we go. We get a 66 bid. Hoping that this name can fall back down. We got out of our Meta as this was moving to the upside as well. A couple good trades there for Meta out near that 80 mark. But for right now, my morning's already dead because of this name. Not dead, but I've recovered from it, which is great. The only losing trades I had on board were those ones early on Microsoft. You could see PayPal's a good one. Meta's been absolutely fantastic, and then AMD. But right now, Microsoft, hoping it can fail back down, and then at least look at this 20 area or something like that for this. If the market, give me that. I'm at 60 actually, so there we go. If the market can fail, like I just said, then we'll come back down here for Microsoft. We already know it's relatively weak, but let's just see if we can get a little bit of a downside push here on Softy. I plan to be short this name for a bit as the market is just doing its dance. It already hit the highs. Maybe we float back down to the 50 period again and just can't make up our mind in the Fed. So that's what I'm hoping for. Whether or not it happens or not, I don't know, but 242.20 or so, an out for me on Microsoft if that does come down. So 242.20, maybe another out at 50 as we just kind of stop there, but that's kind of what I'm looking for a target, and then getting out if it takes out 43s on the upside, which is well worth it, man. It's only a 22-cent hit, so that's why we got to get some more out at 50.
Yeah, I'm sort of thinking right now, if we maintain this sort of break of the bottom channel in the futures, I want to maintain the long, but I got to point out win here because I still am looking for that 70 breakout trade, but it's now rejected it a second time and a little bit more violently. So this was, if I was thinking shorts, I would probably be short at 80s, playing it in a VWAP, and that would be a nice win. But I'm still thinking the long and win. As long as the market's trying to break out, it's relatively strong. There was the positive news on the entire space. It's breaking out on the daily chart. So I still want to be on the other side, which is going to be the long side. Otherwise, you'd probably see me banking on this short. So I'm going to be on the bid here throughout lunch in front of 68.80 to 69 and rinse and repeat until we eventually get that 70 break. But I need to see it consolidate lower. That was a pretty heavy rejection, and the market's, like right now you're getting that attempted, continuation on the break. But this is what it looks like on a 60-minute chart. When I say breaking the range, this is what it looks like. It doesn't look like a heck of a lot, right? But we've been sitting in this bottom channel, and then I pop you guys over to my 15-minute on the NASDAQ, and this is that break. If we continue the break, on the NASDAQ, and the ES, same thing. The charts will look pretty much the same. Then I think these longs can really make that next leg to the upside. I think a stock like Win can break that 70 even area. I don't know why CCL is continuing to reject. I just know that it is. That's why I think if CCL gets to the high, I would probably favor going into the shorts on Carnival Cruise Lines because it's just not nearly as strong. So I'm a little bit bearish on this one from 11 to 11.20 if it gets there. Brendo?
Science is making quite the move here today. Just double checking on a few things for it, but heads up on SAVA up 10% here on big time volume.
Oh, don't give me something to look for shorts on during lunchtime.
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
I look at Sava the daily at 35, right? Like if you, I mean, look at like this. Like every single time this stock has a big rally to the upside, there's usually a great short for day traders, and I think it's going to be around if it gets to that 35, 36. The problem with Sava is usually to get the short. Yeah, if you wait for it to start coming down, a lot of times you've missed it. So you do, to a certain extent, you do have to stand in front of the freight train, which is why I'd be patiently waiting for 35. Like I don't want to be getting into that one too early. I think we're now calming things down a little bit, and the attempted long break is in, and I know exactly which name. If the market turns, I know what stock I want to short, and it's going to be Intel. I did get away from just sitting on the offer, but Intel is down 1.5%. It could barely even break VWAP on the 3-minute. It couldn't even retest the lower high that it put in off the opening range. And I was shorting Nvidia and losing. Like my two down stocks would be Nvidia and Nike. And really, if I just shorted Intel instead of Nvidia, that wouldn't have been a problem. And sometimes it happens, so you're looking at the wrong stock. You like something in the sector, but I'm looking at the wrong individual stock. That'll be rectified, because now I only want to short Intel out of the ship names.
All right, so I'm looking just to get one more little piece of short here as we're getting ready to throw it over for the first time to the midday show today, and that should be a good one. Again, you know, heading into the midday, should continue to move. I mean, the market's above the 50 period. It's trying to get back to 12,000. So there is that possibility. I think you got to sort of look at that rhetoric here. You're only at 11,960. So, you know, that move's going to happen, I think, at least at 12,000 or trying to anyways. I want to short Microsoft again, you know, in the 80s against that 243. That way, if we lose, you know, it's only going to be that 20 pennies or something like that against us with slippage. So that's a trade idea that I'm going to be working with here. PayPal. I mean, I kind of want to just let this go. It's a small amount of shares, but you are at the 200 period, so I feel like this is going to be a good out rate here for PayPal. I mean, as the market rips up, I don't, you know, the PayPal shares that I have on isn't going to be enough to get rid of this one on Microsoft, so we'll have to wait. Meta as well, kind of bouncing around these levels. Again, if the market takes off, I think, you know, we have Meta long, so I think that's going to be a good one. 148.20 for a target spot on Meta. And here goes Softy. It just took that out, so we're going to wait to see what it does here. Into the 80s now for Softy. I'm going to put some bids out. There we go. Coming back in a little bit here for that name, so let's see if it wants to respect the tops or blow the tops out as we get ready to throw it over to these guys. Anything you want to say, Neil, before this market?
Before we throw over to the midday guys, I want to shout out to Bears versus Bulls, doing a fantastic job. It's been a wild market, moving a heck of a lot. We're trying to monitor the chat best we can. He does a great job moderating and getting rid of the noise and nonsense that can get in there when we get popular. So thank you so much for doing everything that you do. I don't know if we say it enough, to be honest with you.
Probably don't.
But he does a fantastic job for us. But it is 11 o'clock. I'm going to get a refill on my beverage. Head on over to the midday. You got Trader Prad, you got Sharif, locked and loaded. Go get them, boys.
Hey, you know what time it is? It's Tuesday, baby, of September, I believe, 20?
Yes,
yeah, September 20. Yep. And we're your boys, Trader Pratt and Sharif, and we're going to get the game going. The opportunities once again in the market. Market's actually down today, sadly, before we go into FOMC. So I have a couple shorts on my board. My best short right now is actually Ford that I got into around VWAP. I missed a $14 break. Would have loved to have that. But, you know, that's fine. We got back in around VWAP. We took some profits, around 7 cents in the downside, waiting for Ford to push even more lower. Ford has been weak for a little while now. And today, yesterday, actually, at the end of the day, they came out with the catalyst expressing the $1 billion hit they're taking on this quarter because of shortages and because of excess inventory and all other problems that Ford is dealing with. I think even Chevrolet and GMC, if you guys remember Randy, probably 2-3 months ago at the big desk with Brendo was talking about all the problems that the car dealerships are having. So Ford today down almost 10% over here, actually triggering SSR because I think it was down 10% at one point, but now only down 9.1%. So we're gonna try and continue putting some damage on Ford. I know it says no positions, but we're gonna update that in a second.
Yeah, I'm looking at AMPX today on my scanner here. It's the leading gapper on the day, up 60%. You'll recall this is the one that, let me just go back to the daily chart here. I believe it was a recent IPO, yes. So it IPO'd on September 15th. Is it an IPO or a SPAC? Give me one sec to find out here. Oh, it doesn't have anything about it. Overview. Okay, so I got no information on it. So I'm not sure if this is an IPO or a SPAC. Maybe the chat can let me know. It opened up initially on September 15th, and this is the one that went all the way up to 27.5 here. I'm looking at it from, obviously, day trading perspective. I'm looking to where I could get in here. I was looking to get in at the 7 EMA. It looks like it dipped down to that on the 1-minute chart, then pulled back real quick. It's testing 10 here. There's a bit of a fight at 10. Let's see if it breaks it decisively. You know, we've been talking about this lately where you get the major break on the whole dollar and then you see it plummet back in 20, 30 cents to the downside. So if that's the case here, then I want to be on the receiving end of that dip buy. I'm looking at that $9.40 level, maybe the $9.50, $9.40 in and around that area if it does break through 10 and come back down. So AMPX number 1 on my list, and surprise, surprise, NRBO is number 2. Let's pull that on our other chart here. NRBO, I believe that is an NQ stock. Yes, it is. So this one halted up at around that $20.50 area right here. It was a 5-minute halt, opened back up more aggressively. It looks like top wick on the day is at 24.65 area. Let's zoom out, back to the daily here so we can get an idea of what kind of levels we're working with. Yeah, so if we move back here, look at this. Was a penny stock for the majority of its life. Let's zoom out completely so we can get a better look, and we can maximize the chart here. Looks, how far do we go back? No, we go back a ways. Okay, so it looks like it broke that $1 level and it started making moves around September 13th. And then you'll recall that day it made like a huge move up to $64. Now at a more reasonable 23 and change, almost on 24. So those are the stocks that I'm looking at. Thankfully, they're moving into the the later morning period. It looks like we got a test off 24.5 here on NRBO. Then it bounced back down. Let's see. We'll keep it. It's going to be hard to trade both of these because they're both actually moving at the same time. So yeah, we'll send it back to Prad and we'll keep an eye on both of these bad boys.
Yes, sir. I'm currently watching Apple. Apple on another Rip City type of day, actually up 0.5% right now, heading towards 0.6. Let's see if we can continue pushing towards the 100-period EMA on the daily chart, which is at $156. So we're not that far away from it. We're only about 70 cents away from 156. The market, as Sean was mentioning, above the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. Still down on the day, but above VWAP at the moment. That's the NASDAQ market. The S&P 500 rejecting VWAP and trying to pull back to the downside over here. So that might have some weight on Apple, not allowing it to really push towards that 156 area and maybe have a pullback. But Apple being the #1 weight in the basket of stocks over there, if Apple still continues to show strength the way it did yesterday, maybe the market saves itself the same way. Sadly, though, the Ford news coming out of nowhere sidelined the whole market and pushed it back to the downside. Speaking of going to the downside, all the positions that I'm in right now are working for us. So Chewy, 14 cents in the money. Oxy going back towards the downside. Roblox also going back to the downside. Here's my Roblox trade. Actually was working when I first punched in, but it started moving against me when the market started going up. Roblox, which was not too long ago, came out with a negative catalyst, continuing to keep on going to the downside and test the bottom. So just trying to build into a short around 37 and see if we can go test 35 today at some point. But the market could easily reverse Roblox over here as we're not too far away from support areas on the stock. So be careful for anyone who's trying to short Roblox. Market once again moving north side. NASDAQ ripping north at the moment and trying to take SPY along with it. Let's see if we can actually update my position board here by taking profits somewhere or maybe getting out of a couple positions. Yeah, Oxy is moving against me also. So here's Oxy, but once again, Oxy down on the day, showing weakness the whole time around VWAP. So I'm going to, you know, hold on to this trade a little bit longer. For me to make the position board update, I have to punch into a position or punch out of a position, and I'm not ready to do that just yet.
All right, guys, we got into AMPX here. We got the dip trade that we wanted. We didn't get it right at 940. We got it at 948. We've scalped like a whole bunch already. I've only got 17% of my position left, and I will be out of it completely here. There we go. Beautiful. So got in at 948. Last out here is at 991. So nice little scalp there on AMPX with size. You know, I missed a better opportunity, it looks like, on NRBO. It looks like it dipped down into that 23.50 and then went all the way up to 25. So that would have been $1.50 winner as opposed to a 50-cent winner on AMPX. But hey, you can't you can't hate on a winner. A winner is a winner, right? So yeah, we'll look back for a kind of a tougher or more deeper retracement on AMPX. It's a little bit extended. If we switch to the 5-minute chart, let's see how far away it is from the 7 period. Yeah, and it is a ways away. The 7 period is at 860, and currently we're trading at 977. So I'm going to want this one to retrace before I get back in. I got the dip trade I wanted on it, and that's all she wrote for now. Look for that dip back into that $8.60 area. Let's move now to NRBO. How are we going to get into NRBO? Now it's pulling back, which is good because it was really extended. I mean, look at this move. Not even off the bell. It wasn't even off the bell. It was at that 10 o'clock time slot. We jumped from $15 all the way to 25. So it's been a $10 move in the span of almost an hour, just over an hour actually. So it's really extended at this point. I'm going to need to see a nicer retracement. Let's check the 5-minute chart to see how far away we are from the 7 EMA. And the 7 EMA is around a little bit below that, than that 2150 level. It's at 2132. So we'll look at this one for a dip trade in and around that area. But now we're going to send it up to, are we sending it up to Brendo?
Yeah.
We're going to send it up to Brendo at the big desk.
Yeah, a combination here, guys, making TSM, Taiwan Semiconductor, big pop here on volume, teaming up with NVIDIA, the Lovelace graphics chip from NVIDIA going to be made by TSM. So a heads up on that one.
It's actually moving.
In like a
Okay, it actually came back to us. Wow, guys, look at Apple over here. Apple taking off, and Brendo updating us too about the market over there. And so, like, man, this is crazy. I was thinking 156, sorry, might not come into play, but the seconds later, we actually have that target coming in. And now the question is, do we actually break out at 156? There was a little bit of size over there, not too much of size on that number. So once we push up there, maybe there'll be more orders piling in. But Apple with a nice move to the north side, now up 1 full % on the day and helping the market too, but not helping me because I'm short across the board. So we'll see, maybe my long, which is Palantir, can help me out. Palantir is the position that I just now punched in. TSM and NVIDIA partnership is the one that Brendo was talking about. So we can head over to TSM. And not too long ago, you were out, or maybe yesterday, you were talking about TSM, right?
Yes.
So let's go check out what TSM NVIDIA partnership catalyst looks like. Look at that big volume candle coming in. Beautiful move to the north side. I don't know how that partnership is going to work, though. I thought like NVIDIA wanted to do more in-house production and everything.
Want me to find out?
But I mean, the partnership's going to go on, but it'll be interesting to find out exactly what that partnership is about and how they're helping NVIDIA out on this side. But good news for the semiconductor space at the end of the day. So let's go look at the SOXX on NASDAQ. This is the ETF that holds all the semiconductors within it. Nice little bump up on the ETF itself, but still down on the day, 0.74%.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the TSM NVIDIA partnership that Brad was taught. Partnership. Oops, can't type today. Guys, we went out last night for a work dinner, and I'm pretty tired, and so was Brad. So here we go. NVIDIA.
No
TSM
excuses,
partner
Sharif.
to develop silicone photonic sources say TSMC is involved in an R&D project led by NVIDIA to use its silicon photonic integration technology called COUP, Compact Universal Photonic Engine for graphics hardware to combine multiple AI GPUs, according to industry sources. And that was back on the 13th, so it's not really new news. What was interesting today is actually last night when I got home from the work party, I was watching some Squawk Box, some Pacific Squawk Box, where they talk more about the Pacific market. So they had the CEO of Xpeng on there, and they were asking him about some of his some of the stuff that they've got in the pipeline. They said, well, how do you think the Biden ban on chips that deal with AI is going to hurt your business? And basically he said that they're good for about 2 years down the road, that the deep machine learning was basically a cloud-based AI processor, and that they had 2 years worth of those. But the chip ban will definitely not, according to him, the chip ban will definitely not affect the cars, the car production, because the chips for cars are different than the ones that are used on the cloud for machine learning. So that was interesting to see how that's going to affect the Chinese automakers. We're talking about XPEV, we're talking about NIO and Li Auto, and to some extent, I'm not sure if BYD is importing their AI deep learning chips. But so according to Xpeng, they've got a couple of years worth of chips. So who knows? Maybe they asked them, are you going to use a different chip from a different manufacturer, because they were getting most of their chips from NVIDIA. And he's like, yeah, he was being a little bit vague about it, and he was, trying to make it look like that they were okay. So interesting news there I was watching yesterday. So now, what do we got? So AMPX pulling back quite aggressively. This is what we wanted. We wanted a 5-minute pullback, or sorry, a pullback on the 5-minute chart near that 7 EMA. Looks like we're at that $9 level. The 7 EMA is around $8.60. So I'm waiting for a pullback in and around that area. VWAP also happens to be at $8.80. We'll talk more about AMPX when we get back from Brendo, who's at the big desk.
Just to clarify on that real quick, guys, NVIDIA today announcing this ADA Lovelace graphics chip for gaming. And then they just came out and said that Lovelace graphics chip for gaming going to be made by Taiwan Semiconductor. So that was just a few moments ago.
Yeah, ever since you put it in our chat over there, Brendo, that Lovelace graphic chips thing, I've been Google searching about it, and I forgot I was even in trades to be honest, because this is really interesting. Obviously a brand new graphics card, as Brendo said, for gaming. This is apparently for the RTX 4090 series. I'm still using a 1080, bro. So a new graphics card, I've been dying for it. I wanted the 30 whatever series, and they were always sold out or too expensive. So if 4090 series are coming out soon, I think it's
run like $1,000.
Probably like 800, 900 bucks.
Okay.
Like our retail probably $799.
Okay.
Right, okay. But resale is probably over 1.2, 1.3 because miners and everybody else takes it and they buy them out. So obviously very big news for NVIDIA over there and NVDA. Pretty interesting news for gamers and for anyone who's playing those games that use extensive resources. Thankfully, Valorant doesn't. You can still use a 1080 and be okay with it. But there's a lot of new games that are out there that you might want to upgrade your card for. So for you guys, probably something to be looking forward to. Buy an old one, Pratt. They are massive inventory, most in history. Yeah, but I'm not buying a used graphics card that a miner was using. Like those are overclocked sometimes. They're not maintained properly. So I don't know, man. If I'm buying electronics, I'll rather buy a brand new than used. Maybe I'll buy refurbished, because at least you know that the company like Best Buy or whoever that refurbished it fixes up a little bit, cleans it up a little bit, and then gives it to you a cheaper price. But I would never buy a used graphics card.
And typically you got what, like a 90-day warranty with like refurbished stuff?
Probably.
Yeah, so
probably.
at least you got some sort of guarantee there, yeah. Guys, the AMPX and NRBO chart look awfully similar, don't they? Like, let's flip back and forth. I mean, they both went up with the same vigor, and now they're pulling back in the same shape. So interesting there. The two leading gappers on the day, one's up 56%, the other's up 58%. AMPX with a bit more momentum to the upside since the open, though up 60% since the open. compared to NRBO's 54 since the open. But looking back here to get in, looks like NRBO might be curling back up. It didn't pull back as aggressive or as low as I would have liked it to. See, it's a little bit extended off the 7 period still, but, you know, came within 50 cents of it. So this might be a new entry for me. It's just, you know, I'm a little hesitant because, you know, these small cappers near daily highs have kind of been rejecting. Daily high here is at 25 and we're at 23.25. So I guess, you know, there is a little bit of room to move up to the daily high. I'll keep my eye on that. AMPX looks a little bit weaker here, consolidating sideways a little bit at that $9.20, $9.40 level, in and around that area. But both of them still showing good volume, even though volume obviously decreased from the peaks here. I'll keep my eye on these two. I really don't have a plan, to be honest with you, for either of them now. I'm looking maybe perhaps take a bounce off that 21.75, which happens to be VWAP and on NRBO. There's also a good level of support there around that level. Look at this consolidation area here. It also happens to correspond with VWAP on this area. So my plan here is to try to take a dip trade and not try to chase it into the highs. I've been burned on by that. And as I say that, AMPX just shoots to the upside, making new daily highs now, breaking that $10.25 level. Looks like we're top wicking here at 10.31. Definitely missed that one, but hey, you know, like, what am I going to do? I have to have a plan. I have to follow the plan. Looks like it might be entering a false halt here. Is it going to halt? Looks like it's tying up. The bid is building up huge at that 10.30 level, and there we go. We've halted on AMPX to the upside at that $10.60 level. Let's flip back to NRBO. Typically what happens here is once one small capper goes into a halt, all the attention is placed on the other one, and a surge of volume starts coming in. So let's keep an eye on NRBO to see if that's the case. If that's the case, we want to punch into the long side, Brad.
Yeah, SAVA, Brando, just in our work chat updates us that we have a brand new high on this position. So yeah, look at it. We just cleared 34 by about 10 cents, but sadly pulled back under 34 as the S&P 500 pulls back under VWAP. But the NASDAQ is still above VWAP, but rejecting the 100-period EMA as we speak. SAVA continuing to try to go back above 34 over here as we're looking at it. Let's see if we can manage to do so. While we're talking about this, a stock that pops up in my head is BYND. Beyond is now at a new all-time low created today, around $16 now, and the stock is just so continuing to go to the downside every single day. It is absolutely sad for this company. I mean, when it first came out, the hype behind it and everything, and I'm even seeing Kevin Hart advertisements these days for when I was watching NFL actually on the weekend, I was watching Kevin Hart talk about Beyond Meat. And I was like, I don't even think you eat Beyond Meat, but here you are just talking about it for the bag. Honestly, I think the only trading setup for Beyond Meat that I'll be okay with playing is waiting for the next rumor. They've always
CEO.
They always come out with the rumors, right? The last rumor that they had was Kim Kardashian was their taste tester. Oh yeah. Right. So when that happened, the stock went up to the charts, and then there was a McDonald's rumor.
Why would that matter?
It mattered though. You know, Kim Kardashian is their official profiler, taste profiler or something. So that went up. Then they had a rumor that McDonald's was going to partner with them. Then they went up. Then they had another rumor, Pizza Hut. Then they went up too. But all of them were just rumors at the end of the day. And now the stock is sadly at a new all-time low, BYND.
I know Sean and Neil talked a little bit about it in the morning show, but did you hear what the CEO of BYND did a couple of days ago? Did he bite some guy in the nose? He bit
what?
Was
this, Mike Tyson?
A football game, I believe it was. He bit him in the nose, and like he's got a mugshot all online now. Not a good look for BYND there. Not a good look for the stock. So he's gonna have to definitely answer to the board.
He thought it was plant-based.
No, the nose is definitely not plant-based. There's cartilage and skin and muscle. So yeah, he was in the wrong sector there. We're watching for the volume to come in on NRBO. We're not finding any. So like right before I sent it back to Pratt, I said like AMPX halted to the upside. The volume is gonna follow on NRBO. That hasn't happened at all. In fact, it's been getting less and less. So let's send it up to Brenda, who's at the big board with another update.
We'll give you a look at the social sentiment board here, see what everyone is discussing. A lot more red has crept back into the board here as the morning has played itself out, including the overall market. Back downside. Rumble, yeah, big move down today for RUM on day 2. What a fade that was off of the open. This MGAM still holding up nicely. There's that AMPX. There's also IMPX as well. So many of these little teeny tiny ones that just want to go crazy. IPOF, we discussed briefly in the pre-market there. Neil discussed briefly in the pre-market there. Chamath giving up on IPOF and IPOD, not going to be able to find a target acquisition for both of those, it looks like, so they're going to wind down. Mullen, Ape, Wish, to name a few here, MEDS, and even Vinco Ventures making another appearance on the board today, guys. But a lot more negativity creeping back into the social sentiment board at this point.
Yeah, guys get it on my nerves.
That's funny. We're still looking at, sorry, go ahead, Brad.
Go for it.
Still looking at AMPX halted to the upside there. I think it's got another minute, maybe 30 seconds or so, and then we should, if it's a 5-minute halt, then we should come out of the halt. And then, yeah, basically my my thesis on NRBO did not come to fruition, and there's no volume coming in.
Yeah, we're just making fun of Fahad today because this man just keeps on taking injuries after injuries. Like, how hard is it, bro, to simply step over that barrier like Lucas does right here? He's just step over, and you don't take damage. But then Fahad's over here running into chain fences and tipping over it and breaking his shoulder. What's that? Yeah, like what happened to my NBA team lead apparently? Neil comes up to us yesterday. He's like, if we're playing ball, Fahad's going to be the captain. I was like, yeah, the same way he was the captain for bowling. And we know how that happened. So this man over here just getting old, just getting injured every time. Come on, Fahad, bro. You got to stop getting injured, man. But I'm only saying that because we want to play ball. Hopefully Sharif can come play ball today. That'll be fun. But we'll see how that works out. Currently, we're balling on the market, though, baby. We're balling on the market with these forward positions. Still 11 cents in the money. I don't want to punch out of any size just yet. You know, we're rejecting VWAP throughout the day. That $14 level break was clean. I think a bunch of the people behind me had it on the floor over here. But overall, the weakness behind Ford is real. So why would I have I don't really have a reason to jump out of it unless this market somehow turns around today like the way it did yesterday. The Dow was down 500 points and turned around and actually started playing around on the flat side around VWAP all day until the sad news about Ford came out. So you know, we could see that happening again. We're not that far away from 12K. You've heard Sean and Neil mention that level before. We're also pretty close to 3,900, which was the level the market rejected off of yesterday. We could pull back up to 3,900, reject that again, maybe get a break of 3,900 and actually go to 4K. I don't think there is enough move to go to 4K or volume to go to 4K today, but anything is possible, right? That's the beauty about this market. Anything is possible. So all we have to do is sit here, manage our risk, put the money where strategies that pay us, and you know, just look for the perfect opportunities. Be a sniper and patience.
Yeah, so 3 things I want to talk about here. First and foremost is Apple. Apple is just an absolute beast today and has been, to be honest with you. I think it's like where all the money's going to run and hide because it is definitely stronger than the market. So is Tesla, and Tesla's been that way too. Apple and Tesla, in my opinion, have been the standout big caps maybe the last 3-4 days. While the market consolidates sideways or even trends down, these stocks are heading upward. Let's move the chart. Let's move my big cap charts down to the screen here so you can follow. There's a clear distinction between these 2 stocks in the middle and the bottom right versus the other 4 here. I mean, you don't have to be a damn genius to see that there's a clear distinction. And if I were to compare that to the ES, look at the chart on the ES. These are all 1-minute charts. Looks like it, you know, reclaim VWAP then is moving to the side. No such thing for Apple. No such thing for Tesla. These guys are obviously to the upside. And to be honest with you, they have been for the last few days. That's just my opinion. I think, and I was talking to a buddy of mine, and he has a thesis that a lot of the money that doesn't know where to go is going to run and hide in these 2 stocks. That's the first thing. Second thing, we opened back up on AMPX. We're consolidating sideways now. We've got a little bit of a range going on here between that 10.25 and then to the upside here, maybe that 10.75 area, give or take a few pennies. So let's see what this one does. The volume is still there. If you look at the volume candles, volume hasn't dropped off. There's still good volume on this, up 77% on the day. NRBO is at an inflection point here. We're pulling into that VWAP area. VWAP on my chart on the 1 minute here is 21.76. We're at 22. So I'm really thinking here I'm going to take a dip trade off that VWAP with a tight stop. I might give it like 50 cents or so. You know, it could break VWAP by a little bit, then bounce back up. If this one breaks below and holds below VWAP, I want no part of it. And you recall what this one has done in the past. So let's go ahead and put in our order here. We're going to take that order. We're going to take that order probably right now because we're close enough to VWAP that it may not actually touch VWAP all the way down. We're going to take half the shares we normally take, and then we'll add to this position if it moves to the upside. So there we're in. My out on this one.
Sharif,
yes.
can you point your mic up a bit?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right, let me just fix this one here. I'll send it to you for a second.
All right, sweet. Yeah. Because somebody in the chat saying that your volume was a little low, so I messaged Fahad and he said everything looks good on his end. So I think it's just the fact that it was not pointing up; it was pointing a little out. But sorry for that, guys. If anything else in the chat if anything regarding mic or volume is an issue, please let us know. We'll fix that pretty quick. In the meantime, for the market, I'm just watching the market pretty much hang around for VWAP in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ market above VWAP and trying to go to the upside. So a little bit of patience. And I'm also seeing DWAG getting pushed down at the moment on my scanner. So let's go look at DWAG today, continuing to go to the downside for a while now, DWAG. Yesterday, today, and about to go into SSR mode. For those of you who don't know what SSR is, it means short sale restriction. It happens when a stock goes down 10% or more. That triggers that system for day one and the next business day, so day two. And the system doesn't allow you to get short by just smashing the bids. You have to wait on the ask. Thankfully, DWAC is not down 10% yet. It could have been down 10% yesterday, so it puts SSR for day two today, but if it goes down 10% today also, that re-triggers SSR day one, and then we go into SSR day two tomorrow. Let's head over to EV spaces a little bit. Couple stocks that are absolutely ridiculously strong today. It's XPEV. Look at XPEV up almost 4%. Its partner in crime should also be almost 4% to the north side, which is NIO. Let's go look at NIO. Wow, it's not up 4% at all. It's actually down 0.81% on the day. So XPEV is ridiculously strong on a day like today. Let's go see if Li Auto has anything to do with this move. Li Auto generally has been down every single day when NIO and XPEV have been up. So today, Li Auto and XPEV are moving to the north side, whereas NIO is not.
Klopp in the chat says Sharif probably did chest yesterday, making that mic slump. That's funny. Guys, I got into AMPX again right when it broke the high side of the halt level at 1067. I got in like 1070, I believe. First out was 1086, and then we have a bunch of different outs here. I think it's like 6 different outs. Anyway, top wick is at like that 1120 area, but I should have held for more. Look at the top. The top exit for me was at 1120 area. Top wick is here at 1194, so it almost hit that $12 area. Still going with more, to be honest with you. It's got a lot of legs to the upside here. I thought it was going to halt again, but no such case. Currently trading at 1160, up 96% on the day. The spread on this one is a little tricky. Sometimes it's like 3-4 cents, and then other times it can open up to about 15 cents or so. So AMPX, that's 2 winners for me on this one. You know, it's been a good stock to trade. It's got a lot of legs. Can't say the same thing for NRBO. That broke VWAP decisively and closed below it. So that entry level position here that I had at 2110, I got out of basically 2210. Sorry, I got out of for almost $1 loss at 2120. So about a 90-cent loss on that one. Thankfully, it was a starter position. AMPX, we went in with a bigger position, so you know it didn't offset the loss on NRBO, but it made up for it somewhat. So AMPX, definitely on my radar. It keeps going. Doesn't look like it's going to stop, to be honest with you. Flipping back here to the big cap stocks, because I have to keep my eye on Apple. It's unusually strong today relative to the market, and I keep saying that, but it keeps impressing me. 156.94 to the high side is our high of day, currently trading at 156.71 or 72. Tesla, same thing. 313.31 is the high of day, currently trading at 312.85. So we're very close to daily highs today on both these stocks. I'm going to try to look for a position to get into on either of them to supplement my small cap trading today, Brad.
Yeah, what I'm noticing right now is we still have 5,000 people watching us, but only 1.6K likes today. Very surprising that you guys don't smash the like button on the morning show when we have like, 7,000 people watching. So for everyone who's not done it already, hit that like button. Show Neil, Sean, Brendan, how much their hard work every day morning coming in 8:30, having that watch list is appreciated. And then I would also appreciate it if you also smashed it for Sharif and myself. So smash that like and help us out with the YouTube algorithm. Along with smashing the like, I would also like for you to hit that subscribe button a little bit. Tickle that subscribe button, tickle that notification bell too. Just a quick little tickle, right? Don't.
We're subscribers now.
We're at 3,445.
All right.
What am I saying? 345,000 subscribers.
Come on, guys. We need that 400K soon, guys. Come on.
Yeah, let's get those numbers going. And while we'll get those numbers going, let's send it to Brendo at the big screen.
Hey guys, yeah, just waiting on some closing prints here for the European market and European landscape as we wrap up the day over in Europe. A few headlines leading the way over in Europe so far. Swedish central bank goes 1 full % on a rate hike today. That was a surprise, kicking off what could be similar to come tomorrow for the Fed. Stock 600, though, erasing early gains to turn a little bit negative. Ends up being a lot negative when all is said and done here for England. The only one really, 0.64, not 1 full % Germany, France, Italy, Spain, Sweden, Swiss market, all a full % or more to the downside. Just Turkey there, as it normally is, doing what it wants to on its own, 3.5% upside. But yeah, pretty red once again today for the European landscape, guys.
The European market, yeah, man.
You hear about the heads of the central banks meeting soon? I don't know what day they're
Today?
meeting. I'm not sure if it's today or sometime. Yeah.
Today and tomorrow. The last 2 days, the FOMC meetings.
No. Well, I believe. Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I think that the leader of the EC or the
ECB or whatever. Yeah.
is supposed to meet.
Okay.
And then they're supposed to talk about their tightening policies, like just from a global perspective. So I thought that was an interesting little tidbit there. I know obviously the FOMC meeting started. Hopefully we'll find out what Papa Powell is thinking tomorrow at 2:30. But what do you want to happen tomorrow? Do you want that 75?
I just want the bandit to be pulled off, bro. I've been saying this, like, just give us a 5% hike and just screw it.
5%,
just screw it.
like
just screw it. Just
You know, a lot of people have been
put an
saying
end to
the
this
same
market.
thing.
Just put an end. Sorry, put an end. Take it back to 2,600. Take it back to 1K, and then whoever can buy the dip at 1K, and then print again in 10 years.
Yeah.
Like that's my opinion. Just pull the Band-Aid. The slowly ripping of the Band-Aid and yanking the hair out with it. It's not fun. It's painful, right? So just yank it. Give me the full max pain right away, or give me the full max gain right away.
That's what
don't tickle me around here and there. I'm getting annoyed. But it's also coming from an experienced trading career, only two years sitting over here. I still consider myself very new to trading.
Yeah.
So like my opinions are probably coming also from a comedic standpoint.
No, but I think a lot of people
I
are
would just
agreeing
like
with
for
you.
it to happen.
Like, I don't know if our viewers are familiar with Leon Cooperman. He was on CNBS the other day. I was watching him, and he wants exactly what Prad just said. He just wants the rate hikes to come and to like get inflation under control, and whatever has to happen will happen. Obviously, he can weather it a lot more than, say, the regular person on Main Street can. He's more of a Wall Street guy, and he's always been a Wall Street guy. And for apparently, according to him, he's flat on the year. So anybody who follows Leon Cooperman for investment advice, keep your eye on him, because apparently he knows what he's doing. A lot of investors, they're not flat on the year; they're down on the year. But you know what also I noticed? A lot of these hedge funds have a mandate to actually deploy cash. So they can't stay in a cash position even though they may want to. You know what I mean? Like if they look at equities as a kind of a dangerous spot, they can't stay in cash. So that's interesting between them and like regular investors.
I'm just laughing about the comments in chat. Some couple people saying, you don't have mortgage, Pratt, so obviously you don't care. But then a lot of people actually are actually going, Pratt, that's what I'm saying, I'm with you. So a lot of people in the chat actually wanted to, which is very surprising. You know, you would expect people to not want it and only, dump it. Just bring Bogdanov out here and just dump it. Right? But obviously I know what that means to the economy. I know the markets are going to get absolutely shellacked to the downside. And it's going to be 2008 all over again. You know, there's going to be people suffering through absolute recession if that happens. So obviously the way they're going through right now, or the route they're deciding to go through is a much safer, easier route, and probably a healthier way. At least that's their reasoning behind it, or you would think so. But you know, I'm gonna stick to my comedic answer, and I'm gonna say just pull the Band-Aid. But yeah, let's just leave it at that. Currently, Ford is 13 cents in the money, but all my other positions are out of the money. So let's go manage Palantir a little bit. Palantir only 3 pennies out of the money, so not much to be scared about on Palantir over here. Palantir had a decent breakout earlier off the range at $7.86. So I went long, gave it that risk of $7.85 to the downside. Never came into play, so I don't have to worry about it. Just let the stock do what it wants to do. One thing that I want to keep in mind is the S&P 500 move. Even though the NASDAQ is above VWAP, here's the NQ/Z22CM. Even though the NASDAQ is above VWAP on the 5-minute chart, we're constantly rejecting the 100-period EMA. And same with the S&P 500. It says we're down 12% on the market. Don't believe that. That's not a real number. My thing is bugged again. I have to send the ticket for my chart. But it's the point I'm getting to is the market's down still, and even though the NASDAQ tried to get above VWAP and did so successfully, S&P 500 is failing to do that. So we should be a little careful for the long still.
Yeah, I'm looking at AMPX still. That made just a newer high right now. Looks like we topped out at that $12.25 before pulling back in a little bit to the support level here at around 1180, 1190. It seems like it's got a lot of legs, and the volume is following, guys. The volume is definitely not dropping off on this one, even though the gains are not as pronounced as they were before. Like, look at this move here on the halt. We moved from that 915 all the way up to 1066 or 1067, and that was on lesser volume than we're at right now. So volume definitely not dropping off on this one. Very strong. AMPX now up 102.25% on the day. Jeez. I love these kind of stocks, but to be honest with you, I don't know how to approach NRBO. I'm starting to think maybe that this will be a flat bottom breakdown here. I'm looking for a potential short on this one to give back. Its gains up almost 50% on the day. I'm looking for a decisive break of that 21 to the downside, perhaps a short. The reason I say that is because I see a bit of a head and shoulders pattern here, albeit it is on the 1-minute chart. So, you know, you take that with less significance than if it was on, say, a 5 or a higher time slot chart. But that I'm looking for a break of this. We call this the neckline here. I'm looking for a break of that 21. So my eyes are peeled on this one, and I think I may actually put in an order for that break of 21. So I typically don't like to do this on shorts, but you know I may have to here. So let's put 20.99. And then give it to 20.90 because the spread is right now the spread's 8 cents. So, you know, it can, and it opens up more. So let's put typically half the shares we normally take. There we go. It's in. So if this one breaks down to the downside and breaks down decisively before 21, we'll be in this one. But all the hype is around AMPX. All the volume is around following there. It's just so extended right now. And you know what I do when something's extended? I flip back to the 5-minute chart and I try to see how far away we are from the 7-period moving average, and currently the 7-period moving average is at 1087. We're currently trading at 1193, so this one's too extended for me to punch into. I don't want to punch into this one because, you know, it just may make a new high, then whoop, all of a sudden we're all the way back down. That's not my game. I'm here to make money, baby.
Look at your boy Luca, man. Luca making some nice.
He's at home eating this.
Don't use his last name, he said. Okay. You're good though. Yeah, he's at home making omelet and bacon. And obviously, what else does he have?
Coffee.
Obviously.
Spro.
Spro, sorry, Spro, not coffee. I almost messed up there. Spro. So Luca, the homie, enjoying some bacon, enjoying his day off. Enjoy, brother. Have fun with your day off over there. Anyways, moving on from that question, because I shouldn't be reading that one out loud. Activision. I want to talk about Activision. Someone in chat, Day Sports Card, mentioned check out Activision. It's at 3-month low, and you know me, baby. I love Activision when it's stuck in a range, and Activision's actually stuck in a good range right now. If you ask me, we're at yesterday's low. I mean, it's not stuck in a range, but we're at yesterday's low. I'll try along at yesterday's low. We'll see how beautiful move we'll get out of it. But when Activision's news was announced about its acquisition, this was me absolutely destroying Activision in these ranges. Sadly, those ranges broke out a little bit, so I zoned off of it. But yeah, look at that low. The same low coming in around $75.30, $75 flat. I think all the way up to $75, I'm okay taking that long on ATVI, on a hope. Okay, the fact that I even use the word hope, I might have to punch out of this position. But on the expectation that the stock is going to go back to the north side and we're going to be able to scalp some pennies off of this beautiful stock that I've put damage in before in my past. Uncooked bacon equals serial killer. Oh my God, that's not uncooked bacon, man. I mean, it's a little raw. I'll give you that. I don't even know that's a little.
It's not even raw.
That's not even raw, man. You guys just don't. There's no oil in it. That's why he probably air fried it like the healthy man he is. And you guys calling him a raw meat eater? Come on, man.
Look at this guy zooming in 10 times.
Come on, man.
I just want to address Mike Bailey. Prad, he's asking, how do I get the watch list? Can you do like a special code in the chat? Or?
Yeah, exclamation exclamation mark watch list.
So there you go, Mike. Exclamation watch list. Type that in the body of the chat, and you should be able to get hooked up there, brother. Okay, so having a look here at AMPX, look at that epic flush down. That's why we said we don't want to go long here. It's extended off the 5. It's extended, off the 7 EMA on the 5-minute chart. This is not my cup of tea, and I was right. It flushed aggressively from that $12.37 area. Bottom wick is $11.15, so basically flushed $1 and change. In one 1-minute candle. I'm looking more for that pull back into that 11 area between 10.75 and 11 for possible new long. Keep in mind that we have been moving up aggressively since around that, I want to say, that 10 o'clock time slot. So this one may require a more sustained pullback. We'll see, especially in this time of day. It's up 95% on the day, was up over 100. So looking again from that 10.75 to that $11 mark for a possible dip trade for a long on this one. Let's go back to NRBO. NRBO is setting up the way that I expected to set up, below VWAP, straddling VWAP, but from the downside. And I'm looking for that aggressive break of 21 and perhaps into that 200 EMA at around that 1850. So there's like a couple of $3 there on the table that you can take there if you have enough patience, and if it goes enough to the downside. What I do like is a lot of declining volume right now, and then I want to see a big red candle come in and increase the volume, but to the downside. So that's my thesis on NRBO. It's backed up here by the fact that it's below VWAP. I see a head and shoulders pattern. I want to see the break of this neckline. So that's my thinking on NRBO, and I'm sticking to it if I have to, right?
Oh, wait.
Go for it, Bradley.
No, sorry. The watch list thing was a command, but it's not anymore. I actually thought it was a command. Okay. We might have taken it down because the watch list system changed for an intermediate period. So I'll get that command back and up and running while I'm not talking about stocks, but I'm going to get that.
Easy thing to do. TraderTV.live. That's it. TraderTV.live. Sign up there with your email. You can sign up with Google, Facebook, whatever account. TraderTV.live.
Yes, sir. That is pretty easy indeed. I should have just said that. You're right. But yeah, go check out that website, guys. And if you're not signed up to the watch list, you're missing out on tons of free information that Brendan curate for you every single day in the morning. So sign up to it. Currently, I'm watching Ford have some good size on the ask that the bids don't really have. Look at that size on the ask. 2,000, almost 3,000 lots on 1350, and only 1,500 lots on 1345. So I'm expecting the weight on 1350 to keep on transferring over to the downside and get all the way down to 1345. So because of that, I'm gonna throw an order at 1346. I'm gonna actually, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna take the half print in front of 1356. My keys are not programmed. Whatever. I'm just gonna do a 1346 then. Leave my order in front of 45 and see if we can get a nice little fill around 46s over here when the market pulls back to the downside, or if the market pulls back to the downside in reality, because NASDAQ is still above VWAP. S&P 500 stuck between 3880 and 3875. Imagine the market stuck in a 5-point range. What else can you even say about the day today?
I mean, just Apple continues to be an absolute monster. Let me bring this down. It is just stronger than everything else, and you don't need to be a genius to see that. Look at that. We're at 156.94 high of day on Apple, currently trading 156.77, 79 now. So we're not even 20 cents off the high. And look at this. Look at the way Apple's chart looks. Let's maximize this guy here. Have a look at Apple's chart. This is a 1 minute. Look at that. Look at the directional movement up, and then here is the ES. How do I get the there we go. No, that's the ES is here. Look at the ES. Definitely not that directional. Apple is a beast. You know, it's just I'm gonna just punch long here and hold it for the entire day. But knowing my luck, I'll punch long and then Apple start selling off. So yeah, but guys, Apple's a monster. Keep your eye on Apple. Tesla to a lesser extent, but definitely stronger than the other ones there. Guys, we're short. We're short nicely here on that 21.05 on NRBO. Currently, the bid is at 20.78. The ask is at 20.99. So it's a 21-cent spread now on NRBO. That's the danger of this one. When the volume drops off, the spread's going to open up. But I believe we're in the right direction here. So I'm going to take a piece off. I want to take a piece off at that 20.50. So let's go ahead and put that now. We're going to cover a portion of our position at that 21.50. So we'll obviously not put it at 21.50. We'll put it at 21.53. And there we go. So I see this is going to sell off a little bit. That's just my thesis on this one. So far, so good. In the money. And yeah, waiting to scalp a little bit more proudly.
Yeah, I'm just making these commands over here real quick. Bang, bang, command already exists. No, it doesn't. Stop lying to me. I don't see it, you liar. Oh, it's probably in the next area.
You lie.
Yeah, it is. It is in the next area. Okay, awesome. So I can just go into timers, watch list timers, and enable it. And wait, that should, if that is a command, then we should be able to bang, bang, bang. Oh, it's set to moderator only. So let me,
bang, bang.
We shot you down, bang, bang. Everyone, submit.
Like, anytime I drop
bang,
like
bang,
a little
lyric.
rhyme, you know it pretty
You know
quickly.
it, baby.
Dude.
They
I
don't
give
call
you
me.
credit, man.
They don't call me Beatmaster Pratty without a reason. Okay, they call me Beatmaster Pratty. Yesterday was actually hilarious because Sean. Yesterday was actually hilarious because Sean comes up to me and he's like, yo, how many names do you have? I'm like, too many names, too many names.
Yeah.
And then Neil introduces me his wife and he's like, yo, when are you dropping lyrics? I'm like, no, I'll make you a beat and you rap on it. We'll go to the studio. We'll open a bottle of Henny. Yeah, we'll go to the booth. We'll go to the booth. You know, let me make the beat first. Let me make the beat. We'll hit the booth and we'll have Neil rapping. It'll be a brand spanking album, Trader TV. I know a lot of booths. I don't have a booth. I know a lot of booths that charge like $50 a session. Yeah, we got this. We got this.
And Neil needs to do his segment too, the dancing segment, because Neil was pulling some moves yesterday. Yeah. I don't know if you remember us talking about this. Yeah, because Neil can move, man. Yesterday, he had a couple of drinks. He was feeling good.
It's crip walking?
It was walking.
Crip walking.
Sorry,
hey.
I didn't describe it accurately enough, guys. But yeah, Neil's got moves in addition to rapping. So that was a hell of a time yesterday, guys. And I haven't met a lot of people. And Sean introduced me to a lot of people. And Neil introduced me to a lot of people. So shout out to those two. Looks like we're gonna get filled here. Let's just go ahead and hit that out. There we go. Why is it not filling me? There we go. Another piece out there. So we've got half our position out on NRBO. On that short, recall we got in at 21.05 first cover. was that 2085, second covers at 2071, and there we go, collapsing to the downside. 2030, beautiful, there we go, we're out of that one. Nice little winner there. Last cover is on 2042, so that's a nice 50-cent move down, and it's still continuing to make a move down, but we're going to send it up to Brendo at the big desk right now for Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you an update on what is leading right now. And it's actually the Dow that's the worst off to the downside, followed by the NASDAQ. So quick look at the Dow Jones 30 here to the downside. Apple's green on the day, Boeing's green on the day. Everything else, though, downside in a big way, including Nike. We were talking about 3.6% on that downgrade today. Home Depot right beside it, 1.8. McDonald's here, CRM. There was that note this morning on WhatsApp. From Meta now going to have some compatibility with CRM, which was kind of interesting. Here's the NASDAQ then, a little more green coming through for the NASDAQ, just 0.3 to the downside right now. Moderna on a big bounce today, 4% back higher off that big move down yesterday. PDD, JD, both higher on the day. Some Chinese strength coming through. Lucid, 1.6 downside. Tesla, though, holding on to positive territory right beside it. There's Netflix, 1%, still showing all kinds of relative strength is Netflix. It's been a big week for that one. Goog and Google there, both 1.3, 1.4 downside. And then PayPal over here, the biggest leader in the software group, 2.3%. So it's now 1/4% from the NASDAQ. If I keep talking, maybe we'll get even closer to green, guys. Back over to you.
Man, I should have bought.
A couple of questions from the chat. What's your hunch as to what will happen to the market tomorrow after Papa Powell announces a 75 basis hike? I have a couple ideas about it. I was actually talking to my dad today before coming into work, and I was like, if he pulls out 100 beeps, then obviously market's scared. If he pulls out a 75 beeps though, or 0.75, market sold off pretty violently already. Maybe it's priced in, maybe it's not priced in, maybe it goes down. There's a lot of maybes over there, right? So honestly, the best thing to do is to have all your if and then statements ready, just in case when they do show up. And tomorrow it will show up at 2 o'clock, and you'll be able to trade it. The best thing to do is just be patient and wait for the variables to show up instead of creating a theory and then trying to force that theory into the market, because obviously the market does not care what your theory is. It's only caring about where people are putting their money in, right? So just a nice little patient answer is what I would give you on that one. I really don't know the future, sadly. If I knew, trust me, I'd be the guy sending rockets to Mars instead. But creating a theory, nothing wrong with that. My theory, if it comes out 0.75, we're gonna most likely have a little pop in the market, or even a small drop in the market too, kind of like priced in action. If we get 100, then obviously we're going to the downside. There's no way that I can see the market coming out with the 0.5 hike, right?
No.
I can't see that happening.
I mean, I don't even think that would be good for the markets. It would just kind of signal to the markets that Papa isn't taking inflation as seriously as he should, because we keep getting higher prints, and then he comes in with a half basis point or a 50 basis point hike. I mean, I don't know. I think that would signal to investors that he either doesn't really understand the problem, which is not the case. He's obviously very intelligent, or he's not taking it as seriously. So 75 bips definitely is my guess as well. And but I do think I'm a bit more hawkish in this sense. I do think that he should lay down the gauntlet pretty quicker, and I don't really think he should be concerned with the market. He's got two prerogatives. I said this before. It's full employment and price stability, and neither of those include what the equity markets are going to do. So NRBO, guys, we're out of that trade completely on NRBO, but it's still stair-stepping down. It's really slow, though. Volumes dropped off completely. Spreads are opening up on NRBO, but it is headed in the right direction. So the theme with these small cappers is once they lose legs going into midday, they may retrace back, 75, let's say minimum 50% of the move. Okay, do we have any Fibonacci's on this one? Let's pull up my other chart here, and so I can use Fibonacci's on NRBO. Let's pull that up here. It's first one. Perfect. There we go. Let's do that. And then let's make, that's not what I'm looking for. NRBO. There we go. Go ahead and draw our lines off the breakout area. You know, this is where I'm going to say the breakout area is. It's around this area here because that's where the move was. Let's move it to the top. And currently, we just touched 50% on the retracement. So from this area, which is where I'm assuming that the move started, to the top of the move, that's obviously not in question. We've just touched 50%. So let's see if we can get down to that 38.2% retracement, which will be around that $19 level. Does it happen to correspond with anything else? Yes. Currently, the 200 period is also at that $19 level. So it's nice to have two confirming indicators, whether it's Fibonacci's, exponential moving averages, what have you, that point to the same direction or that point to the same level. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm not in it, but if I had to, if I had to be, you know, if I had to guess, I would say that $19 level is an interesting retracement. Perhaps may go down more, but that's where I would take profits if I was still short. I want to address a super chat here. Sean, do you know what kind of currency that is? And that's a really hard name to say. Abashith. Abashith sends 400 of some currency. Sorry, I'm not sure what currency that is. Perhaps Prad can come look at and see what that is too. He says, thanks, Prad. I hope it's all priced in with respect to your announcement. Do you know what currency that is?
Rupees.
That's rupees?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's 400 rupees, and he's shouting you out. So just want to let Indian rupee, JD says. Okay, everyone's lighting up now in the chat. So yeah, NRBO just popped
That's
up.
my home
back
currency,
at
baby.
21.50. We'll continue to watch that one, but my thesis on it is more downside, Brad.
That's my home currency. Thank you for those 400 rupees, because I'm going to be able to spend that in India when I go in December to buy some good dosas and idlis and whatnot. I can't wait. I'm so excited, baby. For those of you know what dosas are. And baby, we're going to Hyderabad. If you know anything about Hyderabad, you know we're going to have some bomb biryani, baby. It's going to be amazing. My mouth is just watering thinking about it. Man, there's so much good food from where I come from, and I just can't wait. This is why I'm actually going to the gym, so I can go pig out in India for 2 weeks straight and not worry about my weight or anything, so I can come back up here and be like, all right, I had my glen feel, my satisfaction filled. Now I can go back to the gym rat session
There's
mode.
a general consensus amongst us here at the firm that Prad's going to come back married from that.
Yeah,
India
everyone
trip,
thinks
so,
I'm going
yeah.
and I'm coming back like with like 100% tied down or something.
Yeah,
like,
so-
and I hope that's not true. Please, Mom, don't let that be true. I think it's time to get out of Roblox, guys, because Roblox is now turning positive on the day. But we'll give it till the higher day over here. My original idea was I'll give it till this candle. So we're gonna have to give it to that. But look at SPY right now. The S&P 500 finally clearing VWAP and pushing to the north side. We're now at the 100 period EMA on the SPYs. NASDAQ also pushing to the north side. So this market getting elevated a little bit, most likely because our bad boy Apple, holy schmokies, Apple's at 158.
It does
you know
not
what?
stop, bro.
I was complaining that I didn't punch out of my long-term portfolio out of Apple, or at least take some profits. I think it might be time to do that as we're pushing back up north over here, because you know yeah, listen, I'm taking profits. And I'll get back at 125, 130. I'll get back in. I just want a better average, you know. 150 was a good average
That is
when
a
markets
good
looked like they were
average,
going to 10K. But like now 10K looks, you know, a little 10K on the S&P 500, that is. But like now I think it's time to you know, be frugal about my average. I don't know. Sean, what do you think? The way you're looking at me makes me think I should not do anything. No, okay, fine. No
and
punch
Warren
out.
Buffett's been saying for quite some time that he's loading up on Apple every time it dips below 150, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it just
That's what
did that.
Sean told me, Rick. Every
Yeah.
time we go to 150 or lower, do you really think Apple's going to go below 100?
No, God, no.
So if you can give it $50 worth of risk from 150, then, you know, go for it.
And it clearly has more legs than the general market here, and I don't blame them. I mean, like every time they come out with something to impress us. But I want to shout out Paul in the chat here. He
come
says
on.
Apple making Josh Allen moves. Yeah, and if anyone watched
How
Josh
was that
Allen
game
yesterday, knows that Josh Allen is a stud right now. We'll talk more about Josh Allen when we get back from Brenda, who's at the big board.
As we head into lunch hour, guys, we're still trying to get back to the upside, but as we started the day, we're still kind of waiting and seeing as far as what is going to happen. Coming up tomorrow, here's the headline we were looking at in the pre-market. If you joined us this morning, it's all about the Fed and what is going to happen, as you guys were talking about, coming up tomorrow afternoon. There we go. Look at the big board right now. Still pretty red right across it, but getting better. 0.68, 0.77 for the Dow there. We are still 0.16. We did briefly touch break even there for the 100, the NASDAQ 100, but trying to lead us back to positive territory is the NASDAQ right now. There was a note on Peloton. We had Peloton on the watch list this morning. Yeah, apparently CNN Business reporting that Lululemon might have interest in Peloton, up 2.5%. You can see big volume came in there on that headline. Nike downside still trying to roll over, in fact, as we speak on that Barclays downgrade to underweight today. Really no bounce whatsoever today for Nike, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch up on, give more credit to the Bills there yesterday, playing an excellent offense, especially with King Henry in the backfield. They really held him the majority of the game, and anybody who knows anything about King Henry knows that he's kind of like an unstoppable force. So shout out to the Bills D yesterday. Also, we all know that they have a great offense. There's not a question about that. But wow, it's gonna be an interesting AFC championship game this year. I hope that the Bills can get through and kind of give the North something to cheer about, because I think as recently as 10 years ago, we constantly had Bills games. Bills used to come to Toronto and play one regular season game at the Rogers Centre, the Sky Dome, whatever you want to call it. And so a lot of Toronto fans are Bills fans by default of the proximity to the city, the connections the city's had over the years. So yeah, shout out to the Bills, shout out to Josh Allen, but Cowboys all the way. Yes, playmaker, I see.
Apparently, yeah. So Brandon, I just updated you guys too, and it's in our work chat too. Lululemon, Peloton, possible takeover rumor, and Rainmaker in the chat goes, why on earth would Lulu be interested in Peloton? I mean, why wouldn't they? Peloton is even though I have enough smack to talk about Peloton, I think it's still a great acquisition for any company, such as even Apple. Apple trying to get into the fitness space with their watches and the scuba divers watching and whatnot. Imagine you go scuba diving with this watch, and then there actually water damage happens, and you're relying on this thing to tell you how deep you are in water. Now what?
Yeah, that's I don't know if that's a liability thing for Apple.
That's an issue.
Pretty cool. Did you see how it tells you to come up slowly so that your ears don't pop?
Yeah.
It has like skydiving features too.
But imagine you're using that as your altitude check to understand where you got to pull your shoe, and then your battery's dead, or like something happens.
That's on you.
Then you're screwed, man. You better have one of those backup gauges that actually uses the wind pressure and whatnot to tell you. But anyways, coming back to the whole Peloton thing, I think Peloton is a great buyout candidate for Apple, for a lot of sports companies, even Nike or something. But Lululemon, man, they're trying to take over the world over here. They're fighting Nike, they're fighting Adidas. So I think this Peloton possible rumor takeover interest is a good news. So let's go to Brando for an update on that.
Not on that, guys, but more headlines coming through right now. GM on a spike here to the upside. You can see volume coming in back higher. On this note, Hertz going to buy up 175,000 EVs from GM by 2027.
Honestly, that's a lot of cars. Oh, wow, Hertz making big boy moves. And anybody who remembers the Hertz debacle during the pandemic, I think they had to offload the majority of their fleet because, they weren't renting any cars and they weren't making any money. But what a comeback that is for Hertz. I know that they had a deal with Tesla too. Remember that earlier in the year?
Isn't this the company that went into OTC and came back? Right?
Yeah, Hertz. It was it was a meme stock for a while. It would squeeze and was doing all sorts of things.
Yeah, went into OTC, delisted from the market, and then relisted back onto the market. That's coming back alive like a phoenix, like an absolute bird that they are, man. I want to talk about Ford as we're talking about GM, because that was a little scary. Obviously, GM, Ford, completely two different companies. That pop on GM helped out Ford a little bit to actually churn through that size on 1350. We were at 1346 not too long ago, and I was so close to getting my size out there, but the stock started running away from me, and it pushed up to 1350. Thankfully, 1350 did break, but we're right back under 1350. So it's a good indication that even though we took out that size, we don't have to worry now. Come on, give me my fill. There's not much size left on the book. How behind am I on this line? Am I all the way at the back of the line? Come on. If they're not going to fill me, I'm just going to take out the liquidity at 47 at this point. They have to fill me. They have to fill me here. There's not much size on the bids. I am sitting on the bids over here, so it's only time that they push into me now.
Interesting. Yeah, definitely keeping my eye on Apple. Looks like we made a high day here, 158.08. This thing has got legs, man. Holy. I think we started the day off in the 153s, maybe 153.5. Now we're touching 158.
There we go.
Like the market's down, guys. The market's down 20. Well, the ES is down 27.25 points, down 0.7% on the day, and Apple's just ripping. That's great. Wow. I'm going to keep harping on that because it always amazes me every time I talk about it. NRBO bounced off VWAP. This is the kind of thing that you like if you're a bear. You want to see that VWAP rejection touches VWAP, respects the level, pulls back down again. Give this one time if you're a bear. Look for that 2050 break, a decisive 2050 break, or if you don't want to have a bias, look for the reclaim of VWAP and to stay above VWAP and for volume to come in. Because if you're a bull on this one, you definitely need the volume to support you for the upside move. But if you're a bear, not so much. So look for that 2050 break on NRBO for more downside potential, or the reclaim of VWAP with good volume coming in if you're looking to go long. Obviously, there does seem to be some resistance around that 22 level. VWAP's at 2170, but there is the peak here on this chart around 22. That's the level I take. A close above 22 for a long. So that's what I'm looking at there. Let's check AMPX. So when we were trading earlier, a couple of dubs on this. Yeah, the break of VWAP here, stair-stepping down a little bit after an aggressive move up. A halt. This one was halted as well. Looks like the top was at 12.37 here. Now we're trading around $10.06. So it's a bit of a move down. This one, I'm not really sure where the support is going to be. I'm going to have to say the first level of support that I see is at that 990 level, and that stems from this peak over here. Looks like we broke the other support levels. I would have said that 1066 level where the halt was a first level of support, and then perhaps the bottom of this trough right here at 1031. But we've broken those, so I'm looking at that 990 as the first level of support, and then secondly, at that $9 mark as a second level of support. That's if you're looking long-minded, but looks like the short is setting up on this one, at least for the time being. So that's what I'm looking at. No trades currently. Looking at Apple consolidating sideways. Let's see what the market and what Apple wants to do going into the afternoon, Bradley.
Yeah, I'm sure Apple right now, 158, giving it the high of 158, or what does it make above? I think it went above like 10 pennies maybe. So giving it up to 158.11 for my risk. Let's see if we can bully the stock and the market back to the downside. Apple short on silly move. This looks like Comp SRX1 is also a short on this trade, and so is Dan Iman. So a bunch of people on the short side with me. Let's see if we can ride the stock right back to the downside. Ford did give me that exit at 1346. Like I said, it should. Obviously, no absolute speaking unless you're a Sith. So that's just something that Neo has taught me. Neo's taught me not only about trading, but also how to be a nerd. So I appreciate that. And Sean yesterday was teaching me how to hold a wine glass. So Sean not only a teacher in trading realm, also a teacher on culture and how to appropriately hold a wine glass. So apparently red wine, apparently red wine for your children in the chat over there. Red wine, you're supposed to hold it by the bottom because the body heat transfers over and it aerates it and gives you that aroma and whatnot. But white wine, which is served cold, you're supposed to hold it by the stem and have your pinky out and sip with your pinky out and whatnot. Hey, I didn't have my pinky out and his wife got mad at me, man. So I had to have my pinky out. So I learned a lot of new things over there on how to sip wine.
Yeah, I thought I was like a damn genius, like with the way that I was holding it. And Sean's like, "What are you doing? That's not how you hold white wine." So got a little educated there. yesterday. But hey, man, it's all good times. NRBO breaking through that 22 level decisively, closing above it. A lot of decent volume amount coming in, but that was a nice move here off that 21.30 bottom. Then we look 22.75 top. So that's one minute candle that move was made. Now consolidating a little bit sideways. Key thing is, are we going to hold that 22 level, or are we going to dip back below it? And the reason I'm looking for that 22 level and not VWAP, VWAP is also another area, but I do like that 22. They're not too far apart. I mean, they're 25 cents apart. 22 and VWAP is currently at 21.75. So 25 cents or so, and that's probably like, normal given the spread on this one. That currently 5 cents, but it opens up right now 10 cents. It opens up to as wide as 20 and 25 cents at times. But this is a bit of an interesting one. I thought this one was definitely going to stair step down, especially if it broke that 20.50 level. It proved me wrong, and it's making a move back up. I want to see it hold above VWAP or that 22, and then we'll take it long, hopefully for a new high of daybreak that's above that 25 level. So NRBO showing that it's not done for the day, showing still signs of strength. Compare that to AMPX, which is showing quite the opposite, breaking below VWAP and starting to make lower lows and lower highs, which is this bad boy right here. So look at that. If we had to draw a trend line, you don't have to be a genius to see the trend is down, and also to confirm that it is below VWAP. So what do we got on play? We got NRBO. We're going to take NRBO long any minute now, breaking through that $23 level, showing that it's got plenty of strength, approaching that 23.50 level. But now the spread is 31 cents, and it's 31 cents when volume's coming in. It just makes no sense to me. I mean, I really want to understand the mechanics of how this works, how the volume comes in at a greater level and the spread opens up. But when the volume's down, the spread is tighter. I kind of don't get that. But hey, that's what we're given right now.
Yeah, Apple short currently 17 cents in the money, and Ford 22 cents in the money. So markets are trying to push back down, at least on the stocks that we are involved in. So let's see a nice little move back to the short side. At least the short trades work for me, is what I'm trying to say. We're looking at AMC right now. AMC today a low of $8.95. Yesterday we did go a little bit lower than $8. Where is it? Here we go. Maybe not yesterday. It was the day before that. Maybe I think it was this day, I'm actually surprised now. Which day was I trading AMC? I can't even remember it. Yeah, it was yesterday. We did dip under 8 yesterday. I tried a long at 9. It didn't work out, and I stopped focusing on it. But here we are, that 9 level standing true one more time. Not too long ago, that 9 level used to be at $10. So AMC slowly giving up its gains, man. It's a little sad, obviously, for the AMC shareholders, but it's just the current market environment, sadly, right? I don't know how many people are still going to theaters, but the current market, with the economy going downside, with FedEx explaining or coming out with fears about global scale economy, and even Ford coming in and saying the chip shortages hurting them by $1 billion in a quarter. $1 billion damage in a quarter, like that's insane. And you can expect the higher inflation cost damage bleeding into the next quarter all the way up to 2023, because prices keep on going up. If a company like Ford, who's been existing for God knows how long now, is explaining or is putting out concerns about pricing going up and cost of things going up, that will eventually bleed into normal people's lives, into your lifestyle, your cost of living. So it's only brace for impact at this moment. It's a falling plane, and we're all bracing for impact. And that's why I said just pull off the Band-Aid, just pull it off, and then let's rebuild it.
What do you think about AMC's business model, though, like the theater business model? I think it's kind of done now. Everyone wants to watch at home.
I want to watch at home.
They got their theater
I want to watch
up.
at home.
They're like Dolby surround sound or whatever they're doing.
I want to watch at home. Especially if I have a kid, I don't want to take the kid to a theater, because every time I'm in a theater and there's a kid in the theater, I'm the one getting mad at that person for bringing a child to the theater. So, I don't want to be that person who's taking a kid to the theater, right? Yeah. So, I think when I do have a kid, or if I do have a kid, that kid's staying at home and watching his movies.
After
I'm sorry.
December, right?
He or she can get old enough to pay their own tickets and go on dates or go with their friends.
Yeah, you could
but
do
as
whatever
long
you
as they're
want,
asking me to show them some sort of a movie, it's gonna be at home in the home movie theater in my big mansion, or maybe in my yacht. Maybe in my yacht, right? He can sit in my yacht, watch Netflix then.
There you go. You didn't catch my fade there. I'm like after December, right?
After December, yo, chill. Yo, why you wishing bad on me, bro? You're supposed to be my boy.
Bad, man. Yeah, shout out to Prad's new wife, whoever she is, after December. I'm kidding. Apple, Apple just had a nicer move. They're now consolidating a little bit, guys. 157.57 is currently trading at. 158.08 is the high, but our focus is on NRBO. Look, I want to see what this move is going to do. Are we going to break back down and touch VWAP at that 2180, or are we going to make new highs above 23? The top wick here is 23.34, but the price action has been taking place below that 23 level. So I want to see if we can reclaim 23 with any vigor and continue to the upside, really. I mean, I see a nice resistance level here at the top of this peak. That's at 23.45, 23.50 area. If we reclaim that level, then we'll basically be left at higher day. I mean, the only resistance level above this level here at the 23.50 is going to be that $25 level, which is high of day. So NRBO looked like it's back from the dead. AMPX is dead for the time being. It's at that $9.70, $9.80 area. Wow, that was a nice short. So that I missed. I definitely missed that. I saw here maybe it was going to reclaim VWAP. Definitely not. Looks like it's pulling back more aggressively. But the more aggressive move in terms of dollar value is definitely on NRBO. It moves quicker than AMPX. AMPX moves 10, 15, 20 cents at a time. NRBO can move dollars at a time here, guys. So that's good and bad. In terms of risk management, you're going to have to size down in order to mitigate risk. It looks like the consolidation area at this 22.50 to 23 level has been broken a bit. I'm looking now for a dip off VWAP. That's going to be my next move. I'm no longer looking for that 23 and hold break. So let's go ahead and enter. Go ahead and enter 20. Oh, geez, I'm trying to debate whether I should take it off 22 or take it off VWAP. I'm going to go ahead and take it off VWAP. Let's go to 21.89, and we'll take half the shares. And so we're waiting there. If it bounces to that level, great. If not, we'll have to look for a different play, Prad.
Yeah, I'm taking profits on Apple currently as we're pushing to the downside, 30 cents in the money. And Ford, we also took another profit at 13.41 because 13.40 has some size on it, and the low of the day is 13.35. So let's see if Ford can push back towards the low of day, giving me more units per share. That'd be amazing. In the meantime, while we're waiting for Ford to do that, let's head over to Brando at the big screen for, what time is it? 12:23. Volume leaderboard, I believe. Yeah.
Hey. Good guess. Nailed it, Prad. Good segue as well, because let's talk about what is doing the most volume as we make our way through lunchtime. It's the time of day you kind of have to sit back and say, okay, where are the opportunities and what's doing volume? So here's a look at the overall U.S. landscape here. 10,859 listings on this board today. 2,200 and change, we'll call it, in positive territory. And then over on this side, yeah, the sellers are winning so far. 7,486 to the downside, 1,165 little change. I said good segue because there it is. Ford, top of the volume list right now. 106 million shares for Ford at this point, down big time on that note we were discussing in depth this morning. TQs, SQs, as they typically are, 73.56 million. Notice how it drops off here, though. Pretty dramatic drop off once you get past these three, really. 54, 47, 46, and so on down the list here. We're used to seeing 80s, 60s, 50s then maybe at the bottom, but pretty light volume right across the board as expected ahead of what is to come tomorrow. AMPX, top of the gainers list so far, 73%, guys.
Yeah, guys, just as I said, I'm no longer looking for NRBO long above that 23, but I'd rather have the dip. NRBO just completely changes course. That just gives you an idea that you have to have a really flexible thesis with these small cappers because they just change on a dime. So now we're basically, holding below that 23 level. It's acting as an interesting area of resistance here. Volume is definitely lower on this one. We're going to need to pick up the volume for it to have a sustained break and a close above. and the spread is not helping either. It's typically between 15 to 20 cents at times here. So it's a bit of a tricky one in order to initiate long. I mean, let's have a look at the 5-minute chart, see if we can glean anything off here. Let's open up a bit. Oh, geez. There we go. So, yeah, you know, the fact that, wow, it just crashed on me. Okay, so you want to take over for 1 sec while I just figure this out?
Yeah, I'm just currently watching Apple. Apple trying to hold itself up, but still below 158. We're creating a lower high below 158, so that's still a good thing. And Ford actually taking out that 140 area. Let's go. So Ford looking to push towards the low a day. Let's have an order sitting right in front of low a day at 1136. Let's see if we can get that out at 1136 on Ford. With the amount of volume the stock is trading today, you heard that number from Brando, baby. 106 million shares on a day today. So that puts relative volume on Ford at 3.97. So let's just say 4. It is doing 4 times relative volume that it usually does. So clearly very, very, very in play today. And finally, back to that 10% marker. So if you're trying to short the stock now, actually not now. It was already SSR at 10 o'clock. Sorry. So if you were trying to short the stock today after 10 o'clock, it would have been hard too, because you could not have shorted by taking out size on the bids. You had to wait for the stock to go up. So the only time you would have probably got a short is somewhere over here. But the amount of volume trading today, there were prints on either side of the book. So I think you could have easily, what I call the buyout setup, right? But technically it's not a buyout setup, it's a rebate setup. You're sitting there providing liquidity to the markets, tons of size, and you're just collecting the rebates on the fees at every single penny. And if you collect gross on it, you're loving that too. So Ford, with the amount of shares that it's printing today, I think if you were short biased and just churning, getting in, getting out, getting in, getting out, every single penny, every single 5 pennies, you would have absolutely smoked it. And that's almost a Day Trade the World setup over there, right? So for someone who's working in Day Trade the World franchises and has their own office, you know, maybe you want to start learning more about how gateways work. What gateways give you liquidity, sir? What gateways give you rebates for adding liquidity? What gateways what gateways are you paying money, but then you're in front of the line? So lots of knowledge base over here that Day Trade the World traders need to really pick up on in order to understand what direct access market trading really means. So if you have any questions regarding that, feel free to put it in the chat, and I'll try to explain it to the best of my ability. If I do get it wrong, though, I will apologize. Currently, though, man, I'm just loving this trade. Forward, we're loving it. People are talking about American Airlines, so let's go check out AAL on NASDAQ. Coming to the downside. Yesterday, American Airlines actually was up to the upside, I believe, if I remember correctly. Yeah, look at that big move on the jet stocks, the travel stocks, all the way to the upside. Today, American Airlines very flat. Yeah, it's pulling back, but I think there will be support at the 100-period EMA. So I'm not really too interested on the short side for American Airlines. If anything, I'm more interested on the long side off the 100-period EMA for AAL. I'm also surprised that Moderna today had such a strong move to the north side. Yesterday, Moderna got beat down because President Biden said, you know, pandemic is over and so on, which makes sense. A lot more people are vaccinated. And a couple of days ago, actually, before Biden said it, I was in my head, you know, what's going on with the whole COVID fear? Are people still worried about it? Because I take the subways home every single day, and they're packed. There used to be a rule that Subway, no one could sit beside you, but now I see people sitting beside each other all the time. So it's almost like that whole stigma is gone. People just don't care anymore. So stocks like mRNA and BNTX, we're just waiting for that catalyst to come out from the president or from CDC or whoever. So that catalyst brought them down yesterday. I expected them to go a little bit more to the downside today, maybe see 120 coming into play for Moderna, but Moderna having an opposite type of move.
Guys, we got that on NRBO that we wanted at that 21.89 level, which just happens to be right at VWAP, currently trading 21.78. So we're a few pennies out of the money on this one, but yeah, this is a tough one because if it reclaimed VWAP here and it's not decisive in holding it, because now it is currently below it, I'm going to have to get out. Now, the whole question is, where do I get out? Now, do I have a really tight stop and then get stopped out too early, get shaken out of the what would have been a profitable trade, or do I give it more room and potentially give back some of my profits on this one because we were profitable on this one? So the level I'm looking at here is that $21 level, but that's like a whole 89 cents below my entry. So I'm a little hesitant on this one. I might give it to 21 and a quarter. Yeah, let's go ahead and put that $21 and 24 cents, and then we'll give this one, because the spreads are stupid on this one, we'll give it to 21.14, so 10-cent spread. It looks like we're going to get stopped out of this one, as it was just a big move down now. Yeah, this one, the bid is on 21.31, the ask is 21.45, so the spread's opening up and it's coming down. So looks like we might get shaken out of this one, but the thesis was not a bad one. I tried to take that dip trade off of VWAP, but you know, and it respected VWAP. Like, have a look here. Here's a dip below it, comes back off, rejects above it, and then comes back down, comes back up again, rejects off it here again, and then there's a decisive break, and then it consolidates around it a little bit on this move down. So, yeah, you know, I had the right thesis on it, but it may not end up being the right trade. So we put in our stop, and we have a first profit taker here right at that 22 level. So that'll be an 11-cent winner, and then we'll take more up if it decides to go up. I'm going to give this one room. I've got my stop in, and yeah, so that's my idea on this one. Now, AMPX, look at that. It is holding VWAP quite nicely from the bottom side. So bouncing off VWAP to the downside. VWAP is at that $10.40 level, and then it makes an aggressive move down, breaking 10 quite decisively down to that 980 level. So that's a nice short. If you took the pop here off VWAP short, you're well in the money. You're like almost $1 in the money now as it starts to move aggressively to the downside. So AMPX giving back some of its gains. And yeah, that's to be expected. Oh, and just like that, NRBO back to the high side. We get filled for our first profit taker there at $22. So that's an 11-cent winner. Now we're looking for more. But, you know, it's still not reclaiming VWAP decisively to the upside. It's still, you know, flirting with it to the downside. So still makes me nervous. But we are out of 10% of our position on that. We have, whatever, 80% of our position left. So let's look for another profit-taking level here. The most obvious one is at 22.50, but that does seem a ways away. So let's go ahead and put another profit taker here at 22.24, and it'll be for not the entire share. Okay, great. I got out there. That was stupid. That was a mistake. What am I doing here? Take over for a sec, Brad, while I try to figure out my retardedness.
Yeah, time to head over to a little bit of super chat realm over here, man. It's a couple super chats that we missed out yesterday in the afternoon show. Trader Mark, shout out to the whole team. Thanks for the free content and everything that you do for the community. Let's go, baby. I think you also said that last time. So thank you for that. Appreciate it a lot. Next super chat over here. Being patient, waiting for these plays. Scalping, APR in Apple, Tesla, long UVXC, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the $5 super chat last night. Looks like you were having some fun with a couple stocks over here on the list that you mentioned while you were just waiting for other setups to come in. Thank you for your $5 super chat. We got a $10 super chat at 3:30 yesterday from Rusty. Thank you, Rusty. Appreciate that one. Nicole Harris. Okay, today's super chat start over here. Nicole Harris, $5 super chat. Good morning. So the SEC saying they control Ethereum is a bad thing. I'm still short on AMD and NVIDIA. The SEC controlling Ethereum, I'm not sure. I don't know if it's a bad thing or a good thing. I personally view, in my opinion, if you know how, or at least I think this is how the NASDAQ and the NYSE work, is they offer a bunch of gateways, right? Like these bats at NASDAQ and so on. Eventually, I think Coinbase, Bitfinex, and all of these companies will just get bought up and turn into a gateway, right? Yeah. Turn into a gateway on the market to the point where, you know how we use BATS to go long or ARCA to go long or whatever? You're using COIN to trade Bitcoin on the New York market or the NASDAQ market. That's how I see the future. right?
I
But
agree.
I could be wrong on that. I could be wrong on that. So,
You have a good thesis. Yeah.
sorry?
Yeah, I think you have a good thesis. I see
Yes,
that.
I think if that happens, that it would actually stop the Squid Game drops.
Yeah.
Like if you watch the Squid Coin or whatever, that thing got rugged in like 2 days and then dropped to the ground. And there's so many coins that do that all the time. So a little bit of regulation is something that I for sure want in the crypto spaces.
question.
And if it comes to the SEC, then whatever. You run the casino, you might as well buy the online betting too, right?
And to be honest with you, like I even asked Greg this when he came on the show, because Greg specializes in the crypto market, and I asked him something that I've been hearing consistently from some of the big hedge fund, sovereign wealth fund, pension fund guys on the news networks, and they're saying, you know, we're not going to have a sizable part of our portfolio in crypto until there is regulation. And you know that may seem counterintuitive to some people. It's like, oh well, why does money want to follow regulation? Usually, you know, money's scared by regulation. Well, not in this case. They really want to know, what is it? Is it a equity? Is it a currency? Well, what the hell is it before they get fully invested in or put any sizable part of their portfolio? So it seems as if crypto is waiting for some regulation before the big money starts coming in there. So you never know. Anything out of Congress, giving it a good regulatory framework could definitely have a bullish effect on crypto. But I'll tell you, you want to hear about bullish effect? Oh, this is a bullish effect. Look at this trade, guys. We get in at, okay, so this first green candle, 21.89, second green candle, accidentally added to my position here. I meant to actually get out, 21.89. So we actually had double the shares that we took. We took the first one out at 20.99, with the second piece out here at 22.30, and then the third piece out at that 22.50. So big winner on NRBO, 60-cent winner on the last piece of our shares there. So that very nice winner on that. That's 2 of 3 winners. This is a loser right here. You'll recall we got in here, we got out here, and then we shorted it. We decided we're going to short this one because of the bounce off VWAP from the downside. That was a winner, and this is a winner. So 2 winners on NRBO. Pumped about that. AMPX continuing to show more of a decline short setup, to be honest with you. So look at this bounce off off VWAP here at 1034, making its way back down, and Prad's wooing. So what
I got the Ric Flair woo, baby, because Apple's now at 156. We got the short at 158. Well, if you want to be technical, we got 157.69, baby. And now we're 70 cents in the money. I know Dan Emos is about $1 in the money. Good job, a win is a win. That is right. But we're getting ready to elevate this win into a bigger win as the S&P 500 is back under VWAP. The NASDAQ is back under VWAP too. Or sorry, it's at VWAP, but it might drop under VWAP with the help of Apple bringing down the market and the market bringing down itself, right? So let's see. Let's get that closed Apple 500 shares short. Let's go, baby. Dan's killing it today. Absolutely smoking the trades on the long side and on the short side. That's what I like to see every time a viewer is enjoying their day today, even on a day like today. You know, you expect the market to be useless the day before FOMC. People in the chat actually are asking, what time does the information gets released tomorrow? Tomorrow the numbers come out at 2 o'clock. Then Papa Powell will be on the speech, whatever thing it's called,
2:30.
podium.
Yeah.
Podium at 2:30. And that's also going to move the market. Usually 2 o'clock, you'll see wild actions coming in from the algo who take the transcript and they look for words that were not the same. And then they are also looking at what type of word he's using in the new change vocabulary in the paper, right? So those algos take that and they run up the market really quickly. It's best not to get caught up in that. The best thing to do is let those nonsensical moves to finish out, come back at 2:30, 2:15, and then when Papa Powell is up there, how hawkish or how dovish he's talking will move the market and give you a way better trade to be involved in. Also, I believe that tomorrow we'll be going offline at 1:55. No, 1:55. So yeah. tomorrow we'll probably be going offline a little bit early, so that way you guys have Brendo, Sean, and Neil on 2 o'clock or just before 2 o'clock for the FOMC, all ready to go. Brendo's going to have that transcript, all the changes. He's going to disseminate the information for you live on Trader TV. So if you're not subscribed for that, I don't know what else we will be subscribed for. Let me take some profits over here on Apple as Apple moves back above 157. That scares me. Ooh, scary. So I'm going to take my profits. I'm going to run away from it as Ford continues to go downside, gives me that exit on 1336, and let's see if we're gonna get a lower day break on Ford. 45 cents in the money on that bad boy. 27 cents in the money on Ford, 45 cents in the money on Chewy, which actually was doing nothing for me all day. So let's go check out Chewy real quick, because I need to take profits. So take some profits on this bad boy. Come on, charts load up. I'm looking at New Zealand because Chewy is not New Zealand. It's New York. Here we go. Breaking the lower day for Chewy after rejecting the 50-period EMA. Now time to make some cash money, baby.
Cash money, I like that. Bill CC asks in the chat, what's VWAP? So VWAP stands for volume weighted average price. And instead of giving you a long-winded explanation of what it is, simply just go to the Trader TV YouTube page here, which is youtube.com/tradertv.live. And then there's a search button right here, right beside About. And if you type in VWAP in that search button, you'll get a whole bunch of videos that Brendan, Sean, and Neil have done over, I want to say the years now, because they've been broadcasting for quite some time. That will explain VWAP very clearly, and you can pause it, go back, and learn on your own time. So that kind of applies for any kind of term that we use here. If you're not familiar with it, definitely go to the Trader TV Live YouTube page, use the search function, enter what we said, and yeah, you'll find tons of explanations on there. So I just wanted to remind that. Sorry. So shout out to Bill, and no question is too small of a question to ask on here. So NRBO continuing to move sideways, but holding VWAP quite nicely. So whereas I saw a head and shoulders pattern before and a possible move back down to that $18, $19 level. Now it's kind of a bit of a different story, holding VWAP, bouncing above it, and it's respecting the level. Clearly, it's bouncing off, rejecting on it, or bouncing back above it. So VWAP is definitely a key indicator, I'm going to say, for NRBO going forward, at least from my perspective. Same can be said for AMPX, definitely respecting that level, and there's multiple points at which you can identify that it is respecting those levels. But yeah, I had a bearish outlook on AMPX going forward, and I still do, because it's bouncing and rejecting off that VWAP level to the downside. Let's see if it's moving back up here. Let's see what it does when it interacts with VWAP again. If it breaks through it, decisively takes it over, or if it comes back down. So that's what I'm looking at for AMPX. Still the leading gapper on the day. But you know what? I actually haven't had my scanner up. I've been neglecting my scanner. So going back to my scanner here, I see something called blue popping up on my scanner. It's up now 14% on the day. Let's pull up blue on the other chart here and see if we can glean anything of importance off blue. Is it a NASDAQ stock? Yes, it is. So blue.NQ. Blue, like I said, up 14% on the day, 16.5% since the open. So looking at this is pretty nice. What is Blue anyway? Bluebird Bio Incorporated is a biotechnology company. The company is principally focused on researching, developing, and commercializing gene therapies for genetic diseases. Okay, so there you go.
Blue Apron? Oh, blue.
No, just blue. It's called Bluebird Bio.
Yeah, Bluebird.
So it looks like top wick on the day is that $6.90 area. We're currently trading at $6.78. So it's a bit of a slow mover. I mean, the move we made from here right at the bell was at that $5.75. So it's up $1 or so, a little bit less than $1. 83 cents is what it says. So keep your eye on that one. It's not like AMPX or NRBO in terms of speed or aggression in the move, but definitely one that I'm going to have on my watch. Let's see what's below that, Bradley. I got AMTD. Is that of interest here? Let's have a look at the chart before no, I'm not interested in that. And then moving down the volume leaders here, I see Sava. I remember Brendan was talking about that one, Consava Sciences, reclaiming VWAP. Not interested in that either. But So what's ATVI up
It's
to?
screwing me over. That's what it's doing. It's absolutely screwing me over. It's going to the downside, breaking the bottoms. But I did say I'm gonna give it up to $75, right? So we're gonna do that. We're gonna average into a loser. Something that I say never do, or at least try not to do. But if you know your level, then maybe up to that level is fine. Up to that level might be fine. A comment from the chat earlier is that you do understand that while you go about your trade, there are traders on the opposite side of you, and they're not appreciating your celebratory stuff. So I mean, look, that's the nature of the market, right? That's the nature of the market. There's always going to be people on the other side. Without them, I wouldn't be able to make the money, nor would you. You need me sometimes to be on the opposite side of your trades, and I need you to sometimes be on. That's just the nature of the market, right? But like, as a host on the show, it's part of the job where we have to bring in the excitement. When the market's not doing anything, would you still be here watching me if I was just acting like a complete robot? Which I was. I was a complete robot when I first joined, and people were like, "Oh, Pride, monotone this, monotone that, boop, boop, beep, boop, boop, boop," right? So I'm like, come on, like you guys don't want me to put, yeah, you boop, boop, beep, boop, 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 right? Like. We have to put some emotion into this. We have to trade. It sucks. Losing sucks. Don't get me wrong. If you saw last Friday how upset I was.
Yeah.
I was very upset. Even though I was winning, I was crying the whole time on the show. It happens, man. I understand that part too. So it's just the nature of the market. I'm sorry that one was not appreciated by you, but I hope in the near future we can all have fun together here on this wonderful community we're trying to grow, right? That's all we're trying to do. Let's go to Brando at the big screen.
And give you a look, guys, at what everyone out there is talking about this afternoon. As we head through the afternoon session, here's a look at the social sentiment board for you. As I was mentioning earlier, a little more red creeping back in, continues to. At this point this afternoon, there's been a few changes up at the top here. IPOF still downside. I mean, it's stuck at 10. With that being wound up, I guess, or wound down as far as Chamath is concerned. No deal to be had there. Wish on here. I saw Context Logic pop up. APE and AMC going in different directions. Apple green. MGAM has been here all afternoon. Tesla green as well. On this board, along with, that Bluebird bio that you guys were just talking about. A lot of people also discussing that on social media this afternoon. Yeah, the market overall still red, guys, on the sentiment board. Back to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. I just want to address a question in the chat. John Von Saar says, Sharif, what is your entry on NRBO for a long? So, if you had asked me that about 10 minutes ago, I would have said, I would take a dip trade off VWAP. Hey?
No, sir, I'm just reading Neil's comment. I'm not sure where that's from.
I would take a dip trade. Go ahead.
You continue. You do your thing.
I would take a dip trade off VWAP here, to be honest with you, but it looks like it broke VWAP to the downside. So I think it's respecting this level less and less, especially because of this area here where it broke below it. It did bounce back above it, but it's decisively closing below it. And this wick was pretty aggressively lower. It's the bottom of this wick here is 2110, and VWAP was at 2185 at that level. So it looks like the respect for that indicator is lessening on NRBO. So I don't have an answer of where I would go long. Personally, if you put a gun to my head and asked me to choose, I would say the breakout of that 2260 here into the break of 23. So I'm not going to go long on this stock right now. It's making lower highs but same lower. So it's a bit of a compression pattern where you have lower highs but the same lows. Keeping my eye on NRBO, but you know what else is moving again? VRAX, VRAX.
That stock is crazy.
That stock is from this morning. I was trading that when I was at my desk. This is the move on the day. So this is that 7:15 time slot when a lot of the retail investors get access to start trading. It's rocketed up here to $3.27. Top wick after the bell is at $3.78, 74 cents it says on my chart here. So high of days 374. We just made a move up like a penny or two below 374. Yeah, we moved up to 373. Now we're pulling back down into that 358 area, but You know, we're testing the highs here, and this is like, you know, this is the story of every small capper lately. Come near the day's high and it sells off aggressively to the downside. I can't say that enough. That's happened so many times to me, and so many times to stocks that I've been watching. So VRAX, yeah, up 45% on the day, but it's made a recent move off that $3.40 and topping up here at 374, Prad.
Yeah, I'm just trolling the boys in the back over there. You know, I told them to take that Ford trade. Nobody took it, and now they're crying. So ha ha ha. I'm not crying though. I'm having fun with this Ford position, as it's well, not having fun with it anymore because it's moving back to the north side. I want Ford to break the low a day, man. Come on, Ford, break the low a day. Don't bounce off the low a day. But I think the idea that this stock is exhausted now from coming back into the market, what side is the volume going to come into? That's a good question too, right? Are we going to go back into VWAP and go towards that 3,900? NASDAQ actually broke 12K. Did you see that?
Wow, really?
I didn't even notice that. NASDAQ actually broke 12K and went up to 1220 today.
Oh, geez, okay.
So that's something that not many people in the chat mentioned either. So I'm pretty surprised that we did that on the market. So coming back under 12K is not really a good look for NASDAQ.
Yeah, I'm getting, I'm seeing some people in the chat saying XPEV. Yeah, XPEV is at high of day, 644, 1644 is high of day, currently trading at 1641. So it's not moving the way I would like a stock to move. So I'm going to stay out of XPEV here. But let's have a look at the VIX. If I can bring down my charts from the top. Here we go. There we go. Let's go to the indexes. I have an index page here. Come on, maximize, man. There we go. Okay. So let's go to the indexes, and we'll change this MEX to the VIX, VIX. There we go, index. Yeah, so we'll go to the index on the VIX. That's a 15. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the VIX is not doing much. Someone in the chat said have a look at the VIX. It's not low of day or anything, but it's definitely not anything to attract my attention. Usually, our morning meeting here, we would have a daily VIX rant where we talk about the level of the VIX, and for a great part of the time we were having those meetings, the VIX was above 30. So currently at 26.91, high of day is 27.15. So not much to report on the VIX there. Okay, let's look here at our scanner. I don't see anything of interest yet other than the AMPX and the NRBO, which we've been talking about ad nauseum for the majority of the day. AMTD is there as well, but the volume is definitely dropping off on that. And I think it's barcoding a bit. Let's have a look here. Yeah, now below VWAP and barcoding to the side. So not interested here. Let's have a look at anything standing out in the watch list. You can see my watch lists are either green or red. And that obviously indicates whether they're up or down on the day. And I keep them by sector, so that way I can see if the sector is mostly green or mostly red. It gives me an idea about what is trending that day, to be honest. And look at that solar. Solar's taking it on the nose. So is the mic. So is everything, really. Everything's mostly red here on my watch list. Let's flip to our energy stocks. Energy trades, everything mostly red here as well. Let's see how the Chinese ADRs are doing. Mixed bag for Chinese ADRs. The majority are green, to be honest with you. BABA is red on the day, but JK, and so is JKS and DQ. Those are a couple of solar names, FXI and Bilibili. Everything else, mostly green though, and mostly green after the bell too. So the right column is changed since open. The middle column is changed on the day. So yeah, keep an eye on these Chinese ADRs going to the afternoon. It looks like the strongest of the bunch on here are XPEV and which one? And Weibo. So those are the strongest on the two, followed by Futu, a distant third. So not much else to talk about there. I don't have any other trades that I'm setting up except watching NRBO and VRAX. That's it.
This guy said he's going to dunk on me, bro. All right. Now I can't wait to see this. Now I actually can't wait to see this. I mean, he's tall, but he's got a broken knee, so I don't think he's dunking on anybody. The Hamburglar himself. I don't know if you know that story. Ian
is going to dunk on you?
Yeah, he said he's going to dunk on me later
I heard
today.
Ian this morning say he's really good. He was really good at basketball, so you better watch out,
He said
bro.
he could have been in the league, eh?
Oh,
yeah, he could have been in the league.
Those are comments.
He said he could have been in the league, eh? So be careful, man. Be careful with that guy.
This guy's trolling Ian.
Why do you guys say 12K? Yeah, we're saying 12K because of the NASDAQ market. The NASDAQ market broke 12K. 12,000 is a pretty significant number to the downside and to the upside. It's a resistance area or a nice even dollar significant area for the overall market, right? People like to look at those numbers such as for Ford, you know, you're looking at 1350, you're looking at 14, you're looking at 1450, even dollar, half dollar numbers, they're always significant. So for NASDAQ 12K, if Sean and Neil were mentioning that too in the morning show, that if NASDAQ wants to head over to 12K, it could easily do that. So you wanted to be careful if you were short before that 12K move started showing up in the market. Thankfully, though, we are right back to the downside, which puts all of our shorts in the money, such as Apple shorts, 66 cents in the money. Chewy shorts are currently 70 cents in the money. Ford 27 cents in the money. The only trade that's burning me, honestly, is OXY. OXY 40 cents out of the money. I'm waiting for my fill to come in around the 100 period EMA, but I don't know if this trade is even going to work out for me at the end of the day, because the trend clearly is to the upside ever since we created a bottom at 63.20. I thought filling in, getting a fill over here at this range high and giving it till that range high for this trade would be a very successful trade, and we're going to probably break the low a day and continue downside, but it didn't end up working out that way. So Oxy, we're 44 pennies out of the money on Oxy.
Look at this V-shaped descent on VRAX. I mean, it was like 1 penny off daily high here, coming to 373. Daily high is 374, and then it retraces back the majority of the move. It's not quite at VWAP yet. VWAP being that $3.48 level. It's at 354. So giving back the majority of the move there on VRAX, yeah, that'll get your goat, especially if you were long towards the higher side. But what is starting to trend up is AMPX reclaiming VWAP here quite decisively. And I had this pegged for, you know, a descent into the afternoon. Not quite. Looks like it's got its legs back and it's making a move towards that $11 level. This is an interesting area here. I want to say that 11.25 is a key area of resistance, or that 11.20 to 11.25 level definitely. Look for a break of that and then a continued run up to high of days, which is at 12. What's that? What is it at? 12. What's high of day here? 12.38 is high of day on AMPX, but nice move up here. Like you could say there was a bit of a double bottom around here. So, you know, double bottom obviously indicates a reversal pattern, but, you know, of less significance, especially on the 1 minute chart. So I got my eye at AMPX. It's starting to make a nice move up. NRBO doing nothing below VWAP and stair stepping down. If you drew a trend line at this level here, it definitely looks like a compression pattern, a descending wedge of sorts. You know, the bottoms are not exact, but they're close enough so that you can create like a bottom here, a flat bottom. So save and except for this wick, which kind of went a little rogue. Most of the wicks are around the same level, that 2150 level or so. So I'm looking for either a breakout to the high side, anything above this trend line, or a break of this this like low bottom part right here. So descending wedge on NRBO is interesting. Follow that. And as I say that, AMPX just will not relent. Now it's about to reclaim that $11 level, and that, you know, that 11.25 level is what we're watching. A break above that will definitely show a new trend to the upside, but reclaiming VWAP quite decisively, Prad.
A question in the chat, what's the difference between a flush and a dump? And a very clever answer in the chat. The dump comes first, then you flush. That was pretty good. Chat just keeps on coming up with class jokes.
That's,
you know,
good.
We could take
really
the
witty.
jokes from class and or from the chat and really start a stand-up out of it.
Honestly,
like,
right?
and it would be like you know, Chappelle level stand-up over there. This chat's hilarious. But you know, in terms of that question, what is a flush and a dump? It's just a difference in terminology. Some people like to say, oh, it's crashing, oh, it's flushing, oh, it's dumping. It's just a really quick accelerated move to the downside, and then it's ripping, oh, it's taking off, a really quick accelerated move to the upside. It depends on people as to when they're using a certain terminology, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter whatever word you use that helps you justify the move that you're seeing and make a trade out of it. Just go for it. Use that term, right? So that's what I would say. There's so much legal jargon, and you know, especially from your previous career, that like there's so much legal jargon in trading that don't even bother with all that nonsense. Just understand the concept and just put that concept to work.
In addition to the joke just mentioned, Connor says, "I hate stairs. They're always up to something."
Not bad, not bad.
If that's not a dad joke, I don't know what
That's
is,
not
but
bad.
that's funny. What I wanted to mention here, so that we haven't talked about the big caps in about like 45 minutes an hour, so let's mention this. And I don't want to keep harping on the same point, but isn't it just so interesting how much stronger Apple and Tesla are than Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, and Google? Because all those four that I just mentioned are below VWAP, and Tesla and Apple are decidedly above VWAP. And the retracement, look, this is the market. This is the move just made on the 1-minute chart on the ES. Very clear. It's not so much a V pattern as it is a U pattern, but it made lower lows. And then like have a look at Microsoft's chart. Yeah, there was a part where it descended, but by nowhere is it nearly as aggressive. And the area where it's consolidating sideways on the ES right here, it's actually going up on Apple. So Apple continuing to be stronger than the market, continuing to have stronger legs, I guess, to the upside. Tesla, even though it is above VWAP, it is kind of consolidating sideways right now. But those two, I'm going to watch those two into the afternoon. If the market starts bumping up, then I know those two are going to be the bigger winners. I would like to believe so. Anyway, AMPX breaking above that $11 decisively now, topping out here at that resistance level that we talk about, that 1120 to 1125. Let's see a break of that key resistance area. And then maybe we'll initiate a new long. I mean, obviously you could have had the break of VWAP, but that hasn't been fruitful for me lately, and it's actually reversed on me at those positions and gone back down to make newer lows. That's why I didn't take the break of VWAP here. That would have been a trade I would have taken in 2020 or 2021 when a lot of these small cappers had legs for the majority of the day. But now we're looking for the break of this 1125, a decisive break, and then we're looking to take it longer into that 1238, Brad. So for about a dollar move upward. Why are you giggling? Brad's giggling.
That whole stair upstairs thing.
What?
They're always up to something.
Yeah.
There's another one now. It says stairs are great friends, though. They're always down for anything.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
They go up
guys,
and
man,
down,
these guys,
right?
man. There's a comment in chat, though. I think the name was Narman. Narman is asking, what do I do with Google? I bought it at 106, worried about a dump and so on. I want to start off with, obviously, we are not financial advisors, and probably 90% people in the chat aren't either. So you have to be very careful when taking advice or asking questions like that in the chat. There might be, I'll throw a random number out there. There might be 10% of you who are actually financial accountants and can answer him in a way that he can use that info. But yeah, none of us here are financial advisors. We're just day traders, and we show you how we trade according to our methodologies and setups, right? So at the end of the day, apply your own risk management to your setup. What do I see on Google in terms of technical analysis? Clearly, we're pushing towards that $100 level that everyone's waiting for it to break. I know I said back in the day we're not going to break 100. But we're going to break 100.
Oh, it looks like
we're
it,
going to break 100 easily on Google eventually. The question is, how much further below 100 does Google head towards? That's the only question that people are wondering, so they could start buying the dip on one of the greatest companies in the world.
Oh, yeah.
So in terms of that, are you worried about a $100 break? If you are, then maybe you wanna wait for a reprice session at some point for yourself. But it's also a company that, like, what was it? Sean says it. It's a long-term account, Brad. So just keep on dollar cost averaging. Keep on doing that on my Apple shares. Is something that I'm going to be planning on doing. Maybe that's something that you want to plan to do too. According to technicals, the $100 level is just inevitable.
Yeah, I want to talk about that quickly here, and then I'm going to get to the trade I just had on AMPX. But look at the daily. This is the daily chart on Google, okay? So look at the recent, and this is split adjusted, okay? The split coming here. Obviously, you can see that little purple thing in the bottom here that says 20 to 1. So we all know it split adjusted back, I believe, on the 18th. So looking for recent lows here, the lowest we're at recent lows right now. Okay, if you had to go back all the way to early 2021, even after split adjusting, to find lows lower than we're at right now. Okay, so that's the Google chart from a daily perspective. Now have a look at Apple. Okay, we're not even close to it. We're not even close. Look at this. Daily lows on Apple, obviously back in June after the sell-off was 129. We're trading at 156, man. So Google definitely looks. Does that mean that it's the right time to get into Google? I mean, it will depend on you, but if I'm looking for recent lows, I'm thinking this is a pretty good area. Not just my personal opinion. Sending you up to Brendo, who's at the big desk for
Oh my God, I'm
energy
bleeding.
update.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you a look at what's happening in the world of oil so far today. A big move down initially, as we were talking about in the pre-market this morning. We are seeing a bit of a bounce. Currently, however, for crude prices, we'll show you in a sec. OPEC talking more about the supply shortfall, now 3.5% of global expected demand. Oil prices also down in front of the Fed tomorrow. So obviously higher cost of living, higher interest rates could lead to lower demand as far as oil is concerned. There's Brent over in Europe, 1.8% to the downside today. NYMEX down about 2% right now, 84.05. Even gold down today. It was up big time yesterday. Here's the chart. As I mentioned, bit of a bounce right now as we head into the 1 o'clock hour on the East Coast, still 1.5%, but tagged to 83 a couple times here today throughout the day for crude, but trying to rally into the afternoon we go, guys. Back to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, before we sent it, before I was looking at the Apple and Google daily charts, I told you guys that I had an interesting trade on AMPX, and then I got long 1126 there. I took my first out 1135, second out 1145, and then I got top wick, actual top wick on this one at 1156. So nice little trade on AMPX there, and as I got out, it just plummeted. Look at this. Makes more. Let's zoom out so we can have a look at this. No, it's not even close to high of day. High of days at 2040 level. But, you know, there were definitely recent highs for the last couple of hours. And after it made a recent high, it just whoop, right back down, all the way down to 1086, almost $1. So 80-cent move in one 1-minute candle. Very aggressive. So I'm happy I'm scalping this. I'm not holding. It's super scary to hold, especially into this lower liquidity time of day. But still up 86% on the day. So anyway, going back to my Google Apple spiel here, I definitely feel like Google is, we got good bang for your buck. I'm not a fundamental analyst, but there might be reasons why it's trading at recent lows. So do your homework, look into the financials, see what other analysts are saying, whether they have buy ratings or sell ratings on it. Look into why they have buy or sell ratings on Google at the moment, and look at what their price targets are. It's really important to see where the expected move is supposed to go. Are you so you can judge what your risk is? Because if you're expecting, like say, Google to bounce back to that 125 area, so you're expecting about a $25 move, how low are you going to give it? If you're going to use that 2-to-1 ratio, then you give it to $12.50 below 100. If you're giving it to 3-to-1, less obviously. So figure out what your investing formula is. Do your own research. Make sure it's thorough. But yeah, from a daily TA perspective, I definitely see Google nearing lows as compared to Apple and the rest, Bradley.
Can I use offshore accounts to get around PDT label? Account just below. You could use offshore accounts, but like, you know, those are not really that trustworthy. You know, like those companies could shut down at any moment, and they're not liable to pay you your money, right? So you want to be always careful with that. PDT, yeah, it sucks, but a lot of people evade PDT by having more than one account. So you can open up more than one account with more than one broker and go about that. People are talking about having a cash account. Cash accounts apparently don't have PDTs, and I'm guessing only margins do. If that's the case, then is that true? Cash accounts don't have PDTs? Well, you got to have at least 25,000 cash, right? Yeah,
To be
I
honest
think
with
you
you,
got to have
too.
at least 25,000 cash, even for a cash account for PDT. But obviously, I'm not in America. I could be wrong on that answer. Please help me out if I'm wrong on that, chat. Cash account is PDT. Yeah, there you go. You got to have a $25,000, even if it's cash. So most people have more than one account to evade around that. Christopher is saying no, you don't, but people in the chat are saying yes. So it looks like Americans themselves are a little confused over here about how their system works. So I would need help on that for sure. I'm gonna go into a couple of trades that I'm in at the moment. In regards to your question, you got to do your own due diligence. Obviously, if you're going with a third-party broker, you might want to be careful with how much money you're putting in and so on and blah 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 blah. If you're out of America, look at Day Trade the World and maybe think about opening an office with Day Trade the World. That's the #1 prop firm service I've ever seen, hands down, man. This is the greatest company in the world, trust me. Better than Apple, 100% better than Apple. But talking about Apple, we're in the money on that short right now, $1 in the money. I don't really have much size left, so I'm gonna hold this trade all the way back to 156 in case that opportunity does show up for me to take profits at 156. But we can take more size out on Chewy, baby. Chewy getting absolutely chewed up today, down 6%, and we're just chewing it and spitting it right out, baby. This is a dog food company, right?
Yeah.
Or dogs products
like,
or something.
yeah,
This was the
Ryan
Ryan Cohen product
Yeah.
company.
Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously, Chewy, baby, today not working the way that Ryan Cohen would have liked it, pushing to the downside. Ford continuing to break the bottom. Oh my baby, let's go Ford. Absolutely killing it on Ford today. Yeah, I missed the $14 break, but can't stop, won't stop. I will never give up. We're here to fight. We're here to fight.
I like it. Look at this trade on NRBO, guys. We missed out this one. This was like really frustrating because I called this for you guys. Look at the chart here. We called this right here is the descending wedge, right? So it's a compression pattern where you have a trend line descending downward, but you have the same levels on the bottom. So draw a flat line on the bottom, you draw a declining line, a trend line on the top, and then if it breaks either the bottom or the top, you go long or short depending on where it breaks. Look at the decisiveness by which it broke the upper trend line there. It's not a joke. I mean, the breakout, you could say, was around that $22 or $22.20 area, and then it skyrocketed up to $24.22. That's like a $2 move in 2 1-minute candles. So that's a 2-minute move. NRBO looks very strong. Really frustrated that I wasn't on it when it spiked. It's something that I saw brewing, but it can't have them all. So sucks for me. But anybody who took that descending wedge breakout there, good on you, and it's continuing to make new highs. Lots of volume coming in. Look at the bottom here where the volume graph is. The volume is definitely following the price action. Look at that, just made a 25 top wick there. This one's got legs now, up 70% on the day. It looks like did we make new highs? I think we just touched the highs. NRBO's high of day is $25, and it just touched 25 again. So be careful here. We know what happens when we touch high of day. It tends to reject a little bit. This not saying that's going to happen here, but you got to be cognizant and be aware of it. When we touch high of days, it may reverse. I want to mention MM in the chat who sent $2 super chat. Thanks for that, MM. He or she asks, not sure. Cash account requires a minimum of $2,000. So here's my understanding of the cash account, is that you're not going to have same-day settlement. And by that I mean, if you trade, let's say, Apple, and you make 25 cents a share on 10 shares, you're not going to see that money until 2 business days later. So you can't go back in and then trade another stock without that money, because that money is tied up in Apple for a couple of days. And that's the benefit of having margin. Even if you don't use the actual margin, whether they give you 3-to-1, 4-to-1, what have you, the purpose of having a margin account is you have same-day instantaneous settlement. As soon as I sell those 10 shares of Apple, I've got my money back and I can reinvest it into something else. Or trade it with something else. When you have a cash account, you got to wait a couple of days. I believe it's 2 days. It may be 3. Chat, maybe correct me here.
I got you.
But yeah, so that's my understanding of it. At least that's the way it is on IBKR. Maybe
No,
it's,
you're right.
Yeah.
I was just reading up on it right now. A some questions, guys, Google's got your back, man. Google is the GOAT, you know it. So all I did is type cash accounts have PDT. I know it's not even questioned or structured properly. You should probably put, does cash accounts have PDT or do cash account? It doesn't matter. I got the answer. That's all that matters, right?
Exactly.
It's like that moment from Kevin in The Office when he's like trying to cut the middle words to save time. It's like, why say less? Why do more when I say less and everybody understand? If you're not seeing that episode of The Office, you need to go watch that. But yeah, cash accounts don't have PDT rules behind them, but as Sharif was saying, it takes 2 days to settle it. So 100% right on that, Sharif. You can evade PDT this way, but then you're basically waiting for 2 days for your money to come back into your account if you made a profitable trade, that is. And even if you close a negative trade, you're still going to have to wait 2 days for that to clear through the clearing firms and then come back. This was actually a part of the problem for the AMC GME squeeze because the clearing funds did not have enough money to clear it, and they were calling up Citadel and telling Citadel, hey, you got to figure something out or we're going to go bankrupt. And then Citadel calls everybody and says, you better stop the buying button or we're going to go bankrupt. So obviously everybody said, all right, turn off the button. We're going to go home. Everybody wrap up shop early Friday today. And that was what is the AMC story if you guys remember what happened. So yeah, that's how PDT works apparently. The cash accounts don't have PDT but need a 2-day clearing room.
Yeah, no, but you know, I'm not the biggest proponent of government regulation. I'm more laissez-faire, but in that case, oh wow, when you have the buy button shut down on you, like, and you funded your account, you followed all the rules, and then they changed the rules midway. So I wasn't caught in that, but I imagine if I was, I'd be super aggravated. So shout out to anyone who weathered that storm. You guys are good on you.
Look at this trade by our boy Sean. He just posted a Netflix short, 250 double top short, probably giving it that risk of that candle high of 250.50 or something. 50 cents on Netflix will go in like a second. So that's what I'm guessing is what his risk was. Yeah, he's nodding. $2 in the money. He was, and now he's $2 in the money. So look at that risk to reward gameplay, baby. Double top. What's the yellow or sorry pink line? 50 period EMA, and then the green line? 200. Crazy short. Yo, maybe next time call it out, bro, so I could join too. Come on.
Look, guys.
Oh, true. People in the chat apparently have been calling out 250 Netflix buy for a long time. So damn, I actually missed out on that short opportunity. At least I have the Apple short, which is $1.35 in the money at the moment. So let's go, baby. Markets are pushing back down. We saw NASDAQ fail the 12K level and pull back under VWAP. We're watching S&P 500 go towards the low of day. Is the power hour going to be sour?
Guys, in classic 2022 fashion, NRBO makes a new high of day and then proceeds to tank $2. Look at this. We make 25.50 high of day, breaking that 25 or earlier high of day, and then whoop, all the way down back to 23.50. It's like the story of 2022. I can't tell you how many times I've seen this happen. I really need to keep track of my data here because, you know, it feels like I see it a lot, but who knows unless you really actually keep track of the data. But there it is. There's a $2 sell-off. We talked about it breaking the high of today and then selling off, coming back down. Currently trading at 23.82, so reclaiming a little bit off that $2 descent to 23.50. NRBO just continuing to do NRBO things, but hey, that's the way she works. AMPX now stair-stepping all the way back down to VWAP again. Is this a new area to go long? That's kind of what I want to know a little bit. Do I take a baby long off here and then add to it into that 11? I'm going to think about this. I want to see how it acts at VWAP. Does it decisively break it? Does it hold it? Does it break back above? Let's see what AMPX does. It's just kind of hard. Sometimes you're looking at NRBO and you lose concentration on AMPX, but they're both giving you opportunities here. And I like that. These small cappers tend to die off a little bit. New ones take their place as the day continues, but not this one. This one is doing well. So those are the. I'm going to keep mentioning them. NRBO and AMPX are my ones that I'm watching. Let's look up at the scanner here. Is there anything up? Sava is moving up on my scanner, and for good reason. That beautiful bounce off VWAP here at that 3250 level now looks like we made a high of day at 3443. Let's pull up Sava on here. And I apologize for the noise, but you know that we got construction here in the area, and there's a little bit of sawing going on in the background, but hey, what can we do about that? We're just improving for you guys so that we have better studios.
Sandy Randy back at it again,
yeah,
baby.
Sandy Randy he's
back
going
at
to
it
work.
again with those noises. But like Sharif said, you know, it's all for the betterment of or betterment. I don't know. It's all for a better production for you guys, right? So smash that like button, smash that subscribe button. Everything we're doing here is for absolutely free. Tomorrow we'll be covering the FOMC coverage for you guys, and Sean and Neil and Brendan will actually be on at least 5 minutes earlier than 2 o'clock for you guys. And they do all of this for free, man, for absolutely free. You know, I was at least wondering, like, how does it benefit Sean and Neil to like trade live and give away their trades and let people jump in front of them? But like, you know, that was such a negative way to think about it. Now I'm coming into the different realm. It's like, you know, I'm helping people. At least I believe I'm helping people.
You are.
I would like to believe I'm helping people, but you know, helping people understand how to trade better. Hopefully, by learning from my losses. You know, you can learn from my losses. You can learn from my wins. Whatever it is, we're all trying to grow and become the best traders we can be over here. So I'm glad and thankful for everyone that does show up every single day. Our loyal supporters and all the new ones too. Thank you for showing up and share this channel with your friends and family, right? Share this channel with friends and family. Roblox, I just took some profit under VWAP, but it's not really profit. It's me getting out of my first entry because I was scared in case Roblox pops above VWAP. So now my average price is these 2 entries that I have over here, and Roblox continuing to go to the downside with the help of the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. So maybe we can turn Roblox into a big win now. Previously, just a flat trade for our first entry, and it was a little scary because it kept squeezing against us. But now it looks a little bit better, a little bit cleaner, honestly. Chewy still going to the downside, baby. Now $1.20 in the money on Chewy, $1.50 in the money on Apple. Let's go, baby. What did I say about the 156 level? I think I'm gonna be out over here. I said I'll wait for the 156 to come in. I'll jump out over here. If the market pulls Apple back under VWAP, I'll be surprised. I'll be very surprised. But with the way the market's moving right now, I guess it's very much a possibility for a lower day break on the NASDAQ, lower day break on the SPY, and for a sour hour to come in.
Yeah, I was about to tell the viewers, recall that our low of day on the ES is at 38.59. Let's bring in the chart here so you guys can have a look. This is the 1 minute chart. This level right here, 38.59, that's low of day. But look at that. That was made right at that 9:30. So it's that 10:37 time slot, 9:37 is Chicago time, but we're in Toronto. So add an hour to that 10:37 time slot. Now we're starting to push back closer to it. And that was just a quick wick. It didn't actually close below that. Quick wick down, then shot right back up. So technically we're almost at low of days right now. So factor that into your decision making and whatever longs or shorts you're taking, especially for the big cappers. Before Pratt took over, I was telling you about AMPX and how I would play this one, depending on how it acted around VWAP. Well, it did the speaking for me. Look at how decisively it broke VWAP, closed below it. Several candles have closed below it. Now it's continuing to make newer lows. So AMPX, with respect to a long, is off my radar right now. Let's see how it acts around this level of support. We've got 3 different troughs that are close to the same price level here. I want to say that $9.63. So we'll say $9.65 to 60 cent area. Let's see how it acts around that level of support. By the time it makes its way down there, there's a good chance the 200 period will be at around $9.60. So that'll be 2 different indicators showing an area of support around there, but then it could blow through it. Let's watch what it does around when it gets to those levels. NRBO, contrary to that, looks like it's shaping a bull flag here. We have this aggressive move up. The trend lines that I drew disappeared for some reason, I think because I switched charts, but you'll recall that I had a descending trend line like this, and that I had a bottom trend line like this, so kind of created a descending wedge, which is what I call a compression pattern, and then it broke out through that. So this looks like it's shaping to be a bull flag. Let's see if a new bull flag develops. Usually when one develops and then the second one starts, it usually goes the same distance as the first one. That's what the TA books say anyway. Does it always end up being that way? Probably not. But I'm looking for maybe a break of that $24.60 level. That I'm definitely got my eye on, maybe that $24.50 if I'm a little bit more aggressive, and then breaking through the highs here, which is at $25.50. Definitely not going to take this through the highs. You saw what happened if you took it through the highs last time and just tanks on you. That's my plan going in. You also have the potential to dip down to that $22.20 level, which happens to be VWAP. Let's see what it does. And also, something that I mentioned before, when you draw a trend line and there's an upward break through the trend line, extend that trend line onward, because if there's a downward move, that trend line may act as support. Like clearly it was a resistance here, and we all know what happens with support and resistance. Once resistance is broken, they switch roles. So extend the trend lines as far as you can on the chart, so that if the price level comes back down to there, you can see whether or not it's playing any sort of significance. Moving back to AMPX, yeah, not much to report on that. Let's switch to Sava, because that's what we were looking at. No, that's VRAX. I think Sava's on here. Yes, Sava continuing to make newer highs here. Let's zoom out. Yeah, so we're at day's highs on Sava. The day high, I want to say, is at 34.50 level. We're currently trading at 34.44. The spread on Sava, though, is right now it's 10 cents, 11 cents. So a bit of a wider spread on Sava at the moment. So tread carefully if you're going to take a long or short into this position, Brad.
Yo, I just looked on my Twitter and I saw Sean's wife liked the tweet, and it was basically a tweet saying her face for the magician was priceless.
Oh, that
Every
was
time the magician would do a magic trick, your wife's face was absolutely priceless.
Not impressed.
She was not having it. She was not having those tricks at all, man. But it was a good time, though. It was a good time, nevertheless. A question, not a question, a super chat, I believe.
You were trolling him, too. Did you see
Oh, yeah. I was trolling him. I mean, obviously, what do you expect from me? What do you expect me to stand quiet while I'm intoxicated and be nice to this guy who's boring me to death? No, I'm gonna troll him back.
Yeah.
Like,
that was funny.
I tried to catch him off guard a little bit. It didn't work. It didn't work.
I thought it was hilarious.
I tried to catch him off guard a little bit. But yes, time for a super chat. I believe a super chat or a monthly renewal, actually, a membership renewal. Thank you for all you guys do. Can we take a look at RUM? Yeah, we for sure can. RUM is Rumble.
Oh yeah.
Rumble today is sadly down 17%, man. Big
nothing.
down move on RUM after the SPAC merger deal going through today. It went through yesterday. They had a big up move yesterday and a big down move today. This actually triggers SSR on the stock now. So that means the stock will be hard to short tomorrow also, and that means it'll be on my radar tomorrow. So I'm gonna actually put it onto my sticky note over here to watch RUM, just in case it pops up with some size on the bids. Some size.
Yeah, and it got unblocked.
Some size on the ask. I mean, when you see size. I forget what the strategy was now, but either way, if I see anything that I can make a trade out of from tomorrow, it'll be on my watch list for that side. In terms of technicals, man, like you're still using that $10 idea as a SPAC, but now that it's not a SPAC, you can see that 10 breaking for any negative catalyst. Today, I think it could easily go down to 1250 if it wants to. If this market wants to continue going down, it could easily go to 1250. But the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ have both are showing a little bit of a bounce from the lower days. So my exit on Apple looks 10 times better now. Ooh. Time to send it over to Brando at the big desk. So let's go.
Quick look at the NASDAQ for you guys as we head through the 1 o'clock hour here. Still a very red board. This is actually the S&P 500. Here we go. And even more red board for you with the NASDAQ. Only Moderna standing out as among the gainers, 2.9% to the upside. You can see after the big move down it had yesterday. Biogen right beside it there, 2.4%. Allergen here as well, 3.6%. So a lot of negativity coming out of the healthcare group, even with Moderna making a solid move back higher. Down here, consumer discretionary names, Ross Stores leading right now, 3%. eBay also 3% to the downside, but positivity bottom end, I know it's hard to see there. JD.com, PDD, both in positive territory. Tesla still positive on the session as well, offsetting some of this Lucid decline today. It's been quite the week and a half or so for Lucid, so giving some of that back today. Netflix up here as well, still strong, 1.8% to the upside. This NTES as well, 1.7. Otherwise, though, communication services stocks all in negative territory, as are these. The software name semiconductors, all pretty much to the downside. Led by Micron this afternoon for semis, 2%. PayPal over here, 3.3%. Still a negative day. Better part of 1 full percent there, 0.93 for the NASDAQ, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Brendo. NRBO doing NRBO things. Look at that move through. We talked about the bull flag forming. We had it right. We didn't get in it, obviously, because we suck. But there it is. Shoots up from that $23.64 level. Makes a new high of day at $25.83. And there it goes to the downside. This is going to halt. Let's see what it does here. Is it going to false halt? All the way from $25.80. Now we just bottom wicked here at $22.73. This doesn't have much in the way of room to the downside before it enters its halt protocol. Let's see if it does. It's a little bit above bottom wick here, so it looks like it's, currently out of the danger zone, but that could change any minute. But what a move up, and then a corresponding move down on NRBO. A lot of people's faces probably got ripped off there, and if you were caught in that, I'm sorry. But that's how these small cappers work. They move aggressively, and everything about them is dangerous. That's why I tend to scalp them and not hold. Yeah, what a move on NRBO, Brad. Look at that. Just from up 70-something% down now to 60%, it can change really quickly, very fast.
Yeah, that's why I stay away from them. Look, I always say I'd much rather lose on Apple. That's because I'm wrong on the direction than trade NRBO or these small caps.
They're so
and then just get rugged on.
Yeah.
Like, I'd much rather get rugged by the market catalyst than get rugged by because some big stack bully dumped all of his position.
All of it.
So I can't handle that, man. I can't.
Like,
I don't know how you do it. You're an absolute monster for trading these stocks. But I like your setup though. You get in, get out. You don't stay in for the dumps.
Not
yeah,
these
it's
ones.
pretty good, man. You're in and out. You're a hit and run guy.
Hit and run, baby. That's it.
Hit and run. I love it. Market are trying to bounce from the lows over here, so let's see how high of a bounce can the market get. But thankfully, Apple, Chewy, Roblox, and Ford continuing to pay us money today. Activision out of the money by 15 pennies. Not worried about it at all. Eventually, if the market bounces from the bottom, I think Activision has a bounce in it too that can take us all the way to the back to VWAPs or so. Netflix still looks like a great short, people are saying. So let's go to Netflix. Netflix back to 280 at the moment, and 248, not 280. Back to 248 at the moment, and Sean's currently in the money $2 according to his position from 250. So I mean, it's not a bad area to punch into a short if you think the market's going to continue going to the downside and break the bottoms. I, however, don't think the markets are going to break the bottoms just yet. Maybe closer to 2:30, maybe closer to 3 o'clock. I can see the market breaking that bottom, and in that case, maybe wait for 250 to come back into play for a triple top. The stock is already up 2% on the day. I would at least wait for that. That's just me though. But if you want to short it over here, give it up to 250.50 because that's the high day. Then you could do that too.
So the chat letting us know that Putin was speaking, and if you've watched North American television in the last year, you know that they don't bring on Putin to speak. So whenever he speaks, we only get like little tidbits of it. Definitely usually is not live. But why that's significant is it may have an effect on the energy markets, typically in these cases. Having a look at energy markets here, let's pull up Oxy, because Oxy is like the one that we always look at. Yeah, not doing much. Actually, it's moving up above VWAP. Let's look at CVX. Oh, I just noticed that you guys are not looking at what I'm looking at, so let me bring my screen down. There we go. Here's CVX doing the same thing as Oxy, above VWAP, but moving, stair-stepping up, but more consolidating move anyway. Let's see what Devon is up to. Devon Energy is another one that I like to trade. It's got good intraday volatility. Yeah, doing the same thing. So Putin not having an effect currently on the energy markets, at least from my perspective. So let's flip back to NRBO here and decide where we're going to go from here. What kind of setup we've got brewing. And the way I look at it is I'm not going to take a long here unless we, I don't even know. Looks like a bit of a double top, perhaps a reversal pattern and a sell-off into the rest of the day. Or we could have a possible VWAP bounce here off that 2235, 2240 level. Or let's see what the 5 minutes showing us, what we can glean from the 5-minute chart. Yeah, nothing too specific here on the 5-minute chart. Perhaps if we can break that 2450 to the long side on a new 5-minute candle to make a new high, that would be another possible
Oh, this
long.
market breaking bottoms.
And just as Brad was saying here, we've broken low of day on the ES. Anyway, yeah, look, the new current low of day is 38.57, whereas before it was 38.58. So we broke it by a point. Our big caps moving in the same way. Let's have a look. Let's flip to our big cap charts here before we send it back to Prad, bringing that down for you guys to look at. And yeah, there we go. Apple now pulling back into VWAP. It's still above VWAP, so the strongest of the bunch, but now Tesla below VWAP, Google, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, they're all below VWAP and all making newer lows, Prad.
Comp SRX saying, where are my AMC apes, man? Just yesterday they were so strong. Today they're getting destroyed. Yeah, today, man, AMC down 4%, sadly. I think part of the reason why AMC was up like this, you know, like it takes apes to buy the shares for the stock to go up. And the only time I can see apes buying it is when they get a paycheck. And when they get their paycheck, they're probably spending it on this. I know a couple of friends who do that. So last Friday was my expectation. I think bi-weekly you'll see there's a trend on AMC.
Really?
Bi-weekly there's a trend, the stock starts to go up. It's exactly around when paycheck starts to hit people's bank accounts. I'm not joking. That's not even a joke. It's an actual thing that I've been noticing. But note the market is what I want to talk about. I know I said I can't see the market breaking the lower days, but we did it, baby. We successfully are below the market's lower day at the moment, so extending the losses. I wish I held my Apple a little bit longer now, because look at Apple. Right below VWAP we go, and we may just turn red on Apple if this move continues to go even worse on the day. Oof. Markets are getting absolutely collapsed. So
why? What's happening? Is there anything going on? Nothing that we can see on the other crappy networks.
What even is that headline? What the?
I know.
The Ford continuing to push to the downside. Chewy is $1.50 in the money. Roblox now 43 cents in the money. So let's go cover some RBLX, baby.
Yeah, what a move down by the market here, guys. Absolute flush. Maybe we'll get an update or two from Brendo, if there is one, with respect to why we've just made newer lows. And it's not like a baby decline, too. It's quite a bit of a decline. It's I want to say, a 15-point move pretty quickly in the span of 5 minutes or so. So, yeah, the chat's saying Putin. Everyone's lighting up saying Putin in the chat. Whether that's accurate or not,
my expectation is honestly, when people said Putin was going to come on, I was going to, I was praying that it would be like no more war or anything.
Oh, God.
But the way this market's moving right now, I think it's the opposite of what I want it to be.
I mean, we don't talk politics, but he hasn't been doing well in his war. So, the concern is that he may become more aggressive. And so if that is the case, then it may hurt the markets.
What's the energy sector doing right now?
I looked at the energy sector. Remember, just like a second ago, it was not moving at all.
Yeah.
So here's let's bring it down. Maybe that's changed at the moment, because they've been saying Putin for a while. Let's look at energy right here. We got the watch list. CVX. No, it's down a bit, but it's pulling back to VWAP, only down 1.13% on the day. Oxy's technically up 0.03%. Yeah, it's broken below. That's BP, sorry. Oxy's down 1% on the day. Yeah, it's still above VWAP. I mean, it declined, but nothing of note here. Definitely a more aggressive, more pronounced decline in the ES than on any energy stocks here, Brad. So not really sure what to account for.
I gotta send the screenshot to Sean, bro, and to Neil. Lucas is a clown.
What?
Lucas is an absolute clown. I gotta send the screenshot.
Luca?
Lucas.
Oh, okay.
He's a clown. I love that kid. Market's still continuing to push to the downside though, and we're gonna have fun with the shorts. So hold on to your shorts if you have any, and if you're long, baby, please be careful, because this market is getting a little ugly at the moment. The NASDAQ extending the losses, the SPY extending its losses. How is this stock not on anyone's radar? BYND, that's because it's not doing anything, man. The stock has been sleeper. Like, you expect the stock that's breaking the all-time lows to have a lot more volume and actually have a bigger move to the downside or have a bounce off of it to the upside. The stock has just been stair-stepping its way to the downside today, which is good if you were short. It's great if you're short, but look at the volume candles. It's putting people to sleep just watching this position. The more fun right now is clearly in Apple. Like look at the volume on BYND today, only 2.6 million shares. Look at the volume on Ford right now, 130 million shares. Look at the volume on Apple right now, 65 million shares, right? When is the last time Apple has pulled in close to 100 million shares? Not that often. You're watching 63 million shares trade on Apple, baby. So there's a reason why people don't really care about Beyond today. It's muted downside move. If you already had the short, amazing, congratulations. If you didn't have the move, there's no point in pulling up that stock because I don't see a day trade in it. I mean, look at Apple. In the span of how long? 5, 10, 15, 20, what am I doing? From 2 o'clock till 1 o'clock. So I'm sorry, from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock. In the span of an hour, I showed you an Apple multi-dollar winner. In span of 30 minutes, Sean just showed you a Netflix short that worked out $2 or now maybe more. How many? 5? $3.50 now. And all it took was is like what, an hour for that trade to pull off? Beyond gave you pennies all day. It gave you pennies all day. So there's nothing really to talk about here.
No, I agree with that. Especially, you know what's funny was the nose biting thing, but that's basically the entire BYND news on the day. Guys, AMPX now making a nice move up above VWAP here, reclaiming that $10.85 level. But look at, just as I say that, a big rectangle comes in. And I'm not going to have any dip trades on this one because I can't glean any good levels. The indicators, the moving averages are not being respected. Well, at least on the 1 minute, neither is VWAP here, and it's not coming down to key support levels. It's either breaking back to the upside above those key levels. So I don't know where to take a dip trade, and I feel it is a little bit extended to take a breakout trade on this one. So my hands are a little bit tied with the AMPX, even though it is continuing to make. There is volatility that's continuing to make moves to the upside and the downside, presenting opportunities either way, but I just don't know how to kind of decipher the information it's giving me at the moment. What happens is when I zoom out, I see a bit of a compression pattern. Like, look at this. So a descending wedge, but a bigger timeline descending wedge. Here's we go. So let's draw that upward trend line. So that touches 3 points. Now, for a trend line to be a trend line, it has to touch 2 points. Here we've got 3. And then you can draw kind of the lower part of the triangle. I don't know what that's called in like actual geometric terms, but there it is. This part. So you know like how there's different sides of the triangle. Each one's called something.
The hypotenuse.
There you go. Look at this guy coming in with
the big side's the hypotenuse, right?
So the bottom part of
the long side's the hypotenuse, I believe.
So
am I right?
So this
we got any mathematicians over here?
The Pythagorean theorem. This is a squared, b squared, and that's c squared, right?
Yeah.
So this is the c squared side. I'll just call this the c squared side. The bottom part here touches 3 different troughs. So you know it is in play. This particular decline didn't come close to it, and that's why I'm not taking dips off these key levels. But look for a break, perhaps a decisive break above 11. We're at that 1078, 1076. Price level, but you know a decisive break of this trend line here, and we may get something to the north side. And you'll have to scalp obviously on the way out because you do have resistance at this top wick, which is where we got our last exit out, that 1160 level, 1155. So looking at if you're going to take the break of 11 or the break of this descending trend line, definitely look to scalp. Otherwise, I don't have a plan on AMPX other than that. Switching back to NRBO. NRBO doing diddly at the moment, kind of pulled back here to that. This guy always scares me when he laughs. I'm like in the middle of an analysis, and then he starts giggling.
Kills me, bro.
And then so basically I'm looking at a bounce off view up here, but I'm not taking any logs on NRBO. What was said?
Brad's high school teacher is punching the air right now.
Prad's high school teachers punching the air right now because we couldn't figure out what side of the triangle is called what. You know, there's like the hypotenuse and like there's different sides. I don't remember, man. It's been a minute.
The hypotenuse. Yeah, the long side of a triangle.
I'll have to Google it.
Yeah. The only thing you need to remember, but like there's like what, equilateral triangle?
Yeah.
There's no hypotenuse for that, right?
I'm gonna have to Google this.
I mean,
the chat's gonna make fun of us.
The chat's killing it right now.
Sides
apparently, I am right
of
though.
a triangle. There we go. Hey.
Sides of a triangle.
In a right triangle, the hypotenuse is the longest side.
Yeah, and a right angle triangle, which is what you drew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it a right angle?
Yeah, because you have I mean, look at it. You have one straight line and then one flat line, and the other one connects the two.
Oh,
one
it is.
Flat,
Yeah, you're right.
One straight, and
Zoom
then
out. Yeah, so this will be the straight line. Yeah, you're
so
right.
right angle triangle. Yo, come on, man. My math teacher is happy right now. Okay, he's happy right now. He's very happy that I'm 100% right angle triangle. Listen, we're showing you not only how to trade, but also helping you in past your math class.
Mathematics.
All right, in math class too. So Trader TV Live, we're a package deal, baby. You know what it is. Let's send it to Brendo for the next package.
I wanted to give you an update on some of the currencies, guys, moving around here this afternoon. ECB's Lagarde making some comments, to say the least, on inflation over in the Euro region. Basically still saying it's very high and remains high, and that's about all you need to know. So they're on track for more interest rate hikes to come. But again, Lagarde talking a little bit about inflation this afternoon. DXY back to recent highs here. If I grab this chart, I can show you. We are still moving towards that multi-week high. Where did it go? Here we go. Of this high. That was 110.80. So we are back to the last couple of days highs on those comments themselves. You're wondering why the market equities were moving lower. It's because currencies are moving higher once again, heading into the afternoon again. Inflation in the U.S. on an uptick, the last CPI reading. Over in Europe, remember the last CPI reading we got in the UK, it was actually down slightly, but still 9.1%. So more interest rates to come or interest rate hikes to come for both the ECB and the Fed, obviously tomorrow. But dollar back to high means equities under pressure here, guys. Back over to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, got into an AMPX trade here because it did break the trend line decisively and closed above it. But I'm a couple of pennies out of the money right now. My entry is at 11.15, currently trading at 11.10. So looking for that big move up into close to high of days. I'll scalp out of this one because you know how aggressively this one can break down. So once I break above that 11.20 level, I'm going to be scalping on this one. My exit plan on this is going to be to take everything out at that resistance level. Well, it's a support level now. There we go. Breaking above 11.15. Can we get 11.20 prints here, baby? Come on. Give me some 11.20 prints. Don't be so tight. There we go. We're pushing into 11.20 here as the bids start stacking up and we get eaten. There we go. Beauty. Now we're out a little piece there. Can we get a higher print here? Come on. A little bit more. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Gimme, gimme, gimme. There we go. Got another print up there. Can we get 11.40 prints? Can we get 11.40? We're looking. Yeah, I know. Sean yelling out the soul there like I'm auctioning off AMPX or something. We're 15 cents in the money, you know. Oh, there we go. And just as I say that, crash is back down. The break of 11, I'll be out. I've got about less than 50% of my position left. Currently break even. We've taken two pieces out here. The first out was at 11.24. Second piece out at 11.30. So, scalping as I usually do with these small cap crappers, but hey, that's my style. I just got to be a little bit patient, but also hope that it doesn't crash on me because, this one has got a tendency to do that, Prad.
Yes, sir. Currently taking profits on stocks that are paying me. So that's going to be Roblox, Chewy, and I'm out of Ford completely. Could be a wrong decision to jump out of Ford, but I am out. I'm taking my money where it's being offered, and I'm jumping ships with that money, baby. And we're going to hold Chewy a little bit longer, though, because look at Chewy. It's just nonstop weakness. breaking multiple levels. Our average price is currently $34.41, and we're $1.60 in the money, so almost $2 in the money. And we also showed you how we traded Apple today, right? So multiple areas where we've had trades to showcase for, and very happy that the market moved in our direction eventually, and thankfully it moved before the end of the show. We still got about 20 minutes over here. It's 1:43 Eastern Standard Time at the moment. In the next 15 minutes or so, Neil, Sean, and Brendan will be back. But for this current show, please smash the like button, smash the subscribe button, and for everyone who's already done that today, we appreciate it. Thank you for all the super chats, all the new members, all the recurring members, and even the members who are not, even the viewers who are not members but daily come back and engage with us. We appreciate you. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being the beautiful humans that you are. Or maybe you're an orc or well, the Warcraft character, whatever you are. I don't want to say that you're all humans because maybe you're not, right? But I'm a Martian, by the way. I'm a Martian. That comes from Lil Wayne. But anyways, coming back to the market, markets are currently moving back into the previous low-a-day range. So the S&P 500 having a bounce off of 38.50 and the NASDAQ bouncing off of 11.860. Imagine having that 12K short on the NASDAQ today. That would have been mint.
Oh, yeah.
That would have been mint.
I wanna shout out Connor S in the chat. He says, "What do you call a fake noodle?"
What do you call a fake noodle?
Yeah, an impasta.
An impasta. Oh my! Get me out of this, bro.
You asked for it, man. You asked for the dad jokes, and now the dad jokes are lighting up. Guys, we are all out of our position on AMPX. Big boy trade on that one. Look at that. Almost had top wick there, getting out of the last piece there at 11:41. Our entry was 11.15. So again, that's the third winner we've had on AMPX. 3 of 4, 1 loser, 3 winners on AMPX. Hell of a day. Pumped about that. Adding to the net. And yeah, thanks for that joke on it. That was funny.
Yeah, if anyone had Chewy, solid trade indeed. Chewy was a beautiful trade, man, and it's still showing up on the scanners with the relative weakness. Another stock that has weakness in it apparently is SHOP, which is a Canadian company, I believe. But Shopify right now breaking the lower days. It's at $31. We're back into that area where Shopify had that split. So there we go. Post-split bottom on Shopify is around $29.76. It's actually now at... Stop it. Go here. It's now at $29. So the post-split low for Spotify is at $29. I think we're going to see a move towards that $29, especially tomorrow. If we have bad catalysts coming out tomorrow, you can easily see that move to $29 on Spotify. Shopify.
No question. Looking back here at the NRBO stock we've been looking at, up 60%, but now volume really dropping off on this one. And not much of a setup that I see, except maybe for a dip trade off that VWAP level, which is at $22.40. But right now, it's not showing me anything of interest. It's really slowing down and no discernible patterns that I can glean anyway. AMPX is where all the hype is right now. It broke that descending trend line that we had drawn here on the zoomed out 1-minute chart. Those levels were key, and there you go. It broke above that level, and we took some good profits on that one. The only criticism I have of myself here is my long was a little too late. Ideally I would have liked to have that long at that 10.90, maybe the $11 level. Sadly, we had it at 11.15 because we weren't quick enough with the keys in order to trigger, despite the fact that we had it on watch. We were looking at it once it broke out. And as is typical with this one, when it makes a new recent high, it proceeds to flushing down almost $1 within like 2 1-minute candles. This one, it's so predictable in its actions here. Look, the same thing happened here. This was our trade around 1 o'clock where we got long 11.26 and we scalped all the way up till 11.55. And when we got top wick, what happened? Right back down with our red candle, consolidated a little bit sideways and right back down again, making a new low at that $9.86 level. Same thing happened here. We almost got top wick. Top wick was 11.50 and we got out here at 11.42, so pretty close. and then proceeded to sell off for another 80-cent drop. So AMPX doing AMPX things, NRBO doing NRBO things, and that's just the way of the small cap world, I want to say, Prad.
Yeah, loving the sound effects, man. I mean, we got to do what we have to do because we don't have emojis over here, so we have to make up our own emojis.
Soon. I heard the person that made them rub is no longer with us.
Yeah,
and that's
yeah.
why we're not getting any.
Pretty
new-
much, yeah, pretty much.
We gotta figure out how to do it, you and me.
I know how to do it.
Do you?
But Lucas doesn't like my method.
No?
No, he wants to do some next method that I don't even know what it is.
Oh, that's beef.
He's now the boss. He gets to make the decision.
Lucas,
sadly, right?
we need
but
those
if it was up to
animations.
me, I would have already had this thing going, up and ready to go. Trust me, I can do it.
I believe
right?
you. Like, you know
But-
quite a bit about that.
But
stuff, so.
sadly, we can't. And now I'm stuck on Luca. But Lucas is revamping the system. He's getting
right.
a brand new system going. So hopefully the brand new system is better because the old one did go down a lot. It went down a lot,
yeah?
and they would have to reboot it and everything. So hopefully the new
That's no
system
good.
that they're building, or at least that Lucas is building, will be way better. I want to talk about the long Necosaurus stock, Dino. Today, Dino continued to go to the upside, up 2.6%, baby, and can't stop, won't stop. The energy sector not really moving around right now, even though the markets are crashing more. We're about to go for another bottom break on
we
this
are.
market.
Wow.
This is that looks like whatever Putin is talking about is really affecting the market here because this is crazy.
Is he even talking?
Apparently
like,
so.
yeah?
People in chat keep messaging little statements about what's going on about it. So he's actually making this market scared a little bit more. Obviously, anything about war or in terms of war is not a good thing. So we should be scared in that. Chewy now $1.70. 70 cents in the money, so
Yeah,
let's
he
go take
is.
some profits on that. Is he still going?
Yeah, well, yeah, Sky's got him live right now.
Yeah.
Yo, Putin needs to calm himself down, man. Putin, like, is rocking these markets. We already have them rocked all the time. Looks like he's done talking now because Sky's got something else here on the Iran protests. Anyway, this is probably copyrighted, so I'll probably shut this one down. But anyway, yeah, it looks like if Putin was talking, it looks like he's done now, but Sky had him, Brad.
Yeah, man. So clearly more fear to pour into this market as Ford continues to break the lows, and I don't have any more Fords left on my blotter. So it sucks to be me. Markets are extremely weak right now, so I guess I should have just held my Apple and my Ford and not worry about it at all, baby. But hey, we had a good trade. We're not going to complain about it. A win was a win. And now that the talk is over, maybe the market will find somewhat of a bottom. That's just a theory, though. But forget that theory as the market just now broke 38.50.
Induz Zed says he will talk in 10 minutes with multiple exclamation points. I'm assuming he is Putin, but we'll see what Putin is up to once he starts talking. Not sure about that because, guys, it's hard for us to know when Putin talks because he's not really welcome on any of our televisions here in North America. They don't cover any of his speeches, and that's just the way it's going to go for now. Let's go back into some trading stuff here. What do we got? AMPX, what do we got? Yeah, I see higher highs a little bit and higher lows on this one. This one's like coiling up to explode. If I was to draw a trend line, look at this. This is clearly a lower low. That's a higher low. And now we're making higher highs by breaking this peak here. So interesting. Let's see what AMPX does. I have a feeling this one's going to be an interesting one going into the afternoon, possibly breaking high of day, which currently is at 1238. So yeah, you know, we're not a ways away from it, about $1 away, 11.40 now. Now we're starting to make higher highs. Look at this one. This one's got a whole bunch of legs and the volume is starting to come in decisively on this bad boy here. We're about to take out the more recent high of 11.55. So that's just like a couple of pennies away. AMPX with all the legs in the world up 90, almost 94%. Wow, as I say that, 96%. Now we've taken out recent highs. Now we're going for the daily high, which I get at 12.34. We're not far away from it. All sorts of volume coming in on this one. We thought we had top wick. A new top wick is in play, Brad. What's
Yes,
mRNA
sir.
up to? I saw that was down today. Now it's like up a little bit.
Yeah, it was up today. It started off down on the day, but it's up on the day now, up 1.5%. But people in the chat mentioned it that it just now broke 130 to the downside. So yeah, breaking 130. It's at the 100-period EMA though, so you could see some buying coming in at the 100-period EMA or more selling pressure with the rest of the market, which took out the lows not too long ago. Google at 1-year low. So that's a 52-week low for Google, GOOGL or GOOG, whatever you use. Not that far away from the $100 level. Now we're only 73 cents away from 100. Google has not broken $100 yet, but with only 70 cents being away from that level and the way the market's moving, it is possible we see 100 breaking today.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And your man over there is actually changing the direction of the stuffed animal. He's changed the direction of the stuffed animal right now because what else are you going to do when the market's doing this?
That's a bear. And AMPX AMPX is a habitual high of day breaker. Habitual. And Neil knows exactly where that's from. He's a habitual line stepper. Look at this. It makes a new high at $11.62 and then immediately flushes right back down to that 11 level. It's done that I don't know how many times today. I have to zoom out. Once, twice, 3 times, and now a 4th time. 3 times a lady. So this one is all, you got to get your money out of this one quickly. You have to be hot on those buttons because the second it makes those highs, as quickly as it makes its move down, man. This one is a scary one. Imagine trading this on a phone where you actually have to confirm all your entries and exits. On my IBKR firm phone app, I can't do the kind of scalping that I do on here. It's just not possible.
For anyone who makes millions of dollars using their phone, I bow down to you.
I know.
I bow down to you.
I can't do it.
I have no clue how you would do that. I'll bow down to you.
I'm so used to having 4 monitors and
exactly.
level 2.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You don't get any of that stuff on your phone.
I need that keyboard, baby.
Yeah,
I can't.
for sure.
Hats off to anyone who's sitting on a phone and not only are you watching YouTube on that same phone, you're also trading off of that phone. That's, woo, baby,
Yeah.
You're a monster. You're a monster.
That's funny. Yeah. So that's it for us with respect to AMPX. NRBO doing nothing. Looking up at blue here on my scanner. Let's see what it's up to. Not doing much either, but it is holding VWAP. So maybe a nice move for the rest of the day. I don't have anything to report on here. Let's have a look quickly at Big Tech. Yeah, Big Tech moving with the market, which is to the downside. Let's update you. And Microsoft broke 240, guys. That probably was an interesting level. We're having Branko's yelling in the back there. Probably wanted that 240 break. But anyway, it's below 240 now. I think low of day is 239.81. Currently trading at 239.87. So Microsoft doing Microsoft things, which is being weak, to be honest with you, as compared to Apple. I got to tell you, Apple, Tesla is still the strongest of the bunch. At least that's the way I see it today, Brad.
Just yesterday, I was telling this guy, man, you actually went from being really, really dump it type of person on the floor to not screaming anymore, and then he just ruins it.
Oh, he screams.
And he just ruins it.
Yeah.
I was giving him a compliment yesterday, and he just ruins it. But yeah, he's not raging. He's screaming, dump it, because he's probably short on the market right now, or he's short something, and he's watching his position go deeply in the money. So he's screaming the Bogdanov phrase, baby, dump it. So markets are listening to him. Look at that. We're extending the weakness in this market, baby. So if you're short anything, like I said, hold it and do what Brankles is doing. You just got to scream dump it at your monitor, and hopefully it works out faster with an accelerated move to the downside. The power hour is going to come in at 3 o'clock, but we are going to be jumping off in the next 3 minutes here, sadly.
Yeah.
You'll have Neil, Sean, and Brendan coming back in 3 minutes for you guys to cover the rest of the show. Rest of the trading day from 2 o'clock to 3 or 4 o'clock all the way. So I can't wait to see what type of moves there will be, available for us to put some damage into.
I gotta read this comment, Brad.
Yeah.
This one. John Sproul. I'm sorry. I hope I'm not butchering your last name. Sproule. Sproul. He says I trade on a payphone. He doesn't trade on a phone. He trades on a payphone. I mean, if that's not a dad joke, I don't know what is. But anyway, shout out to John for that one. Yeah, I remember when we were younger. Not probably you probably didn't do this, but we would go on payphones and call these 1-800 numbers because you could call 1-800 numbers for free off payphones. That's the extent of my memory with payphones, to be honest with you. And then the cell phones came in and nobody cared about payphones anymore.
Yeah, but this guy trades on a rotary phone.
On a rotary phone.
Now that's some next level skill. His
Yeah, I'm surprised you know what that is, bro.
Bro,
You're
I
too
used to
young for
own a
that.
rotary phone.
Really?
What do you mean? I lived in India. I was born in India, and you know, we came from like, you know, not well-off families, so we used to own those fucking rotary things. We used to own the TV too with the little dial that you have to walk up to it and then you dial it in. It took us a long time to get a real TV, baby. Trust me, I've lived through some real experiences. I even know what a floppy disk is. Okay,
but let me
talk
tell
to
you.
me about
Of
technology,
course,
baby.
floppy.
Come on.
You got.
But
you know
I
what?
want to talk about ES real quick, man.
for
Look
it.
at this level on the ES that I think we're gonna push down to. It's 38.46. And we are pretty much we're below that. We're exactly at 38.46, 38.44. So if the market has a reason to bounce, it would be off of yesterday's low, in my opinion. If we break yesterday's low, then we got 3,600 coming into play. If we're going to 3,600 before FOMC, then what are we going to after FOMC?
Oh, I don't think we're gonna go to 3,600 by tomorrow. No way, bro. That's like a 200-point move, 240-point move. Shout out to the Hayes Records. He says, I trade with twigs and fire signals.
Twigs and fire
boy. I don't know how you make that work, but good on you for making it work. Guys, we got 1 minute left on the show here. Want to shout out everybody who participated in the chat and who follows us every day. We always appreciate you. There's no question about that. And guys, have yourselves ready for tomorrow. You guys know the time. Sean and Neil are going to be on, I believe, live tomorrow at 1:30, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, 1:45. I'm not sure. I got an email from Maggie, but around definitely going to be earlier than usual. And the point of that is that there's obviously a the interest rate decision by the FOMC is coming in at 2. And then, as you know, as usual, Papa Powell comes on the stand, the keynote, and he speaks at 2:30. So look out for that. Get your hands ready. Get everything ready tomorrow. Clear out your schedules because tomorrow's going to be a big day, Bradley.
Yeah, last stock that I'm going to talk about real quick, Run BW. So this is the warrants for Rumble, apparently, and the ticker for that is RUMBW. So for those of you who are trading Rumble, maybe you want to have this on your watch. Sadly, it's the end of the show for Sharif and myself here. Go have fun on the closing show. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place.
Take care, guys.
Hey guys, welcome back in. 2 o'clock, then what's turning out to be a pretty negative afternoon here. We had ECB's Lagarde come on and make some comments about inflation over in the European region that is still basically out of control, according to her. Still higher than expected, still higher than they want it to be, with no sign or indication that it's coming down.